Chapter 1, Inheriting the Family Business. It's still missing a little bit. On the training grounds, a tall man dressed in red stood on the ground, looking at the old man in front of him, his voice filled with unwillingness. The man's appearance was similar to that of people from Earth in his previous life. His ears were somewhat pointed, similar to the elves commonly seen in games. It's still missing a little bit. He clenched both fists tightly, his arms trembling, and he repeated the words from just now in a low voice. His name was Gao Xiang, full name Gao Xiang Carol, a direct descendant of the Carol family, one of the top families on Qiulong planet. The old ancestor was the top powerhouse on all of Qiulong planet, second only to the Planet Master, a universe rank 9 powerhouse with 90,000 years of age. The Carol family had a family rule: if a direct descendant could not master the movement technique secret method, rushing thunder, before the age of 30, they would not be qualified to continue enjoying the family's cultivate resources, would lose the qualification for the family's key training, and would need to be invested into the family business to branch out and expand for the family's development. It's still missing a little bit. Sigh. Fetty Carol was the teacher responsible for teaching Gao Xiang to cultivate on a daily basis. Although this student, Gao Xiang, had very ordinary talent, his status was very special. He was a direct descendant of the Carol family and had enjoyed a large amount of cultivate resources since childhood. But unfortunately, his body was not promising at all. Now at 30 years old, he still had not mastered the movement technique. Mastering, rushing thunder, before the age of 30 indicated extremely high talent, worthy of the family's key training. Gao Xiang, go back and rest. Pack your things these next few days. When you go to the Empire's capital planet, you can still continue to cultivate then. Direct. Descendants with special status would be sent to the capital planet of an elementary empire, or to a prosperous planet to develop. Fetty planned to recommend to the clan chief that Gao Xiang go to Yinlan planet of the Yinlan Empire. Although Yinlan planet was far less prosperous than Qiulong planet, it had the advantage of being the capital planet of the Yinlan Empire. After Gao Xiang managed it for several decades on Yinlan planet, he would definitely become the head of the Carol branch on Yinlan planet. Teacher Fetty, please go back. I will practice here a little longer. Gao Xiang was not someone who gave up easily. Fetty shook his head and prepared to leave the training grounds. It's clearly just a little bit away, why can't I have a breakthrough? Gao Xiang raised his fist with some unwillingness. As long as he could master the movement technique, rushing thunder, today, he would be able to receive the family's key training and only need to focus wholeheartedly on cultivate, without having to manage the family business. Whoosh! Gao Xiang threw a punch. The air in front made a sonic boom, and visible air distortion appeared. Suddenly, a faint flame appeared in Gao Xiang's sea of consciousness, like a candle lit in the pitch-black night. The flame was very far away from the miniature planet in Gao Xiang's sea of consciousness, and the two did not interfere with each other. Is this the golden finger being activated? Since Gao Xiang had memories, he knew that he had transmigration into the world of Swallowed Star. However, he had never activated his golden finger and had always relied on his own hard work to cultivate. Over time, he had forgotten his identity as a transmigration person and gradually integrated into his current identity. Open black lens bracket obtained daily comprehension ability +1, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket obtained 1 fire tinder, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket comprehension ability is divided into 6 ranks, close black lens bracket. Before 1000 years old, initial glimpse comprehension ability. After 1000 years old, micro-level comprehension ability. After 1 epoch, vein fusion comprehension ability. After 5 epochs, perfection comprehension ability. After 10 epochs, origin comprehension ability. After 100 epochs, creation comprehension ability. Comprehension ability. Gao Xiang's eyes lit up. Immediately start to cultivate. Before this, Gao Xiang felt that he was only 1 step away from mastering it. However, this 1-step distance had stuck him for a full 3 months. The old man Fetty walked to the exit of the training grounds. He suddenly stopped and looked back in the direction of Gao Xiang. He shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Quietly cultivate. Time passed quickly. The sky soon turned dark. Open black lens bracket obtained daily comprehension ability +1, close black lens bracket. Gao Xiang, who was sitting quietly and cultivating, was like a statue. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a slight smile gradually appeared on his tense face. The sky brightened, the daily comprehension ability arrived as scheduled. Although it was not much, it had the advantage of being there every day. Over time, Gao Xiang's comprehension ability would undergo a qualitative improvement. Move. The miniature planet in Gao Xiang's sea of consciousness vibrated and soon turned into 3 miniature planets. Gao Xiang let out a long breath. It took less than half a year to step from planetary level rank 1 to rank 2, but it took more than 4.5 years to step from rank 2 to rank 3. After stepping into planetary level rank 3, Gao Xiang did not stop cultivate. His mind was placed on that cluster of fire tinder in his sea of consciousness that was emitting a faint light. What is the use of this thing? Gao Xiang tried to take the fire tinder out. After trying a few times, Gao Xiang found that this fire tinder could not be taken out. This fire tinder seems to contain something, it's indescribable, unclear. Chapter 2, The Strongest of the Younger Generation. Some special treasure fragments, containing traces of law secret patterns, can help with comprehending the law if studied carefully. 2 or 3 hours passed. Gao Xiang had to stop, his head was throbbing with a dull pain, and he felt completely drained, unable to concentrate any longer on comprehending the fire tinder within his sea of consciousness. He looked straight ahead and leapt lightly. To his surprise, faint electric light appeared behind him. Success. Entry level achieved. Sandus, send a message to Grandpa Fetty, telling him that I have reached the entry level of the movement technique, Rushing Thunder. Understood, Master. Sandus was the name of his intelligent light brain. In a gigantic palace stretching over 100 kilometers in both length and width, the old man Fetty stood before a middle-aged man. Land on Qiulong planet was incredibly expensive. A villa with a length and width exceeding 1 kilometer was already worth over 100 billion black dragon coins. Clan Chief, yesterday Gao Xiang turned exactly 30, and he had not yet reached the entry level of Rushing Thunder. I know. The middle-aged man speaking was the current clan chief of the Gao family, as well as Gao Xiang's grandfather, a universe-rank powerhouse. I suggest that Gao Xiang go to Yinlan planet, Fetty said, expressing his thoughts. The Gao family's industries were spread throughout the entire Black Dragon Mountain Star domain, with Qiulong planet as the central hub. They even had branches on Black Dragon planet, the imperial capital of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. As a direct descendant of our Gao family and my grandson, Gao Xiang should at least go to the imperial capital of a primary civilization empire. Going to Yinlan planet is indeed a good choice. Father. At this moment, a short, stout middle-aged man standing to the side became somewhat dissatisfied. Speak. The short, stout man paused. Our Gao family happens to be lacking a supervisor on Bailon planet in the Yinlan Empire. I think it would be perfectly appropriate for my nephew to go to Bailon planet. What? That's Bailon planet, a remote planet in the Yinlan Empire. How could that be allowed? Upon hearing the short, stout man's suggestion, Fetty couldn't help but speak up. Fetty, do you have any say in this? The short, stout man glared at Fetty. Going to Bailon planet would be beneath the status of a direct descendant. No matter what, Fetty would not support Gao Xiang going to Bailon planet. Bailon planet was located on the edge of the Yinlan Empire, covered in ice and snow all year round, with thin cosmic energy, making it very unsuitable for him to cultivate. Tell me, why should he go to Bailon planet? The short, stout man said, Bailon planet is an important cargo storage station for the Yinlan Empire. It's not difficult to manage, you can just sit back and collect rent, which is very suitable for Gao Xiang, who wants to focus on his efforts to cultivate. That makes sense. The clan chief nodded slightly. Clan chief, I think Gao Xiang can go to Yinlan planet. I believe he can become a qualified manager. Fetty did not want Gao Xiang to go to Bailon planet. In his eyes, Gao Xiang should at least go to a prosperous planet like Yinlan planet. The more prosperous the planet where one manages, the more benefits one gains, which in turn provides more money to purchase resources to help him cultivate. Just then, Fetty's light brain assistant received a message. Grandpa Fetty, I have reached the entry level. Clan Chief. Learning of Gao Xiang's breakthrough, Fetty's face showed joy. Just now, Gao Xiang has reached the entry level of Rushing Thunder. Such a coincidence. The short, stout man found it unbelievable, but he quickly added, if he had reached the entry level yesterday, he could continue to enjoy the family's resources to help him cultivate, but now. He didn't finish his sentence, instead looking at his father, the current clan chief of the family. The Carroll family's rules had always been very strict. Since the old ancestor founded the Carroll family, no one had dared to violate the family rules casually. Although the breakthrough was a day late, his talent is barely acceptable. It is worth the family continuing to nurture him for 10 years. If he cannot reach perfection in the first level of Rushing Thunder, after 10 years, then it won't be too late to manage the family's industries. Father. Hearing the clan chief's decision, the short, stout man became somewhat dissatisfied. Our Carroll family has always had a rule: if one cannot reach the entry level of Rushing Thunder before turning 30, one cannot continue to enjoy the family's resources to help him cultivate. The family does have this rule, but Gao Xiang's father died young, and he sacrificed himself for our family. Giving him 10 more years of resources to help him cultivate can be considered compensation for his father. The clan chief is wise. Hearing the clan chief's decision, Fetty couldn't help but exclaim, "But father, by doing this, you are violating the family rules." The short, stout man remained relentless. "I will report this to the old ancestor personally later, so you don't need to worry about it." Fetty walked out of the palace, feeling refreshed and in high spirits. Gao Xiang, enter the virtual universe immediately, I have something to tell you. He immediately sent a virtual universe message to Gao Xiang. The virtual universe, located in an area on Black Dragon Mountain Island. There were only Fetty and Gao Xiang in the private room. Grandpa Clan Chief actually let me stay on Qiulong planet and is even willing to provide me with 10 years of resources to help me cultivate. The Carroll family's rules were strict, and since the family was founded, there had never been an exception like Gao Xiang. Actually, this is not strange at all. Compared to Gao Xiang, Fetty, who was standing to the side, did not feel surprised. Why? If your father hadn't sacrificed himself back then, the next clan chief of our Carroll family would definitely have been your father. Chapter 3, Psyker Master, Martial Artist Dual Cultivation. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "You must remember to be on guard against your uncle in the future. You do not need to know anything else." Okay. Gao Xiang did not ask further. Since he was young, he had a bad impression of his chubby uncle. Whenever that person saw him, he would stare with a cold gaze, as if it were a sharp blade ready to stab into his heart at any moment. While the two were conversing in the virtual universe, in another part of the virtual universe, 2 other people were also talking. Father. A chubby youth looked at the chubby middle-aged man. The two looked very similar in appearance and build, one big and one small. My son, just a moment ago, your cousin entered the planetary level 3 and attained entry-level mastery of Rushing Thunder. Entry-level mastery of Rushing Thunder is an extremely formidable movement technique. Father, I understand. The chubby youth was very calm, without any emotional fluctuations. He was currently a planetary level 4 expert, the most dazzling member of the younger generation of the entire family, and was highly regarded by the clan chief. Even that high and mighty old ancestor had personally guided him twice. Thinking of the old ancestor sitting on the throne, whose true face could not be seen, only a dark shadow, a burning fire rose in the chubby youth's heart. The old ancestor was a legendary universe rank 9 expert, one of the top experts on the entire Qiulong planet, and even more so, the god of the entire Carroll family. The chubby youth had taken the old ancestor as his role model since he was young, with the goal of entering the universe rank. Aren't you afraid that the kid will catch up to you from behind? Gao Xiang's father was a top genius of the Carroll family, and his mother was also a talented expert. Logically speaking, Gao Xiang's talent shouldn't be too far off. What is there to be afraid of? The chubby youth scoffed. He had entered planetary level 4 early on and was the recognized number 1 of the younger generation in the Carroll family. The old ancestor's evaluation of him was, there is a successor. These simple 4 words were an acknowledgement of his talent and strength. It's a pity, if he goes to Bylon planet, we could find an opportunity to kill him. It's fine if he isn't killed, just let him continue to live like a dog. He won't pose any threat to us in the future. The chubby youth didn't care about whether Gao Xiang lived or died. Fine, let him continue to live like a dog. The chubby middle-aged man temporarily dismissed the idea of killing Gao Xiang. After the father and son chatted for a while, the chubby middle-aged man took out a set of items from his storage ring. White diamond-shaped crystals floated in the air, arranged neatly, totaling 100 pieces, exactly 1 set. In the virtual universe space, the scent of the white diamond-shaped crystals was simulated. It was a faint rice aroma. With these wood bud crystals, surely your cloud-caressing vine will be able to level up quite a few times. Enough. More than enough. Gao Xiang now had a daily increase in comprehension ability. It wouldn't take long for his comprehension ability to surpass his chubby cousin. Increasing his comprehension ability by 1 point wasn't much, but the advantage was that he gained it every day. Experts in the swallowed star universe could easily live for tens or hundreds of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. By then, his comprehension ability would become incomparably powerful and continue to improve with time. Gao Xiang consumed the day's cultivate resources, converting them into his own genetic energy. The genetic energy that the cells in his body could absorb reached their saturation point for the day, and they could no longer absorb any more. Gao Xiang had to stop and began to observe the fire tinder in his sea of consciousness. Nowadays, observing the fire tinder in his sea of consciousness had become a mandatory part of Gao Xiang's daily cultivate. After a day, Gao Xiang's head began to throb with pain, just like yesterday. But very quickly, this feeling disappeared. Following it, Gao Xiang gained a special sensation. He looked at a metal cup placed on the table in front of the training room. He had a subconscious urge that he could make the cup fly. Rise. Gao Xiang flicked 2 fingers. Da 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 da. The metal cup did not fly up, but instead vibrated on the table, as if an invisible string was pulling and controlling it. Try again. Gao Xiang was not discouraged, on the contrary, he was very excited. If once didn't work, then twice, then many times. Rise. Gao Xiang flicked his 2 fingers again. Da 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 da. The metal cup vibrated again. The vibration didn't last long before the metal cup slowly rose. It was a success. With this, Gao Xiang became a Psyker Master. The vast majority of planetary-level experts could become a Psyker Master after practicing for a period of time. But those who were suitable for the path of a Psyker Master had already shown it back at the apprentice level. There was no distinction of superiority or inferiority between a Psyker Master and a martial artist. One should choose whichever path suited them. Gao Xiang, do you have any questions? As an astral rank 8 expert, Fedi was very good at teaching. I happen to have a question now, and I asked teacher Fedi to clear up my confusion. Gao Xiang's speed of cultivate this month had surpassed any previous time. He faintly felt that it wouldn't take a year for him to reach a breakthrough to planetary level 4. By then, he would be able to stand on the same starting line as his chubby cousin. Chapter 4, Cultivating Cloud-Caressing Vine Seeds. Under the same realm, a Psyker Master's combat power is a notch stronger than a martial artist's. The methods of a Psyker Master are unpredictable and eerie. They can control multiple psychic weapons simultaneously or display them in various forms. When a real fight breaks out, they are impossible to guard against. If one can practice dual cultivation as both a Psyker Master and a martial artist, it can achieve an effect where 1 + 1 greater than 2. In the original story, the protagonist Luo Feng is a dual cultivation expert. Lyle and Molly both walk the path of martial artists, and they are currently both planetary level 4 experts. If I want to stand out among the younger generation of the family, walking the path of a controller is an excellent method. Blindly hiding one's strength and playing it safe to develop is the most foolish decision for someone like him, a direct descendant of a major family on Qiulong planet. Gao Xiang gently waved his hand, and his small spatial ring opened a spatial passage, releasing the items inside. A vast array of treasures appeared before him. For a little guy at the planetary level, a small spatial ring is an extremely luxurious item. Gao Xiang is a direct descendant of the Carroll family and is qualified to possess a small spatial ring. Floating before Gao Xiang were wood bud crystals emitting a faint scent of rice, as well as an exotic, green, mercury-like liquid that faintly shimmered with strange light, the bibo marrow. Bibo marrow is in a liquid state, obtained by refining the essence of bibo fruit. It is a top-tier cultivation resource exclusive to the planetary level. The market value of 1 gram of bibo marrow is 9,000 black dragon coins. Behind 1 gram of bibo marrow lie tens of thousands of bibo fruits. One can only imagine how many planetary-level individuals have lost their lives trying to harvest them. The bottle in front of Gao Xiang contained a full 100 kilograms of bibo marrow. A planetary-level individual without a background could never earn even 1 kilogram of bibo marrow in their entire life. This time, the family gave Gao Xiang 10 years' worth of cultivation resources all at once. 10 kilograms of bibo marrow per year, which makes 100 kilograms for 10 years. There were a full 5 sets of wood bud crystals. One set of wood bud crystals contains 100 pieces. The market value of one wood bud crystal is 1 million black dragon coins. The total value of the wood bud crystals in front of Gao Xiang reached 500 million black dragon coins. Although the Carroll family is a major family that has operated in the Black Dragon Empire star domain for tens of thousands of years, there are several geniuses that the family needs to nurture. Not only is there the youngest generation genius like Lyle, but there is also the older generation genius like Feng Tang Carroll. The Carroll family supports 3 non-producing planetary-level youngsters at the same time. On average, the resources spent per year are not even 1/5 of the resources required to support a genius like Feng Tang Carroll. The resources required for astral rank cultivation are an astronomical figure. With these cultivation resources, I should be able to reach planetary level 9. Bibo marrow can only improve physical body strength, it cannot improve psychic power. To improve psychic power, one can use wood bud crystals. But if one were to use wood bud crystals to improve psychic power, these 5 sets of wood bud crystals would be far from enough. Wood bud crystals can not only be used to improve strength, but they can also be used to cultivate cloud-caressing vines. His short and chubby cousin, Lyle, has a cloud-caressing vine, which is known to everyone in the entire Carroll family. With the care of his wealthy father, Meng Tuo, just as he stepped into the planetary level and on the very day of his coming-of-age ceremony, he was directly gifted a cloud-caressing vine seedling by Meng Tuo. A single cloud-caressing vine seedling is worth 100 billion black dragon coins. Gao Xiang did not have such good luck, nor did he have such a wealthy father. For his coming-of-age ceremony, he only received the standard coming-of-age gift for a direct descendant of the family. With a thought, 10 emerald green seeds flew out of his spatial ring. They were 10 cloud-caressing vine seeds. These 10 cloud-caressing vine seeds were bought by Gao Xiang at the Carroll trading firm. The price of 1 cloud-caressing vine seed is 1 million black dragon coins, but Gao Xiang only needed to pay the internal price to purchase them. With a 20% discount, it cost a total of 8 million black dragon coins. The cloud-caressing vine is an extremely rare plant-based life form with powerful defensive capabilities. It can wrap around the entire body and serve as battle armor. At the same time, it can extend tentacles to control opponents and restrict their reactions. Furthermore, the tentacles can also be used for offense, making them quite good as a means of attack. Gao Xiang did not have a ready-made cloud-caressing vine seedling, so he would cultivate one himself. The germination rate of a normal cloud-caressing vine seed is less than 1%, usually around 0.05%. If treasure assistance is used, the probability of germination can be greatly increased. For example, using lock divine water can increase the germination probability of cloud-caressing vine seeds to 100%. But what is lock divine water? That is a rare resource that even an undying spiritual god would go crazy for. Using it to cultivate cloud-caressing vine seedlings is simply a waste of heaven's gifts. A slightly lesser option is using lan K fruit. But lan K fruit is also not something that Gao Xiang can afford at the moment. One set of lan K fruit, which is 100 lan K fruits, is priced at 100 billion universe coins. That is universe coins, not black dragon coins. When Gao Xiang originally purchased the cloud-caressing vine seeds, he was kindly reminded by the shop assistant not to feed them wood bud crystals and life essence after buying them, otherwise it would be a waste of heaven's gifts. If one wants the cloud-caressing vine seeds to germinate, the best choice is to use life essence and wood bud crystals in a ratio of 1:3. The more life essence and wood bud crystals invested, the higher the probability of germination, but the maximum probability cannot exceed 10%. The shop assistant also kindly reminded him that to get the probability close to 10%, the cost for one seed would be approximately 4 billion black dragon coins. Therefore, for merchants to cultivate cloud-caressing vine seeds is an extremely high-risk investment. If one is unlucky, selling a cloud-caressing vine seedling for 100 billion black dragon coins might still result in a loss. Since Gao Xiang wants to cultivate cloud-caressing vine seedlings, he has no choice but to settle for the next best thing. Chapter 5, The Powerful Weedy Family. The only treasures he could use right now were the wood bud crystal and life essence. The 10 years of cultivate resources given to him by the family added up to approximately 1.4 billion black dragon coins. Even if Gao Xiang invested all of his 10 years of cultivate resources into nurturing the cloud-caressing vine, he still could not raise the success rate of cultivating a single cloud-caressing vine seed to 10%. Poor, he was truly too poor. Gao Xiang decided to just honestly cultivate for now. With a thought, he stored all the treasures before him into his space ring, leaving only one wood bud crystal behind. Less than a minute later, Gao Xiang had absorbed one wood bud crystal. He could clearly feel that the Psyker Master energy in his sea of consciousness had reached saturation and was in a state where it could overflow at any moment. What Gao Xiang needed to do now was to become a planetary-level Psyker Master as soon as possible. The Carroll family had collected quite a few secret techniques, among which were secret techniques for Psyker Masters. 9-9 Soul Tempering was the best secret technique the Carroll family had collected for an apprentice-level Psyker Master to achieve a breakthrough to planetary level. 9-9 Soul Tempering was a very rare Psyker Master secret technique, obtained by the old ancestor by chance. For the past 2 days, Gao Xiang had been contemplating the fire tinder in his sea of consciousness. After contemplating for several hours, his head began to ache faintly, and he could not continue. When he woke up the next day, Gao Xiang discovered that his body had undergone some slight changes. Gao Xiang guessed that both his consciousness and Psyker Master energy might have received a slight boost. In other words, it was highly likely that his brain region width had also increased. However, this was merely Gao Zhang's conjecture. The Carroll family had a rule that those who reached a brain region width of 12 while at the apprentice level would be required to become controllers, which is to say, Psyker Masters. When Gao Xiang was tested back then, his brain region width was only 10. Currently, the person with the highest brain region width in the entire family was the top genius of the previous generation, Feng Tang Carroll, who had reached an astonishing 15. Feng Tang was highly valued by the old ancestor and taken as a personal disciple, receiving abundant resources for cultivation. Now, he had reached the second stage of astral rank as both a martial artist and a Psyker Master. It seems I also need to find an opportunity to test my brain region width. Brain region width testers were not rare items, the Carroll family had quite a few. However, if he went to test rashly, the results would soon be known by the clansmen responsible for guarding the instruments in the family. Once Gao Zhang's brain region width increased significantly in a short period, it would likely attract the attention of his clansmen, and it would be hard to avoid causing a heap of trouble then. Gao Xiang thought of one person, Grandpa Fetty. Gao Xiang spent half a year, and contemplating the fire tinder no longer caused him any discomfort. Under the control of his Psyker Master energy, a fiery red long blade appeared before him. This standard long blade was a first-order force weapon, a gift from Grandpa Fetty when Gao Xiang achieved his breakthrough to planetary-level martial artist back then. Its market price was 5 million black dragon coins, which was considered very expensive among first-order force weapons. Force weapons could be used as psychokinesis weapons, but they could not achieve the effect of psychokinesis amplitude. However, for Gao Xiang, who was merely an apprentice-level Psyker Master, it was already sufficient. Swish, swish, swish. Under the control of Gao Xiang's Psyker Master energy, the first-order force long blade quickly broke the speed of sound, reaching several times the speed of sound. Controlling the speed of psychokinesis weapons was only one metric for evaluating a Psyker Master. There was also precision. A red string, only as thick as a strand of hair, appeared before Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang closed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. He was already confident. The time to test his results had arrived. Swish, swish, swish. Within the afterimages, under the control of his Psyker Master energy, the first-order force weapon slashed 999 times in less than a second. After the afterimages disappeared, the red string that had just been intact instantly transformed into red snowflakes dancing all over the sky. Gao Xiang raised his hand, the red snowflakes covered his palm, staining it a dazzling red. He had reached the limit of an apprentice-level Psyker Master. To progress further, he had to achieve a breakthrough to planetary-level Psyker Master. Inside a manor that was 7 kilometers long and wide, located on the west coast of the turbulent star sea on Qiulong planet, Gao Xiang met with Fedi. Although the area of Fedi's manor was far inferior to the old ancestor's palace, a length and width of 7 kilometers was still a very luxurious existence on the land-scarce Qiulong planet. Especially the villas on the coast of the turbulent star sea, where the elemental aura was extremely rich, their prices had already been bid up to the sky. Fedi was the Gao family's #1 instructor. Although he had not yet achieved a breakthrough to universe rank, he was very skilled at teaching students. The Gao family's current #1 genius, Feng Tang, was Fedi's prize student. Fedi not only taught the disciples of his own family but also taught the disciples of other families on Qiulong planet. For example, Pengte Weidi. Pengte was a direct descendant of the Weidi family, one of the top families in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The Weidi family's strength far exceeded that of the Gao family, with a legendary world lord powerhouse holding down the fort, and the number of universe rank powerhouses in the family exceeded 3 digits. The Nuolanshan family, which was so powerful in the early stages of the original work that it made Luo Feng not want to share a room with Xu Xin at night, was merely a drizzle in front of the Weidi family. Chapter 6, Brain Domain Breadth. Meng Tuo had once approached Fedi, wanting Fedi to be Lyle's teacher, but was ruthlessly rejected by Fedi. Fedi's actions successfully offended Meng Tuo. This also caused Lyle to harbor a grudge against him. Meng Tuo even told his father, the clan chief, about Fedi's decision to refuse to be Lyle's teacher. The clan chief and Fedi were of the same generation. Although he was the clan chief, he had no authority over Fedi, let alone the right to blame him. The clan chief merely tried to persuade Fedi. But in the end, Fedi still refused to be Lyle's teacher. Still not giving up, Meng Tuo reported the matter to the old ancestor. Upon learning of this, the old ancestor didn't say much, only stating that he respected Fedi's decision and had Lyle apprentice under another mentor of the family. Greetings, Grandpa Fedi. You seem to be a bit different somehow. Having been a mentor for many years, Fedi possessed extraordinary observational skills and quickly noticed that Gao Xiang was a bit different. But he couldn't put his finger on exactly what was different. Grandpa Fedi, is there any result regarding the matter I asked you to look into? I have already inquired with Pante Weidi. And the result? Pante specifically asked the elder in charge of the household registration in the Weidi family, and the elder said there is no kid named Gao Xiang in the entire Weidi family. What about an adult, then? Rest assured, I made a specific inquiry. Whether it's a kid, an adult, or even someone who has already passed away, there is no one named Gao Xiang. Oh, Gao Xiang immediately became dejected. In this timeline, Gao Xiang Weidi hadn't been born yet, so Luo Feng must not have been born either. Although Gao Xiang Weidi was not yet born, the Nuolanshan family had already appeared. You didn't come to visit me today just to ask about Gao Xiang, did you? Of course not. Asking about Gao Xiang was just on the way. Tell me, which aspect of your cultivate have you run into problems with? Fedi treated Gao Xiang no differently than his own son, answering every question, being always available, and holding nothing back. I want to test my brain domain breadth. Why test that? I might have recently activated the inherited genes of my father and mother. so my progress in the path of the Psyker Master has been rapid. Gao Xiang made up a random excuse. With a thought, the long blade on his back immediately floated up. The long blade seemed to have grown wings and a mind of its own, beginning to brandish in the air. During this half-month, Gao Xiang had cultivated an apprentice-level Psyker Master secret technique. By now, he had already mastered this secret technique to perfection. Gao Xiang used the long blade to perform the highest level of this secret technique. What is going on here? Fetty quickly went from his previous life chi state to an expression of disbelief. Gao Xiang's control over his spiritual force was a highly outstanding existence among the 9th level of the apprentice stage. Back then, Feng Tang's control ability was probably only at this level. Feng Tang was a student personally taught by Fetty, who knew the latter's control ability inside out. The Psyker Master secret technique that Gao Xiang had just performed was the exact same one that Feng Tang had learned back then. Chapter 7, Brain Domain Width 20. And as for proficiency, if Fetty hadn't miscalculated, the other party had at most studied to be a Psyker Master for half a month. To have such powerful control in just a mere half a month. Fetty was skeptical. He knew that Gao Xiang becoming a 9th stage apprentice Psyker Master in such a short time relied on woodbud crystals. Going from a 1st stage apprentice Psyker Master to the 9th stage cost less than 10 woodbud crystals, so the total cost wasn't too high and was still bearable. But to go from a 1st stage planetary level Psyker Master to the 9th stage, or even breakthrough to the astral rank, the woodbud crystals required would increase by more than 100-fold. Lastly, brain domain width was also a key factor in determining control. Could it be that his brain domain width had increased? After a comprehensive analysis, Fetty's intuition told him that Gao Xiang's brain domain width might have reached around 20. Back then, Feng Tang's brain domain width was 15. Feng Tang was a natural Psyker Master. Once the old ancestor learned of his brain domain width, he was quickly granted an audience with the old ancestor. The old ancestor highly valued Feng Tang and even told him personally that if he had any questions regarding his cultivation, he could seek him out at any time. An opportunity to meet the old ancestor at any time was not something just anyone could have. In the entire Carroll family, only the clan chief and those few top administrators of the family were qualified. Gulp. Asterisk. Fetty's Adam's apple bobbed. His intuition told him that Gao Xiang's brain domain width might have reached around 15. But his rationality told him that something must have gone wrong. Brain domain width was absolutely impossible to increase. I'm going to get the device to test it right now. A minute passed, and when Fetty reappeared in front of Gao Xiang, a dome-like device had appeared in his hands. Sit properly, don't move, and absolutely do not use your spiritual force to resist. The dome-like device was placed on Gao Xiang's head, completely enveloping it. The device started up, the display screen lit up with a red light, and at the same time, it emitted beeping sounds. Numbers appeared on the display screen. 0, 1, 2. The numbers were increasing. When the number on the display screen reached 10, Fetty held his breath. To his surprise, he found that the number on the display screen was still rising. 11, 12, 13, 19, 20. The number stopped changing, finally freezing at 20. In other words, Gao Xiang's brain domain width had now reached an astonishing 20. Our Carroll family has produced another Psyker Master genius. The excitement did not last long, and Fetty's old face quickly tensed up. This scene startled Gao Xiang, who was also excited. Grandpa Fetty, what's wrong? This situation is highly irrational and unheard of. The matter of your brain domain width increasing must be kept a secret. You cannot tell anyone, not even the high and mighty old ancestor. From now on, you only need to devote yourself entirely to the path of a Psyker Master. As for the path of a martial artist, you might as well abandon it. At the same realm, a Psyker Master is much more sought after than a martial artist. Remember. Fetty paused and continued, before you enter the astral rank as a Psyker Master, you must not let a second person in reality know about your Psyker Master methods, unless it is during a confidential trial in the virtual universe. Grandpa Fetty, go ahead. What about after I reach the astral rank? Gao Xiang was a transmigrator. He had always had a dream. In the past, he felt that this dream was extremely distant. But now, he had decided that he must strive for it. He wanted to participate in the all-universe human genius competition held once every 5,000 years. He wanted to join the peak human forces like the Virtual Universe Corporation and the Great Axe Battleground. At the very least, he had to join the Ganwu secret realm. Once you reach the astral rank, I will take you to visit some relatively dangerous places in Black Dragon Mountain. You don't actually have to go adventuring. When you return, you can naturally reveal your true strength. Gao Xiang nodded. But, Grandpa Fetty. Gao Xiang believed that Grandpa Fetty had considered every single detail. But there was one suggestion he probably couldn't follow. Tell me, I don't want to give up the path of a martial artist. There was no superior or inferior distinction between a martial artist and a psyker master. A psyker master had a higher starting requirement and consumed more cultivation resources. Fetty nodded. He understood Gao Xiang's thoughts. 1 + 1 greater than 2. Feng Teng took the path of dual cultivation as both a psyker master and a martial artist. With the entire family backing him, and his dual cultivation receiving strong support from the old ancestor, he naturally had immense confidence. Take this. A ring suddenly appeared in front of Fetty. The owner's imprint on the ring had already disappeared, it was now an unclaimed spatial ring. Grandpa Fetty, what are you doing? Even thinking with his toes, Gao Xiang knew that it was absolutely filled with cultivation resources. These are my life savings, enough to support your dual cultivation and breakthrough to the astral rank. As for above the astral rank, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you much. Thud. Asterisk. Gao Xiang, who was standing just a moment ago, was now kneeling in front of Fetty. Gao Xiang had no parents since childhood and had no one to rely on in the family. Although he held the status of a direct descendant, without Fetty's constant care along the way, he would have probably been stripped of his treatment as a direct descendant. Gao Xiang was very grateful to the family. A family with a universe rank powerhouse in charge indeed had a solid foundation. As long as your talent was sufficient, the family could back you up before you reached the universe rank. In this regard, he was much luckier than Luo Feng. Without the need to fight and kill, he could cultivate in peace. Before the genius competition ended, he didn't even need to leave the Black Dragon Mountain Star domain. However, the one Gao Xiang should be most grateful to was Grandpa Fetty. In Gao Xiang's eyes, Fetty's importance had already far surpassed anyone else in the family, he was his only close relative now. Chapter 8. Psyker Amplitude. Gao Xiang began to kowtow. After finishing the 3 kowtows, he did not stand up immediately. Get up, child. You really are exactly like your father was back in the day. Fetty saw the shadow of his father in Gao Xiang. Both were people who were extremely hardworking, incredibly resilient, and possessed exceptional talent. In Gao Xiang's own living quarters, a ring appeared in his hand. It was the ownerless space ring that Fetty had gifted him. The space inside the ring was not large, it belonged to the cheapest type of space ring. However, even for the cheapest ring, its price was still an astronomical figure for an astral rank. The Carroll family attached great importance to their descendants. Every direct descendant would be issued a space ring, even if they were only at the planetary level. After completing the master binding process, Gao Xiang discovered that the small space ring was actually filled with various cultivate resources. Gao Xiang estimated that the total value of these cultivate resources was close to 6 billion black dragon coins. Apart from the cultivate resources, there were also 2 weapons. One was a golden disc, one look was enough to know it was a weapon for a psyker master. The other was a blazing blade. Sandus, help me scan these 2 weapons. Gao Xiang ordered his intelligent assistant to scan the 2 weapons in front of him. The Carroll family had a commercial firm that sold weapons and cultivate resources. As a direct descendant, Gao Xiang's intelligent assistant had the authorization to access the commercial firm's product database. If both weapons were in the commercial firm's database, then he would soon be able to learn the specific information about these 2 weapons. Master, both of these weapons are very expensive. An ordinary planetary level could never afford them in their entire lifetime. The Golden Disc is a Tier 2 top-grade psyker weapon that can be used at the peak of the planetary level. It can unleash its second form once the psyker amplitude reaches 18. Our commercial firm lists it at 6.5 billion black dragon coins. The Blazing Blade is a Tier 2 top-grade force weapon that comes with the effect of the Law of Fire. It is the most top-grade existence among blazing blades. Our commercial firm lists it at 2.5 billion black dragon coins. The Golden Disc and the Blazing Blade were not unique weapons, so there were quite a few weapons with the same names on the market. Different forging techniques would lead to large differences in the weapon's grade and effect, so the prices would also vary greatly. Gao Xiang's two weapons were both the most top-grade existences among their respective types. Although they were both Tier 2, they could be used at the peak of the planetary level. Thank you, Grandpa Fetty. Gao Xiang guessed that in order to produce these treasures, Fetty might have completely emptied out his savings. From now on, it would depend on Gao Xiang's performance. Half a month after Fetty bestowed a massive amount of resources upon Gao Xiang, Gao Xiang went to find Fetty once again. After his brain domain width reached 20, Gao Xiang did not stop contemplating the fire tinder in his sea of consciousness. He wanted to continue contemplating it for another half a month to see if his brain domain width could still increase. Your brain domain width is still 20. Although Fetty did not understand why Gao Xiang wanted to retest, he still allowed Gao Xiang to demonstrate the Psyker Master's secret technique once. In just half a month, Gao Xiang's control ability had improved significantly once again. Now, Gao Xiang's control ability had far surpassed that of Feng Tang in the past. He was undoubtedly the Gao family's #1 Psyker Master prodigy. This was mainly due to the improvement in his proficiency in controlling Psyker energy over the past half-month. Upon learning that his brain domain width remained at 20, Gao Xiang felt slightly disappointed. 20 was indeed very high, but Gao Xiang's appetite had also risen with the tide after obtaining his golden finger. Since you can no longer advance at your current stage as a Psyker Master, then hurry up and make your breakthrough. Fetty discovered that over this past month, Gao Xiang's martial artist realm had not improved much and was currently at the middle stage of the planetary level Tier 3. He guessed that Gao Xiang must have spent most of his time and energy on improving as a Psyker Master. Alright, Grandpa Fetty. Don't go anywhere else, just make your breakthrough right here. After Fetty finished speaking, without waiting for Gao Xiang to agree, he had already walked out of the cultivate room. Alright. Gao Xiang immediately sat cross-legged. His consciousness and Psyker energy had already reached their current limit. Next, he just needed to wait for the breakthrough. If it was fast, he might break through in the next second. If it was slow, he might have to wait for several decades, or even several centuries. 9-9 Soul Tempering was an excellent secret technique for tempering consciousness. 9-9 Soul Tempering was divided into 80 steps in total, and each step had to be completed consecutively, so there could be no pausing in between. Once paused, all previous efforts would be wasted, and one would have to start all over again. The 9-9 Soul Tempering clearly recorded that the time for each step of soul tempering was approximately 1.5 hours, and a full set of the soul tempering process would take a little over 5 days. 5 days passed, and Gao Xiang opened his eyes. The process of 9-9 Soul Tempering went very smoothly. It was not as difficult as it had been for Luo Feng back then. It seems you have already become a planetary-level Psyker Master. Fetty had been standing outside the cultivate room the entire time, constantly keeping an eye on Gao Xiang's movements. 9-9 Soul Tempering was not dangerous. The difficulty lay in not being able to stop in the middle, otherwise one would have to start all over again. I succeeded. Chapter 9 Report Simplified. After Fetty watched Gao Xiang leave the manor, he immediately set off for the clan chief's residence. The clan chief had long issued an order that once Gao Xiang's strength showed a significant change, he must report it to him immediately. The clan chief had his back to Fetty. Fetty told the clan chief about Gao Xiang's cultivation progress over the past month. However, he concealed the secret of the increase in Gao Xiang's brain region width. I already have a good training plan. I trust you. Feel free to proceed. As long as Gao Xiang can reach the astral rank within 100 years, I will put in a good word for him before the old ancestor. Good. With the clan chief's support, Fetty was in a very good mood. Gao Xiang, who was absorbing a wood bud crystal, suddenly opened his eyes. Before cultivating, he had already ordered his intelligent assistant, Sandus, to temporarily block all messages from anyone except Grandpa Fetty, and to notify him only after he stopped cultivating. He had just achieved a breakthrough to a planetary-level Psyker Master, and the mental power in his sea of consciousness was depleted and in urgent need of replenishment. If he did not use treasures to replenish the depleted mental power in his sea of consciousness and instead adopted the most primitive method, absorbing surrounding universe energy and converting it into mental power, the mental power ocean in Gao Xiang's sea of consciousness would take at least 1 to 2 years to fill up. Simply put, after his breakthrough, he would need 1 to 2 years to consolidate the foundation of a first-rank planetary-level Psyker Master. When Gao Xiang opened his eyes, the mental power ocean in his sea of consciousness was already full, and he opened his ears to hear Sandus say, "Master, Grandpa Fetty just sent an email. The content is..." The email contained a detailed record of Gao Xiang's latest cultivation plan. Gao Xiang's previous cultivation plan had to be readjusted because he decided to pursue dual cultivation. The cultivation plan explicitly required that the process of Gao Xiang's energy accumulation must rely entirely on treasures, and he was forbidden from relying on absorbing universe energy himself to increase his accumulation. Simply put, it was to let Gao Xiang rely on treasures to rise all the way to the 9th rank of the planetary level. Therefore, Gao Xiang would have a large amount of time to hone his will. Nowadays, there are many courses that Gao Xiang needs to cultivate. The Blazing Blade Supporting Secret Technique, Blazing Flame, the Golden Disc Supporting Secret Technique, Golden Disc, the Killing Field Decisive Battle Space, and 9-9 Soul Tempering. Cultivating secret techniques and the Killing Field Decisive Battle Space can both improve consciousness. They are Carol's favorite methods for improving willpower. However, there is another method that improves willpower even faster. That is life and death combat. The life and death combat here does not take place in the virtual universe, but rather real-life do-or-die battles. For example, participating in great axe martial arts tournaments and engaging in life and death battles. Or going on adventures in the wilderness to hunt monsters. Chapter 10, Great Dragon Empire. However, both of these plans were rejected by Fetty. True life and death training: if you die, you are really dead. Fetty could not bear to let Gao Xiang die. Fetty had very strict requirements for Gao Xiang's cultivation. Within 100 years, the secret technique Flame must reach the 2nd level, the secret technique Golden Disc must reach the 2nd level, the Killing Field Decisive Battle Space must reach a 4-star rating, and he must complete the 9-9 Soul Tempering at least once every month. Gao Xiang stared at Fetty's cultivation plan for a long while, then rubbed his forehead and couldn't help but laugh. In the past, before he obtained his golden finger, Fetty's martial artist plan would have been an almost impossible chasm for him to cross. But now, Gao Xiang was fully confident. Gao Xiang also had his own plan. He could increase his comprehension ability by a little every day. It might not seem like much, but after 100 years, that would be over 30,000 points of comprehension ability. By then, his comprehension ability would likely be several times what it was now. Therefore, Gao Xiang decided to use almost all of his energy to increase his own power, striving to reach the 9th stage of dual cultivation at the planetary level as soon as possible. As for practicing secret techniques and the killing field, he would wait until he reached the 9th stage of the planetary level. As for the 9-9 soul tempering, he only needed to complete the minimum requirements set by Grandpa Fetty. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Gao Xiang was now 35 years old. For Gao Xiang, who had a lifespan of 1,000 years, 35 years was just a very fleeting moment in his life. Gao Xiang opened his eyes, and the message from his smart assistant Sandus reached his ears. "Master, something terrible has happened. Speak." Gao Xiang was not affected by Sandus's anxiety. The 9-9 soul tempering had done wonders for improving his state of mind. Over these 5 years, although he had not practiced other secret techniques, his will had still reached the level of the 6th stage of the planetary level under the tempering of the 9-9 soul tempering. The energy accumulation within his body, both as a martial artist and a psyker master, had already reached an astonishing 8th stage. Gao Xiang was now a planetary-level 8th stage martial artist and psyker master. His peer, Lyle, was now at the 7th stage of the planetary level, and Molly was at the 6th stage of the planetary level. Although Gao Xiang's realm had already surpassed Lyle and Molly, in reality, Gao Xiang had recently been the subject of great controversy throughout the entire Carroll family. What determined planetary level strength was mainly combat skills, secret techniques, will, realm stages, and so on. Gao Xiang's combat skills, secret techniques, and will were far behind both Lyle and Molly. Especially Lyle, who had already learned the 2nd stage of the Tier 2 force weapon, reached 4 stars in the killing field decisive battle space, and had even tempered his will to the level of the 8th stage of the planetary level. Simply put, the current Lyle could kill Gao Xiang with a single move. Sandus's voice sounded like an anxious little girl. The Carroll family is holding a family meeting, and there are already family disciples gossiping in private, saying that the elders have submitted a proposal to revoke Master's key cultivation treatment. The Carroll family held a family meeting every year, usually presided over by the clan chief, with the old ancestor occasionally appearing. Starting last year, Lyle's father, Meng Tuo, learned that Gao Xiang had been blindly pushing for the 9th stage of dual cultivation at the planetary level all these years, neglecting to improve his combat ability, and began to say things in the family that were very unfavorable to Gao Xiang. Meng Tuo's reasoning was that although Gao Xiang was already at the 8th stage of the planetary level and was a dual cultivation practitioner, he was all show and no substance. His actual combat power was likely not as good as a 5th stage planetary level, especially in the path of a psyker master, which was likely not even as good as a 3rd stage planetary level. Therefore, over the past year, the reputation of Gao Xiang throughout the entire family had been very poor, with people considering Gao Xiang to be a flower vase. Gao Xiang and Fetty both knew exactly why Meng Tuo was doing this. 100 years later, once Gao Xiang, Lyle, Molly, and others broke through to the astral rank, the resources required to continue improving their strength would still be a huge expense for a universe rank family. The old ancestor would only choose one disciple from the 3 of them who was most worth cultivating. The other 2 were destined to rely on themselves for all future cultivation resources and would also have to participate in the operation of family businesses. They would even have to compete with the older generation genius, Feng Tang. Let them say whatever they want. Gao Xiang did not care about these bad rumors. Initially, Fetty had also not supported Gao Zhang's approach, believing that Gao Xiang should improve steadily and not just focus on leveling up. This year, Fetty had withstood the pressure from the family elders and had supported Gao Zhang's approach from beginning to end. Meanwhile, in the Carroll family assembly hall, clan leader Fengdi sat in the main seat, with the family elders and high-level members on both sides. Meng Tuo coldly glanced at Fetty opposite him, then said to clan leader Fengdi, "Clan chief father, you have seen it these past 5 years, haven't you? Gao Xiang is eager for success and wants to prove himself, futilely wasting a large amount of our family's resources." The clan chief had many grandsons and granddaughters, among whom Gao Xiang, Lyle, and Molly were his own biological offspring. Feng Tang was also of direct descent. In the future, the position of clan chief could only be chosen from among the 4 of them. The clan chief's idea was to select and cultivate one family descendant, preferably one who could reach the level of the old ancestor, or even surpass the old ancestor to become a high and mighty domain lord. Meng Tuo, stop spouting nonsense. Fetty couldn't help but speak up. All the resources for Gao Zhang's psyker master cultivation were provided by me, they did not use any family resources. Meng Tuo was completely talking nonsense, deliberately distorting the facts. He stubbornly said, "The resources required to practice as a psyker master far exceed those for a martial artist, especially since my nephew only has a brain domain width of a mere 10. 9 times out of 10, he must be using the martial artist's resources to fill the void for the psyker master. The stronger the talent, the higher the energy conversion rate, and the fewer resources required for cultivation. For a psyker master with a brain domain width of only 10, continuing to practice as a psyker master was simply squandering natural gifts and wasting time. I think Meng Tuo makes sense." At this moment, an enchanting and handsome man dressed in white spoke up. I think Gao Xiang no longer has any value worth the family continuing to cultivate. Why not come with me to Black Dragon Planet to expand the business? The enchanting and handsome man was named Tantanfa Carol, an elder who was responsible for the business on Black Dragon Planet and its surrounding planets. However, he had a special penchant for handsome men. Clan leader Fengdi, I also agree with Tantanfa's view. Another lanky elder, Marshall, glanced at Meng Tuo, nodded slightly, and stated his own thought. The new business in the Great Dragon Empire is in urgent need of a person in charge. I suggest letting Gao Xiang go to the Great Dragon Empire. The Great Dragon Empire was a medium-level civilization country on the same level as the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The Carroll family's business had never stopped expanding, and now it had extended its claws into the Great Dragon Empire. Chapter 11. The Old Ancestor Emerges from Seclusion. Meng Tuo nodded slightly after hearing this. He deliberately watched Fedi, wanting to see his reaction. This suggestion is excellent. The Old Ancestor's universe-ranked disciple will personally guard the Great Dragon Empire headquarters. Once Gao Xiang goes there, his safety will be guaranteed, and within a few years, he can become our family's chief person in charge in the Great Dragon Empire. Fedi did not argue. The Great Dragon Empire headquarters already had the Old Ancestor's disciple guarding it, who also served as the chief person in charge. If Gao Xiang went there, he could not possibly become the chief person in charge. The intention of Meng Tuo and the others was simply to revoke Gao Xiang's status as a key cultivation target, clearing obstacles for Lyle and Feng Tang. Fedi had long seen through their schemes. As long as he was there, he would absolutely not agree to revoke Gao Xiang's status as a key cultivation target. Sigh. Clan leader Fengdi looked at the crowd discussing amongst themselves and found it difficult to say anything. Currently, almost all of the family's upper echelons did not think highly of Gao Xiang. As the clan leader, Fengdi had to arrange family affairs reasonably, ensuring fairness and impartiality while also ensuring that no genius in the family was overlooked. Quiet. The voice was not loud, but it was steady and powerful, sounding like a voice that could penetrate the soul, causing the discussing upper echelon members present to all look toward clan leader Fengdi simultaneously. The scene fell silent. They all knew that the clan leader was about to speak. Gao Xiang was just a planetary-level youngster. Whether he could still retain his status as a key cultivation target depended entirely on his word, provided it did not violate family rules. Cast your votes. I abstain. In the end, Fengdi adopted a compromise. Clan leader, you absolutely must not. Upon hearing Fengdi's decision, Fedi immediately shouted out. By doing this, the clan leader was forcing Gao Xiang onto a dead end. Heh. After hearing the clan leader's decision, Meng Tuo sneered at Fedi. This decision by his father, the clan leader, was tantamount to indirectly sentencing Gao Xiang to death. Meng Tuo had long wanted to kill Gao Xiang. He just suffered from having no opportunity. Once the voting ended and Gao Xiang's status as a key cultivation target was revoked, he would definitely leave the Qiulong planet base and head to other planets. By then, Meng Tuo would have plenty of opportunities to kill Gao Xiang. 10 minutes passed. The clan leader opened the voting panel. His expression showed no fluctuation. Because the result had long been determined and was unshakable. Even if Gao Xiang was his own grandson, so what? Clan leader, it was agreed that Gao Xiang would be given 100 years to prove himself. You cannot rashly break your word now. Seeing that the voting results were about to be released, Fedi could no longer sit still and reveal the agreement he had made with the clan leader that day. Fedi, what nonsense are you spouting? I remember my father, the clan leader, promising to give Gao Xiang 10 years of cultivation resources. Where did 100 years come from? Seeing that the results were about to be announced, Meng Tuo did not want this old fellow Fedi to continue causing trouble. Meng Tuo is right, the clan leader only promised to give 10 years of cultivation resources initially. An elder chimed in. 10 years of cultivation resources were enough for a planetary-level youngster to advance to the 9th stage of the planetary level. Subsequently wanting to reach a breakthrough to the astral rank was no longer just a matter of resources. Some 9th stage planetary-level individuals might be stuck at the 9th stage for several hundred years before barely achieving a breakthrough to the astral rank. I did indeed promise to give Gao Xiang 100 years to be observed. At this moment, the clan leader had to reveal a conversation he had with Fedi during a report 5 years ago. Old fellow Fedi, you are so devious. Upon learning that Fedi was not lying, Meng Tuo was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Who would have thought that this old fellow Fedi was so calculating? Clan leader, since the voting is over, hurry up and announce the results. I am prepared to take Gao Xiang to Black Dragon Planet to expand the business. Tantan Fa licked his lips with his long tongue. He was already looking forward to what Gao Xiang would taste like. The result is 2 votes against, 8 votes in favor. Under pressure from this group of upper echelon members, the clan leader could only announce the results truthfully. Fedi must have voted against it. The clan leader had abstained for the sake of fairness. It was unknown who the other opposing vote was. There was actually someone dissenting. Who was it? Meng Tuo looked around, wanting to see who exactly was still dissenting. Yes, I am also looking forward to it. Tantan Fa gently pinched his own delicate, flawless cheeks, also looking forward to it. The future position of clan leader of the family would either be Feng Tang or Lyle. These elders were all old foxes, it was impossible for them to engage in a losing deal. The tall and thin marshal suddenly looked around. What is going on? Then he said again, there are clearly only 10 of us here, and the clan leader abstained, so how are there still 10 votes? At this time, everyone turned their gazes to clan leader Fengdi. Fedi, who had been somewhat resentful of Fengdi just a moment ago, now had a softened expression. Suddenly being watched by everyone like this, the clan leader was also very puzzled. He had indeed abstained. The problem was, how did an extra vote suddenly appear? Fengdi wanted to speak, but before he could, he heard a low voice that impacted the depths of the soul. Everyone present, except for Fedi, felt their legs go weak, as if they were carrying a 10,000 catty burden on their backs. This was the pressure from an absolute powerhouse, a pressure that could wipe them out in one move. Fedi saw that everyone had cold sweat on their foreheads, but he did not feel any discomfort. At this moment, he realized something and immediately knelt toward the door. Welcome, old ancestor, on emerging from seclusion. Meng Tuo secretly thought it was bad. The old ancestor has actually emerged from seclusion. He resisted the pressure, turned around, and also knelt toward the door. Thump. The heavy sound of kneeling was like 1,000 catty giant hammer smashing onto the hard floor. In an instant, the floor in front of Meng Tuo shattered, appearing as a spiderweb-like fractured surface. Before long, everyone present had already knelt down. You are all such disappointing fellows. A cold voice reached the ears of everyone present. Sure enough, at some unknown time, an old man with gray hair had appeared at the door. The old man was wearing a fire-red robe. He was the soul of the Carroll family, the family founder Caro, a 9th-stage universe-rank powerhouse. Fedi noticed that the old ancestor was different and began to congratulate the old ancestor. Congratulations to the old ancestor on emerging from seclusion and mastering the law of fire. After Fedi finished speaking, everyone noticed that the old ancestor was indeed different. Congratulations, old ancestor. The old ancestor's strength has made another leap. This is a fortunate event for our family. The old ancestor's talent is remarkable. The upper echelon members, who had been terrified just a moment ago, now began to curry favor. Everyone get up. Caro withdrew his pressure and walked inside. To wait for that battle, he had waited for a full 50,000 years. Now, finally, just as that battle was about to begin, his comprehension of the law had reached a whole new level. Old ancestor, please sit. Seeing the old ancestor enter, the clan leader patted the non-existent dust on the main seat. Caro walked slowly over, sat on the main seat, and looked at the clan leader with an expressionless face. The clan leader instantly felt uneasy. The clan leader knew that the old ancestor likely knew about what had just occurred. Chapter 12, Potential Surpassing Feng Tang. As the clan chief, you must lead by example and not go back on your word. Yes, old ancestor is right. At this moment, the clan chief did not dare to say a single word of dissent. Old ancestor, 100 years was just a private promise, it cannot count. Meng Tuo had a very bad premonition, and he mustered the courage to speak. Meng Tuo, Carlo's voice was very slow, so slow that it made people's hearts tremble. By this time, Meng Tuo had collapsed to the floor, scared out of his wits. He did not know why he had said such foolish words just now. To actually dare to question the old ancestor. He must have grown a bear's heart and a leopard's gallbladder. There was a deathly silence in the room. The group of people who had just supported canceling Gao Xiang's benefits had now all become mute. The family meeting ended hastily due to the appearance of the old ancestor. After the old ancestor appeared, he briefly asked about the family's situation over the past few years and punished two people. Because Meng Tuo relied on his identity as a family elder to spread rumors against a younger generation member and instigated other elders to make suggestions that violated family rules, his income from family industries for the next 10 years would be halved. Clan leader Fengdi, as the head of the clan, failed to keep his word and listened to Meng Tuo's one-sided story. He was punished with the confiscation of his income from family industries for the next 10 years. During this period, no one dared to bring up Gao Xiang's matter again. After the meeting ended, Meng Tuo finally came to his senses, and he looked at the others with resentment. At this moment, the others acted as if they had encountered a plague god, tucking their tails and slinking away. Gao Xiang, who was absorbing energy, received a message from Fedi. The general meaning was to let him continue to cultivate with peace of mind. His benefits would not change for 100 years. Seeing this message, Gao Xiang's emotions did not fluctuate at all. At this moment, he was no longer the same person he was 5 years ago. Regardless of the final outcome, it could not affect his growth. He was already unafraid of any threats from within the family. Old ancestor Carlo's cultivation room. Carlo's cultivation room covered an area of over 1,000 square meters and was about 100 meters high. Among all the cultivation rooms on the entire Qiulong planet, it was definitely one of the best. At this moment, only Carlo and Gao Xiang were in the cultivation room. This was the first time Gao Xiang had seen the old ancestor. Carlo had his back turned to Gao Xiang. His hair was snow white, he was wearing a red robe, and his hands were behind his back. Just now, after Fedi told Gao Xiang the good news, he specifically reminded him, saying that the old ancestor wanted to see him. Family descendant Gao Xiang greets the old ancestor. I have heard about your situation. Carlo's voice was like slowly flowing water, a world of difference from the voice that had appeared in the family meeting just now. Although our Carol family has strict family rules, we have always valued the strong. Only by having greater strength can one obtain more resources and status within the family. Old ancestor, I know this. Gao Xiang had always understood this principle. His talent used to be poor, and his rate of progress was simply too slow to match his status as a direct descendant, so people in the family started to have complaints. Fortunately, Fedi had always been protecting Gao Xiang. Otherwise, the current Gao Xiang would probably have already been living a life of collecting rent on Bailon planet. Bro Nolan Shan was a typical example. He was also the grandson of the current clan leader, but his talent and strength were ordinary among his peers. He did not receive the family's attention and was early on deprived of the qualification for key training, starting to wander outside at the planetary level. Bro wanted to prove himself through his own efforts. However, Gao Xiang did not intend to hide anything. He paused and continued, I plan to enter the Ganwu dojo to study, and I believe I will have the opportunity to enter the Ganwu secret realm within 100 years. Your thinking is very arrogant. After hearing Gao Xiang's unrealistic idea, Carlo couldn't help but want to see what this arrogant family descendant actually looked like. He had guided Feng Tang in his cultivation many times and specifically asked him if he had the confidence to enter the Ganwu secret realm. Feng Tang stated that the possibility of entering was not high. Even Feng Tang didn't have the confidence to enter the Ganwu secret realm, yet this little guy actually said he was sure. Carlo discovered that the little guy in front of him was also wearing a red robe, and his appearance was actually somewhat similar to his own when he was young. Although Gao Xiang had never seen the old ancestor with his own eyes, he had long inquired about the old ancestor's appearance and attire. Since he was young, he had taken the old ancestor as his goal and learned the old ancestor's style of dressing. Carlo let out a low snort, and a fire domain slowly appeared around his body. Gao Xiang thought to himself, the old ancestor has actually mastered a branch of the law of fire. It seems that the old ancestor will be able to break through to Domain Lord before long. Immediately after, the air around Gao Xiang began to distort, and flames began to appear under his feet as well. Suddenly, the entire area around him became scorching hot. I am only releasing 1% of my fire domain, let's see how long you can hold on. Gao Xiang did not say a word, he gritted his teeth and supported his knees with his hands. He understood that the old ancestor was testing him. After holding on for 3 minutes, Gao Xiang felt that he had reached his limit. The scorching high temperature required him to use his force to wear it down. The heavy pressure from the domain also required him to consume force to resist. Is this little guy unable to hold on anymore? Carlo watched Gao Xiang's every move and discovered that Gao Xiang was already in a state of exhaustion. He had already prepared to cancel the release of the domain. Gao Xiang couldn't hold on anymore and fell down. At this moment, he felt the scorching heat and weight around him decreasing rapidly. Old ancestor, don't stop, I can still stand up. Gao Xiang gritted his teeth, he would not give up so easily. Psychic power. Although Carlo was not a psyker master, he could sense Gao Xiang's mental power, and he realized that Gao Xiang had actually taken the path of dual cultivation. After releasing his mental power, a fiery red battle armor quickly condensed on Gao Xiang's body surface. He focused all his mental power on the battle armor, using the battle armor to help himself stand up again. Before long, Gao Xiang managed to stand up with difficulty. However, having exhausted his force, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long even with the help of his mental power. 6 minutes passed. This little guy has held on longer than Feng Tang did back then. After the old ancestor discovered that Gao Xiang had held on longer than Feng Tang, he quietly reduced the pressure of the domain by 1/5. Why does it feel like the pressure has decreased a little bit? Could it be that the old ancestor is intentionally going easy on me? How is that possible? Gao Xiang, who was still struggling to hold on, noticed something different. 10 minutes later, Gao Xiang finally couldn't hold on and fell down, and at the same time, his willpower was also traumatized, and he fell into a coma. When he woke up and opened his eyes, he found that he was still lying on the floor, and a person was standing not far away, quietly looking at him. It was the old ancestor. Old ancestor, I have disappointed you. Your performance was very good, you have already surpassed Feng Tang from back then. Really? Gao Xiang found it hard to believe. Feng Tang was the Gao family's #1 genius. Feng Tang only held on for 5 minutes, while you held on for a full 10 minutes. Carlo estimated in his heart that if he hadn't gone easy, Gao Xiang could have held on for at most 7 minutes. Chapter 13, Decisive Battle Space. Even 7 minutes surpassed Feng Tang. The test just now was primarily to test willpower. The fact that you could persist for 10 minutes shows that your willpower has already surpassed Feng Tang. Gao Xiang felt excited inside, listening quietly as the old ancestor spoke. Back when he first learned that his brain region breadth had reached 15, he had developed the idea of catching up to Feng Tang. However, only a few years had passed, and he had unknowingly surpassed Feng Tang and even gained the old ancestor's recognition. Gaining recognition from others had been Gao Xiang's obsession since he was a child. This was the first time he had received recognition from someone other than Grandpa Fetty. Tears appeared at the corners of Gao Xiang's eyes. This scene was seen by the old ancestor. Clan leader Fengdi and Meng Tuo, you two pieces of trash. The genius of our Gao family was almost buried by you two bastards. At this moment, Carlo felt that the punishment for clan leader Fengdi and Meng Tuo was simply too light. They should be deprived of 100 years of family income. Carlo calmed his mood. Gao Xiang, heed my command. Old ancestor. Gao Xiang knew that the old ancestor was preparing to give him benefits. He began to look forward to it. From now on, you are a personal disciple of mine, Carlo. This is a gift for you. After speaking, a ring appeared in front of Gao Xiang. Inside the ring is a C5 level spaceship. The C5 level spaceship will make it convenient for you to travel to the Ganwu secret realm in the future. Additionally, there is this cloud caressing vine seedling. A green young vine appeared in Carlo's palm. Thank you, teacher. These two gifts, for the current Gao Xiang, were things that could be encountered but not sought. Not to mention the C5 level spaceship used by universe rank powerhouses, the market value of this cloud-caressing vine seedling alone had already exceeded 100 billion black dragon coins. If he were to sell this cloud-caressing vine seedling and use the money to buy cultivate resources, it would be enough to raise an astral rank 1st level all the way to astral rank 9th level. Gao Xiang was just thinking about it, he wouldn't actually sell the cloud-caressing vine seedling. Teacher Carlo wouldn't let him do that either. Have the cloud-caressing vine acknowledge you as its master now. For the cloud-caressing vine to acknowledge a master, it needs to consume a large amount of the master's blood. Gao Xiang did not hesitate and immediately attempted to have the cloud-caressing vine seedling acknowledge him as its master. After successfully having it acknowledge him as master, Gao Xiang discovered that he had developed a trace of a mental connection with the cloud-caressing vine. The current cloud-caressing vine was like an ignorant kitten, very cute and mischievous. It quietly stretched out a tiny vine, stroking back and forth on Gao Xiang's chest, making Gao Xiang feel ticklish. Not long after Gao Xiang left Carlo's cultivate room, the news that he had become the old ancestor's personal disciple quickly spread throughout the family. Carlo was not very good at teaching disciples. He had a total of 6 personal disciples, 2 of whom were from his own clan, Gao Xiang and Feng Tang. Of the other 4, 2 were universe rank, and 2 were astral rank 9th level, not a single one had made the breakthrough to become a territory lord rank. In terms of teaching students, he was far worse than Nolan Shan. What, that fatherless and motherless Gao Xiang actually became the old ancestor's personal disciple? After hearing the news that Gao Xiang had become a personal disciple, Lyle was completely stunned. His talent was clearly far superior to Gao Xiang's. By all logic, if the old ancestor were to take a personal disciple, it should have been him. What is wrong with the old ancestor? How could he be so muddled? Meng Tuo gritted his teeth in anger. Carlo did not explain the reason for taking Gao Xiang as a personal disciple, which led to the vast majority of the Carroll family not knowing about Gao Xiang's special qualities. Could it be that Gao Xiang's rank has already surpassed mine, which is why he was valued by the old ancestor? Gao Xiang was planetary level 8th rank. Lyle was planetary level 7th rank. Lyle said with a very certain tone, it must be this reason. Cultivate secret techniques, tempering willpower, all of these are paused. I must seize the time to reach planetary level 9th rank. When that time comes, the old ancestor will also take me as a personal disciple. Far away on the other side of Qiulong planet, inside a giant dojo. The giant dojo could not be seen to the end at a glance, with tens of thousands of heads bobbing inside the dojo. This was the branch of the Gamu dojo on Qiulong planet. As the only dojo and martial arts school in the entire Gamu universe country, any private dojo or martial arts school was strictly prohibited. This resulted in the Gamu dojo on Qiulong planet, even in a middle civilization country like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, having as many as 10 million registered students. The Gamu dojo regularly held student assessments, and those with top-tier results would be sent to the Gamu Secret Realm to become high and mighty members of the Gamu Secret Realm. Brother Feng Tang, why did you suddenly stop? An ape man holding a staff, whose appearance resembled a monkey, looked at the handsome man in front of him. It's nothing, let's continue. Feng Tang had just received a message from his smart assistant. The smart assistant told him that a second personal disciple of the old ancestor had appeared in the family. That person was called Gao Xiang, a direct descendant in the family with average talent. The other party's special quality was that his parents had both once been geniuses. Feng Tang didn't take the matter of Gao Xiang to heart. In his eyes, he was the #1 genius of the entire Carroll family. His goal was to join the Gamu Secret Realm. In the year Gao Xiang turned 37, he utilized treasures to successfully raise both his martial artist and psyker master levels to planetary level 9th rank. From this point on, he could focus on cultivate secret techniques and tempering his willpower. In the planetary level stage, Gao Xiang did not want to linger too long, he wanted to strive to make the breakthrough to the astral rank as soon as possible. After reaching the astral rank, he would have a lifespan of 1 era, and at least 1 chance to participate in the universe peak genius competition. Virtual universe. Killing field. In the private room, Gao Xiang was sitting cross-legged on a cultivate mat. Beside him sat a girl who appeared slightly chubby. The girl held a drink in one hand and a delicious pastry in the other. Little brother, the competition is about to start in a moment, and you're still in the mood to cultivate. After speaking, the girl bit the straw and took a big gulp of her drink. This bishangling fruit juice is delicious, do you want some? In the real world, I can't bear to drink it. The functions of the virtual universe were extremely powerful. Not only could it simulate things from reality, but it could also simulate tastes and sensations that were almost identical to reality. For instance, some people cannot get a certain woman in reality, but they can customize an identical virtual woman in the virtual universe, not only the same in appearance, but they can also use intelligence to simulate the woman's thinking, and even enjoy the exact same physical experience as with a real woman. Jasmine, planetary level only has a meager lifespan of 1,000 years, you must not waste your time. Gao Xiang opened his eyes, glanced at the big foodie Jasmine, and reminded her kindly. Oh, Jasmine put down her food and also sat cross-legged like Gao Xiang, beginning to cultivate. Jasmine was a genius of the younger generation. In earlier years, she had never spoken to Gao Xiang. Following Gao Xiang becoming the old ancestor's personal disciple, and after he easily defeated her in a decisive battle space, she seemed to have become like a piece of sticky toffee, wanting to follow by Gao Xiang's side at all times. Just as Jasmine sat cross-legged, the body of Gao Xiang in front of her disappeared. Gao Xiang's competition had begun. After Gao Xiang was no longer there, Jasmine began to let loose. She leaned lazily against the comfortable sofa, crossed her legs, held her drink in her hand, and took a big gulp. Chapter 14. There are always mountains beyond mountains. 2 people appeared on the screen before them. One was Gao Xiang, whom she was familiar with. The other was a brawny man holding a machete, with purple skin, looking just like a purple sweet potato person. Hee, I have roamed the decisive battle space for 600 years, you little brat, you'd better concede early. The purple sweet potato person was already over 800 years old, not far from the end of his lifespan. Knowing that a breakthrough to the astral rank was hopeless, he spent every day immersed in the killing field, taking pleasure in slaughter, perhaps hoping for a sliver of possibility for a breakthrough. He had seen many brats like Gao Xiang, who often couldn't last more than 3 rounds against him. He enjoyed a form of gambling that could earn him quite a few black dragon coins. He would bet on how many rounds his opponent could last against him. The fewer rounds the opponent lasted, the more rewards he would receive. This is my first match since promoting to 3-star, I hope you don't die too early. Grandpa Fetty's requirement for Gao Xiang was to reach a 4-star rating in the decisive battle space. Teacher Carlo's requirement for Gao Xiang was to reach a 5-star rating in the decisive battle space. Those who reached a 5-star rating were already qualified to compete for a spot in the Ganwu Secret Realm. Those who reached a 6-star rating were already at the minimum level for students of the Ganwu Secret Realm. As for a 7-star rating, that was already a genius among geniuses. As for 8-star, or even 9-star, those were prodigies among prodigies, which perhaps only the 5 great superpowers could cultivate. Kid, within this round, you must die. A meal ticket, like Gao Xiang, who had climbed straight up from 1-star, had almost never lost before reaching 3-star, so the payout ratio was very high. In this match, as long as the purple sweet potato person could kill Gao Xiang within 1 round, he could earn over 1 million black dragon coins. Saying this, his machete was already descending above Gao Xiang's head. Swish! Suddenly, a flying knife struck his machete. The machete deflected and did not land on Gao Xiang's head. Damn it, I didn't kill him in the first round, 1 million is gone. After the purple sweet potato person discovered that Gao Xiang was a psyker master, he didn't feel surprised. Having spent hundreds of years in the killing field, there was no type of person he hadn't seen. Come again. The purple sweet potato person gritted his teeth and unleashed the most powerful ultimate technique of his life. His whole body rotated rapidly, and in a short while, he turned into a purple whirlwind. This purple sweet potato person is so powerful. Jasmine, who had a pink cat sitting on her lap, widened her eyes and grabbed the cat's head, squeezing it hard. Meow meow, master, I'm going to be squeezed to death by you, woo. The cat was the image of Jasmine's intelligent assistant in the virtual space. Jasmine's eyes were fixed motionlessly on the screen, and she released her hand. Meow. The cat sat on Jasmine's lap, also staring wide-eyed at the screen. Inside the screen, Gao Xiang faced a purple tornado. He controlled 16 flying knives to shoot toward the purple whirlwind simultaneously. The flying knives were very fast, but after hitting the purple whirlwind, it was like hitting cotton, and they were quickly deflected. This old guy's defense is actually this high. Jasmine was a bit annoyed. She had thought that since this old guy was old, his level wouldn't be good, but she hadn't expected him to make Gao Xiang suffer a setback. Break for me. Gao Xiang used his flying knives to attack the purple whirlwind over 100 times within a few seconds. After each attack, the defense of the purple whirlwind would drop a little. Ha ha ha, die. The purple whirlwind leapt up and descended toward Gao Xiang's head. As long as his purple whirlwind touched Gao Xiang would surely be smashed to pieces. Now, he only needed to exhaust this Psyker Master's mental energy to win. It was just a pity about those 1 million black dragon coins. Gao Xiang kicked off with his legs and retreated backward. Just then, the purple whirlwind landed at his previous position. Rumble. The hard ground shattered instantly. The floor of the decisive battle space was hard, ordinary planetary-level fighters could not destroy it. Clearly, the power of that purple whirlwind just now was already approaching the astral rank. From this, it could be seen that even a 3-star competitor in the decisive battle space had a high value. Gao Xiang dodged 5 times in a row, his eyes still locked tightly on the purple whirlwind. He did not show any signs of fatigue. Instead, the purple sweet potato person was getting a bit tired. It's now. Gao Xiang drew a blazing blade. Blazing. A second-tier force weapon. You kid are cheating, this isn't fair. When Gao Xiang took out the second-tier force weapon, the purple sweet potato person already knew he had lost. The decisive battle space was different from the peak genius competition. It allowed you to carry any weapon and battle armor you could use. A second-tier top-grade force weapon could be used by a planetary-level fighter, provided they met the minimum usage standard for the force weapon. For example, Gao Xiang's second-tier top-grade blazing blade required mastering the first layer of the accompanying secret technique. The purple sweet potato person did not have a second-tier force weapon, so naturally, he could not defeat Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang's blazing blade descended. The purple sweet potato person was defeated without any suspense. Gao Xiang's figure appeared in the private room. Jasmine happened to be holding a drink, biting on the straw. After 3 seconds of silence, Jasmine said blankly, I didn't expect you to come out so quickly. Once the blazing blade appeared, the purple sweet potato person was instantly defeated. My strength is still not enough, a first-tier weapon couldn't defeat the opponent. Gao Xiang was not satisfied with his performance. His original plan was to get a 4-star rating using a first-tier weapon. That's already very powerful, okay. Jasmine really disliked Gao Xiang's humble bragging attitude. Jasmine was also a 3-star competitor, but she had to rely on a second-tier weapon to maintain her rating. Just as she finished speaking, Gao Xiang's figure disappeared again. So anxious to fight, not even resting to eat something. After Jasmine complained, she stared at the screen again. Gao Xiang is working hard, unlike Master who is a big glutton. The purple cat started to complain. Then you go follow Gao Xiang, okay. Jasmine grabbed the purple cat's head again and squeezed it hard. In a short while, the purple cat was kneaded into a purple dough. Woo, I want to hang out with Gao Xiang. In the screen, 2 people appeared. Gao Xiang looked at the very beautiful woman in front of him. The woman was holding a second-tier force weapon. Gao Xiang did not dare to be negligent and also held his blazing blade. 3 rounds passed. Gao Xiang was defeated. Now you know there are always mountains beyond mountains, right? Jasmine was not surprised by Gao Xiang's defeat. The opponent was a 3-star competitor holding a second-tier force weapon. It was not shameful for Gao Xiang to lose. My movement technique is too lacking. Gao Xiang had been busy improving his rank all these years, so his movement technique had become his weak point. It's your turn. Gao Xiang sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to summarize and conclude. Jasmine's figure disappeared. Jasmine appeared on the screen shortly after. Gao Xiang did not look at the screen. The battle with that beautiful woman just now was a wake-up call for Gao Xiang. The opponent's combat technique wasn't considered very brilliant, yet she still defeated Gao Xiang. There were too many things Gao Xiang needed to improve now. In the screen before him, Jasmine suddenly appeared in a wasteland. She was holding a half-eaten apple in her hand. Standing on the opposite side of her was an old man wearing chainmail. Chapter 15, Emerging Talents. Oh, it's actually a little kid. The old man looked at Molly, puzzled. The planetary level 3-star rating in the decisive battle space belongs to a relatively low tier, a tier where many old monsters reside. Many of them have no hope of breaking through, so they spend their time immersed in the decisive battle space, taking pleasure in slaughter. Hee, she actually still has the mood to eat an apple. The old man narrowed his eyes, his mind already sketching out the scene of how he would torture Molly to death in a moment. Wah! Molly was beaten back repeatedly by the old man's club, and the apple in her hand fell to the ground in fright. The old man discovered that the little kid in front of him was so weak and so timid. He was full of zest, deciding to slowly play the little girl to death. He shouldn't let her die too early. Master, you must hold on, don't die, otherwise I'll have to go hang out with Gao Xiang. The pink cat sat on the ground, staring at the screen in front of it, gloating. Half an hour passed. Gao Xiang opened his eyes. He had already summarized the battle just now. Gao Xiang widened his eyes, staring at the screen in front of him in disbelief. The screen clearly showed that this battle had already lasted for half an hour. In the decisive battle space, a battle lasting half an hour is very rare. What surprised Gao Xiang was not that the battle had lasted half an hour, but that Molly in the picture was in a very sorry state. Molly looked like a beaten stray dog, disheveled, her clothes tattered, even her pink shoulder strap was exposed. You old pervert, if you have the ability, just kill me. Molly gritted her teeth. At this moment, she already knew that her opponent didn't just want to kill her, he also wanted to humiliate her. She could have conceded, but she refused to. Wah! The old man's force blast hit in front of Molly. Molly didn't have much strength left and could only crawl to dodge. She leaned against the corner, curling up her legs, looking in terror at the old man slowly approaching. Hee. The old man was very pleased with himself. In the past, when he encountered such young girls, whenever they realized he wanted to humiliate them and they had no chance of winning, they would definitely commit suicide to prove their determination. But the girl in front of him refused to commit suicide even in death. Although Molly's strength is a bit weak, her willpower is astonishing. Gao Xiang saw something different in Molly. He believed that Molly's future achievements would definitely surpass Lyle, and even Feng Tang. Hee, let me touch you, don't commit suicide. The old man curled his hands, having long ago thrown his weapon to the ground. PFF'd. Who knew? Molly pulled a dagger from behind and stabbed it into the old man's crotch. The old man retreated in terror, slowly lowering his head to stare below. Below had already been stained a bright red. Old geezer, die. Molly stabbed the blood-stained dagger into the old man's head. Yay, I won. After appearing in the private room, Molly jumped up excitedly. Her disheveled appearance from just now had already returned to normal the moment she came out. Gao Xiang, how did I perform? Molly was a bit smug after defeating her opponent. Winning through abnormal means is not advisable. Gao Xiang's evaluation was very fair. As long as I can win, all is fair in war. Molly didn't feel there was anything wrong. Meow meow, master is so insidious. The pink cat stared at its master with some disdain. Molly narrowed her eyes, imitating the old man's posture from earlier, and walked towards the cat. The cat wanted to run away, but found it couldn't. It was the opponent's smart assistant, every move it made could be controlled by her. The cat was kneaded into a pink dough ball by Molly. In Carlo's cultivation room, Gao Xiang had just broken through to the 9th rank of the planetary level not long ago, and his movement Technique was his weakness. He wanted to ask for a powerful movement technique book from the old ancestor. Teacher, I met an opponent in the decisive battle space. The opponent's attacks were too fast, I couldn't dodge in time and was easily killed. Take this movement technique secret manual. Carlo threw a metal tablet to Gao Xiang. Thank you, teacher. Gao Xiang liked the teacher's straightforward style. This secret manual is called Rushing Thunder and has 3 layers in total. Upon reaching the first layer, you can create 2 phantom bodies. Upon reaching the second layer, you can create 4 phantom bodies. Upon reaching the third layer, you can create 8 phantom bodies. Although you cannot master the first layer at the planetary level, as long as you practice the first layer diligently, your movement technique will still advance by leaps and bounds. Teacher, I will definitely not let you down. Gao Xiang returned to his residence and began to browse the Rushing Thunder secret manual. The Rushing Thunder secret manual was just as its name suggested. After performing it, the speed was like rushing thunder, fast as lightning, making it unpredictable. The secret manual recorded that mastering the first layer at the astral rank could be considered a genius. 10 years later, Lyle and Molly of the Carroll family both stepped into the 9th rank of the planetary level. As core disciples of the Carroll family, they had sufficient resources to advance all the way to the 9th rank of the planetary level without having to rely on their own slow accumulation. Lyle had already reached the 9th rank of the planetary level 8 years ago. He found clan leader Fengdi and requested to meet the old ancestor. That time, he met the old ancestor. He tried his best to speak well of himself in front of the old ancestor and flattered him. He thought that he would also be like Gao Xiang, gaining the old ancestor's approval and being accepted as a personal disciple by the old ancestor. As a result, the old ancestor did not bestow any benefits upon him. After Lyle left the old ancestor's residence, he was indignant, cursing, and hated Gao Xiang in his heart. He didn't know that if it weren't for Gao Xiang, the old ancestor would have likely valued Lyle, and although he wouldn't have been accepted as a personal disciple, he would have been bestowed with valuable gifts. However, Gao Xiang had risen. Compared to Gao Xiang, Lyle was not prominent at all. Lyle had already been abandoned by the family and could just wait to go to other planets to inherit property. Meanwhile, in the virtual universe, decisive battle space, Gao Xiang was about to face an unprecedented opponent. The opponent was a white-bearded old grandfather carrying a turtle shell on his back. As long as he defeated this old turtle, Gao Xiang would be able to promote to 5 stars. After Gao Xiang obtained the Rushing Thunder movement technique 8 years ago, he practiced hard for 2 years, and his movement technique improved significantly, successfully promoting to 4 stars. After promoting to 4 stars, Gao Xiang discovered that 4-star opponents all had special skills, and their strength had increased by more than double compared to before. Gao Xiang fought hard for 8 years and finally waited for today's promotion match. Little guy, this old man has lingered in the 4-star tier for 300 years. Now I have finally waited for the promotion match. Once I slaughter you, I will be a 5-star competitor. Me too. As long as I slaughter you, I will also be able to promote. Gao Xiang's plan was to start competing day and night in the decisive battle space after reaching 5 stars, striving to break through to the astral rank in one go. He was not any kind of genius. His comprehension ability had been improving by a little bit every day for nearly 20 years, but compared to the geniuses of the Ganwu secret realm, his talent was still far behind. However, fortunately, years of accumulation allowed him to gradually start emerging in the Black Dragon Mountain branch of the Ganwu Dojo. Chapter 16, Feng Tang places a bet. Gao Xiang was no lone wolf, he understood the importance of a teacher. Relying solely on his own cultivate could easily lead him astray. Although his teacher, Karo, was a 9th-rank universe rank powerhouse, he was not skilled at teaching students and could at most provide Gao Xiang with some resources for his cultivate. Fedi himself was only astral rank and was unable to help with guiding Gao Xiang. At this moment, if he wanted to seek guidance from a suitable teacher, the best option was to enter the Ganwu Dojo to study. Every member of the Carroll family would join the Ganwu Dojo to study after reaching the planetary level. In the past, Gao Xiang was very unremarkable at the Ganwu Dojo. However, as Gao Xiang's rating in the decisive battle space rose to level 4, he was gradually noticed by many students at the Ganwu dojo. A 4-star rating was considered a top-tier level within the entire Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu dojo. And a 5-star rating belonged to the elite level, with a high chance of entering the Ganwu secret realm. Feng Tang, do you want to place a bet? Standing beside Feng Tang was a strapping youth named Luokan, who patted Feng Tang on the shoulder. Feng Tang remained unmoved. He had never been interested in betting or gambling. What he cared about most was always only his own strength. But Luokan, standing beside him, was different. Luokan loved to gamble. There were quite a few students in the Ganwu dojo with this hobby. In the spare time between tedious cultivate sessions, participating in a bit of gambling was good for physical and mental health. Not only students, but many mentors in the dojo also liked to gamble. In their eyes, gambling was not just about winning money, it was also related to a mentor's eye for talent. The more accurate one's judgment of people, the more it often indicated a high level of teaching ability. Therefore, whenever there was a competition involving outstanding students from the dojo, these mentors would also get excited. If they won a bet, what they won wasn't money, but validation of their discernment and precise judgment. There is a genius from your family in the decisive battle space this time, you know. After Luokan finished speaking, he prepared to enter the virtual universe to watch the live broadcast. Slap. Suddenly, a hand rested on Luokan's shoulder. Are you going to place a bet too? Luokan stared at Feng Tang in surprise. Play the holographic projection, I want to watch too. All right. Although Luokan thought Feng Tang was acting strange today, he still complied. A beam of light shot out from Luokan's wrist, forming a holographic projection in front of the two of them. The holographic projection was extremely realistic, simulating images indistinguishable from reality, and it even came with sound. There were two people in the projection. One of them was Feng Tang's rival, Gao Xiang. Before Gao Xiang rose to prominence, Feng Tang had always been the family's #1 genius. In his eyes, even that Lyle was only fit to be considered trash. Later, Gao Xiang rose up. At first, he looked down on Gao Xiang just the same, even after the other party had become teacher Karo's personal disciple. But for the past few years, every time he went to visit teacher Karo, the teacher would compare him with Gao Xiang. This made him very uncomfortable. When compared to someone better than him, he would be humble. When compared to someone worse than himself, he felt it was an insult to the other person. Feng Tang stared at the holographic projection in front of him. He wanted to see how this newly emerged genius of the family would be miserably defeated. I bet Gao Xiang will win. As long as he wins, I can earn 1 billion Black Dragon coin. Luokan lived up to his reputation as an old gambler. He had bet a fortune on this match. While the match hasn't started yet, Feng Tang, do you want to place a bet too? I'm betting on that old man. 1 billion Black Dragon coin. Huh. Luokan was stunned for a few seconds, looking at Feng Tang in disbelief. Gao Xiang is from your Carol family, why aren't you supporting him? Both of them could check the data on the contestants, and with a little analysis, they could determine that Gao Xiang had a slightly higher win rate. Luokan's bet on Gao Xiang was based on sound judgment. As for Feng Tang, betting on Gao Xiang's opponent was entirely because he wanted to see Gao Xiang defeated. The match started quickly. The old turtle was holding a long staff, and his image was somewhat similar to the well-known character, the Ninja Turtle, from virtual games. Take this staff. The old turtle looked elderly, carrying a turtle shell on his back, but when he swung the staff down, his speed was as fast as lightning. However, Gao Xiang was no pushover. His movement technique was no longer what it used to be. The old turtle's staff struck several times, but none of them hit Gao Xiang. Your clansman actually has some skills. When I was at the 9th rank planetary level, I didn't have his reaction speed. At this moment, Luokan made a very objective evaluation. After dodging several times, Gao Xiang was forced into a desperate situation by the opponent's relentless attacks and had to bring out the golden disc to counterattack. The golden disc was a second-rank top-grade telekinetic weapon worth 6 billion Black Dragon coin. It was an astronomically expensive weapon that only wealthy second-generation planetary-level individuals could afford. The golden disc split into 24. Serrated teeth emerged from the edge of each golden disc. This was the second form of the golden disc. Your clansman really has some skills. Luokan noticed that after Gao Xiang unleashed the second form of the golden disc, he had gradually gained the upper hand. It's just the second form, I could already unleash it back when I was at the 7th rank planetary level. Hearing Luokan praise Gao Xiang, Feng Tang was somewhat dismissive. The life and death battle in the decisive battle space did not pause because of their conversation. The old turtle narrowed his eyes and switched to holding the staff with one hand. The turtle shell on his back flew out and landed on his other hand. So it turned out, the turtle shell on his back was a defensive shield. I haven't used this shield for a long time. Today, I will use my shield to smash your head into pieces. 24 golden discs had already appeared in front of the old turtle, surrounding him completely, airtight. But the old turtle was not worried, instead, he was very excited. This old guy is quite strong, all 24 golden discs have been repelled by him one by one. Luokan felt that he had underestimated the old turtle. Feng Tang did not say anything, he just stared intently at the holographic projection. Gao Xiang was stronger than he had expected. Subconsciously, he hoped that Gao Xiang would be defeated instantly. Hey, Gao Xiang, you need to step up. Luokan's little heart was pounding like a roller coaster, especially after seeing all of Gao Xiang's 24 golden discs knocked away, showing clear signs of defeat. He even doubted if his own judgment had gone wrong. In contrast, Feng Tang, at this moment, rarely revealed a smile. The prize money for winning or losing was not important. What was important was that Gao Xiang must lose. My God, this kid is going to lose. 5 minutes into the match, Luokan discovered that Gao Xiang was showing signs of complete decline. At this moment, Gao Xiang could only defend and dodge. He could no longer find any flaws in the opponent, let alone attack. The old turtle, wielding both a shield and a weapon, was capable of both offense and defense, which was extremely troublesome. It looks like my 1 billion black dragon coin have gone down the drain. Luokan glared hatefully at the smiling Feng Tang beside him. This guy Feng Tang had earned so much money on his first bet, he would definitely have to make him treat them to a meal later and fleece him hard. What the? Chapter 17, Fire Tinder Evolution. Luokan suddenly widened his eyes, staring at the image in the holographic projection. In the image, Gao Xiang split into two. It was an incarnation. Gao Xiang moved quickly through the small decisive battle space, leaving a long trail of lightning behind him. After the first level of rushing thunder reached major achievement, one could form a long trail of lightning beneath their feet while simultaneously splitting into two incarnations. Feng Tang's heart felt instantly stifled. The movement technique Gao Xiang was cultivating was one he was also cultivating. It was the rushing thunder secret technique bestowed by teacher Karo. To reach major achievement in the first level, one had to reach the astral rank. However, Gao Xiang had actually learned it at the planetary level. This kid actually had a breakthrough in the middle of battle. Old Turtle watched as Gao Xiang's running speed surged, resembling rushing thunder, causing a large expanse of thunder to dance behind him. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He couldn't even keep up with this movement speed. However, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he smiled with satisfaction. To be defeated by such a genius, my loss is not unjust. The subsequent battle had no suspense. Gao Xiang successfully leveled up, becoming a 5-star competitor. Haha, I 1 billion won black dragon coins. Luokan was very excited. 1 billion black dragon coins was just a small amount to him. Even if he had lost, it wouldn't have mattered much. The key was that this perfect bet perfectly proved his good judgment. Hehe, I won. Deep within the Ganwu dojo, inside a towering palace, a middle-aged man in robes looked at another middle-aged man in front of him. If any student saw these two, they would certainly bow respectfully and call out, "Mentor." Both of their cuffs had 2 golden maple leaves. One maple leaf represented the universe rank, known as a 1-leaf Ganwu instructor. 2 maple leaves represented the territory lord rank, known as a 2-leaf Ganwu expert. 3 maple leaves represented the world lord rank, known as a 3-leaf Ganwu practitioner. The entire Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu dojo only had one World Lord mentor, which meant there was only one 3-leaf Ganwu practitioner. There weren't many 2-leaf Ganwu experts either, the number was around 10. From this, one could see how high the status of these two 2-leaf Ganwu experts was in the Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu dojo. Hammy, you just have bad luck. The 2-leaf Ganwu expert who lost the bet, Levi, argued. These two were both seasoned gambling addicts, they were famous old gamblers throughout the entire Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu dojo. It's not luck, this is my precise judgment. Don't look at Gao Xiang as just a young kid, his talent is actually quite good. Tutor Hammy narrowed his eyes, the scene of Gao Xiang's temporary breakthrough just now surfacing in his mind. Ha ha, Tutor Hammy, if you think so highly of this kid, then take him as a disciple. Who knows, maybe in 10,000 years, he will break through to become undying. Levi was very pessimistic about Gao Xiang. He was just a little planetary level guy, he had been a mentor for many years and had seen many of them. Such little guys often lacked follow-through once they reached the astral rank, eventually fading into obscurity. I'll observe him for a while first, let's wait until he breaks through to the astral rank. Tutor Hammy indeed had the thought of taking a disciple. But the other party was just a little planetary level guy and hadn't yet met his requirements for taking a disciple. At this moment, Gao Xiang did not know that a high and mighty 2-leaf Ganwu expert at the Ganwu dojo wanted to take him as a disciple. Gao Xiang teleported out of the decisive battle space, sat on the sofa, and began to summarize the previous battle. Here, Molly handed a cup of fruit tea to Gao Xiang. Now, Molly had fully developed, her former baby fat face had turned into an oval face, and with her curvy figure, she was a woman of stunning appearance and physique. She had become Gao Xiang's little follower. Wherever Gao Xiang went, she followed. Tutor Hammy, look, this kid has started fighting again. Levi stared at the screen in front of him, his heart pounding with the urge to bet, his hands were already itching. In the image, Gao Xiang's opponent was a child holding a mace. The child looked similar to an earthling, without fangs or horns. To think it's a little kid, and unexpected that he also has a 5-star rating. Gao Xiang looked at his opponent with some surprise. The opponent was not even as high as his navel, looking like an earthling of about 6 or 7 years old. Don't look down on me, I am a high and mighty Mancastar. The little kid spoke in a milky voice, although he held a mace taller than himself, against his small stature, it actually looked quite cute. Mancastar. This was the first time Gao Xiang had encountered a Mancastar. Mancastars were one of the peak human bloodlines in the entire universe, their population was extremely scarce, but their combat power was terrifying. They were planetary level at birth, stepped into the astral rank after childhood, were universe rank as teenagers, and could become territory lords after growing up without needing much cultivation. Yes, I am the legendary Mancastar. If you're afraid of dying, hurry up and surrender. This time I'm betting on Gao Xiang. Levi compared the data of both sides and finally decided to bet on Gao Xiang. Tutor Hammy shook his head. Don't look at Gao Xiang as battle-hardened, his opponent as a Mancastar. The battle began quickly. Gao Xiang did not know that at this moment, he had once again become an object of amusement and entertainment for the two high and mighty 2-leaf Ganwu experts. The final result came out. The Mancastar kid, relying on his powerful bloodline, forcibly killed Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang left the decisive battle space and began to summarize and analyze. A month passed. Gao Xiang's decisive battle space rating did not improve to 6 stars. His win rate remained at around 50%, leveling up was basically hopeless. However, fortunately, after a month of endless life and death battles, Gao Xiang's willpower had improved. For example, the day before yesterday, he encountered a Mancastar and successfully killed the opponent by using the power of the golden disc. Another example was yesterday, relying on the blazing blade and agile movement techniques, he successfully killed a Wangshan star person. Just at this moment, a world-shaking change occurred in Gao Xiang's internal world. Several miniature planets gathered together and soon merged into a giant planet. The giant planet emitted light and heat, then evolved into a star. At the same time, miniature planets formed and began to orbit the star. At this point, Gao Xiang's willpower reached the astral rank level, and he naturally broke through to the astral rank. After breaking through to the astral rank, Gao Xiang was surprised to find that the fire tinder in his internal world, which was very far from the star system, had also changed at this moment. The fire tinder turned into a burning feather. This fire feather is very special, it seems to contain some kind of energy, making me quite obsessed. Chapter 18. Public Lecture for 10,000. Gao Xiang did not yet understand what the fire feather contained, but he had a rough guess as to what it was. After his breakthrough to the astral rank, his soul and consciousness were comprehensively enhanced, allowing him to initially sense the fluctuations of the universe and the law. Gao Xiang guessed that the surface of the fire feather might contain a small amount of the law of fire. However, Gao Xiang was not someone who sought quick success or instant benefits. He knew the importance of taking things one step at a time. The most important thing right now was to observe this mysterious fire feather every day, striving to comprehend the fire domain as soon as possible. The higher the level of comprehension of the fire domain, the greater the possibility of mastering the law of fire. Tutor Caro's cultivation room. Caro had once told Gao Xiang that once he made a breakthrough to the astral rank, he must go see him immediately. Not bad, not bad. Becoming an astral rank before the age of 50 is already very rare. Tutor, you overpraise me. If not for the massive resources bestowed by the family, I am afraid I would still be at the planetary level 5. At this moment, Gao Xiang appeared very humble. No need to be humble. Ranks can be attained through resources, but willpower cannot be rapidly increased. People with poor willpower, even if they reach the planetary level 9, might be stuck for 100 or 80 years before they can make a breakthrough. However, this is also thanks to the help of Grandpa Fedi. Gao Xiang wanted to say more good things about Fedi in front of his tutor. From today on, you are an elder of our Carol family. Understood. To become an elder of the Carol family, one must at least be at the universe rank. Fedi was an exception. The reason he could become an elder lay mainly in his exceptional ability to teach students. Take these, they should be enough for both your Psyker Master and martial artist paths to reach the astral rank 9. A ring appeared in front of Caro. A wisp of Gao Xiang's consciousness entered the internal space of the ring, and he immediately gasped in surprise. Inside the ring were a large amount of wood bud crystal and bibo marrow. To improve at the astral rank, the treasures required are the same as at the planetary level, but the quantity consumed is more than tenfold. It seems the tutor is grooming him as the future clan chief. These resources have cost our Carol family several hundred years of income. You must not let me down. To cultivate Gao Xiang and to allow him to rapidly improve his strength, Caro spared no expense in purchasing a large quantity of wood bud crystal and bibo marrow for him. This kind of treatment, where the entire power of the family is used to support someone, is currently enjoyed only by Gao Xiang within the entire Carol family. After Feng Tang reached the astral rank, he was also bestowed with many resources by Tutor Caro, but all added together, they could at most take him to the astral rank 4 or 5. The further one gets into the late stage of the astral rank, the more resources are consumed. The resources required to advance one rank increase almost twofold each time. The news of Gao Xiang becoming an elder soon reached the ears of Lyle and Meng Tuo. Lyle gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. I have clearly reached the planetary level 9 as well, why have I not yet made a breakthrough? Lyle could not accept the reality that he had been surpassed by Gao Xiang. In his eyes, he only needed to make a breakthrough to the astral rank a little earlier, and he would be able to catch up with Gao Xiang's pace. Meng Tuo was also in a very bad mood. At this moment, he was extremely worried inside. Thinking of what he had done to Gao Xiang's parents in the past, Meng Tuo began to feel anxious. Once that kid Gao Xiang grows up, if he finds out what happened back then, I am afraid I will be finished. Meng Tuo and Gao Xiang's father were cousins, and the two had a very good relationship since childhood. Later, they performed a transport mission together and were robbed by star pirates. Only Meng Tuo survived. Gao Xiang's parents sacrificed themselves. He was the only one in the entire family who knew what happened back then, and he had never revealed the specific details of that year to anyone else. It was precisely because Meng Tuo knew that he was the one who caused the death of Gao Xiang's parents that he began to resent Gao Xiang and wanted to find an opportunity to kill him. While that kid is still at the astral rank 1, I must find an opportunity to kill him. Meng Tuo had never felt that time was so pressing. Gao Xiang was growing up way too fast. Unknowingly, he had already become an elder of the Carroll family. Meng Tuo had always wanted to become the next clan chief of the family. With Gao Xiang around, he was afraid he would not have the chance to become the clan chief. I must find an opportunity. Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu Dojo. Feng Tang sat cross-legged on the boundless training ground, tilting his head and looking at the instructor floating in the sky with a burning gaze. The Ganwu Dojo was simply too large. When instructors held public lectures, they needed to float in the sky, otherwise the students would not be able to find where the instructor was. Tutor Hemi floated in the air, scanning the 10,000 astral rank students below. In the crowd, an astral rank 1 student caught his attention. Gao Xiang had long been engaged in life and death battles in the killing field decisive battle space, and being a student of their Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu Dojo, he was frequently discussed by Tutor Hami and Levi. To master the law, the prerequisite is to possess your own domain. The course Tutor Hami was going to explain was how to master the comprehension of the law at the astral rank. This course was considered a very advanced course. Among astral rank students, mastering the law was also considered an advanced course for universe rank students. Therefore, among the tens of thousands of students present, there were quite a few universe rank students. What I comprehend is the law of fire, so I can only provide some suggestions based on the law of fire. Tutor Hami spoke eloquently on the podium, but his eyes would occasionally drift toward Gao Xiang's direction. After Gao Xiang stepped into the astral rank, he had only been observing the fire feather for a few days, yet he had many realizations, and at the same time, was filled with questions regarding the comprehension of the law of fire. Tutor Hami happened to follow the path of the law of fire and was the instructor among the two-leaf Ganwu expert here who was best at teaching the law of fire. Feng Tang, look over there. The broad-shouldered and thick-waisted Luokan patted Feng Tang's shoulder. Feng Tang looked in the direction Luokan was pointing, and upon discovering it was Gao Xiang, he chose to ignore him and continued to look up at Tutor Hami. You two are from the same family, you should be harmonious and work together for the development of the family. Luokan had been the number 1 genius in the family since childhood and enjoyed the best resources in the family, therefore, he was broad-minded and simple-minded. If he were to experience Feng Tang's experiences, I am afraid he would find it difficult to maintain his current state of mind. It's finally over. Returning to his residence, Tutor Hami lay on a chair, and 2 maids appeared behind him. The maids stretched out their slender fingers and began to help Tutor Hami relax his shoulders. Tutor Hami did not like being an instructor. When facing many students, he would also get stage fright. However, because the pay for being an instructor was simply too high, he had no choice but to reluctantly continue staying at the Ganwu Dojo. He opened his mailbox. As an instructor, answering students' questions was one of his work tasks. However, he was not an ordinary 1-leaf Ganwu instructor, but a high and mighty 2-leaf Ganwu expert instructor. He had the right not to reply to students' questions, he only needed to complete a certain number of reply tasks, and he could completely ignore any excess questions. Chapter 19, Illusion Affinity. Reporting, Master, after the public lecture just now, you received 6,320 new emails, Tutor Hami's intelligent assistant reminded him. Nearly 1/3 of the students from this public lecture sent inquiry emails to Tutor Hami. Tutor Hami felt a headache coming on as he looked at them. Help me randomly select 30 emails to reply to. Yes, Master. By the way, see if there are any emails from a student named Gao Xiang. Master, there is an email from Gao Xiang. Tutor Hami first finished replying to the 30 emails before opening Gao Xiang's email. After reading Gao Xiang's questions, Tutor Hami frowned deeply. Gao Xiang had actually raised 10 cultivation questions at once. This little fellow just stepped into the astral rank not long ago, how could he have so many questions? Could this guy be asking on behalf of other students? Every 2-leaf Ganwu expert instructor only gives public lectures after a long interval, and they face far too many students to cater to each one. Some shrewd students who gain the instructor's attention will sell opportunities to ask questions externally, then compile these questions and email them to the instructor. Tutor Hammy had seen many such students. When he encountered such students, he would often directly blacklist their accounts. Master, I will now blacklist Gao Xiang's account for you. Email deleted, blacklisting complete. Tutor Hammy's intelligent assistant already had its own consciousness and could help Tutor Hammy solve problems. Without waiting for Tutor Hammy to make a decision, it had already deleted Gao Xiang's email and blacklisted the account. Wait. Tutor Hammy was about to stop it, but found that the intelligent assistant had already finished processing. Tutor Hammy rubbed his forehead, quickly retrieved the email and unblacklist the account. His intuition told him that Gao Xiang might not be that kind of middleman. He had discussed hundreds of Gao Xiang's matches with his friend Levi in the virtual universe, and he had long since realized that Gao Xiang was not that kind of person. I can't believe this guy actually has his own unique insights. It seems he has comprehended the law of fire for at least 100 years. Seeing Gao Xiang's 10 interrelated questions, Tutor Hammy couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although this kid Gao Xiang had not yet comprehended a domain, let alone entered the law, he was already one of the few top geniuses Tutor Hammy had ever seen. The Ganwu Universe country is a miraculous nation. All Ganwu dojos throughout its territory highly value genius students. Once a promising talent is discovered, they will report it immediately, never missing a genius. In terms of valuing geniuses, the Ganwu Universe country is definitely one of the best among all human race universe countries. The name, Chief Debtor, isn't just for show. Half a day later, Gao Xiang received Tutor Hammy's reply. I can't believe he actually replied. Gao Xiang was a little surprised to see the reply. 2-leaf Ganwu expert instructors hold a respected position in the Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu Dojo, second only to 3-leaf Ganwu practitioners, and he had the right not to reply to Gao Xiang's questions. At the same time, Feng Tang, in another location, had already ordered his intelligent assistant to notify him immediately if any emails arrived. However, after waiting for most of the day, he still hadn't received a reply from the instructor. But he wasn't disheartened. He believed that with tens of thousands of people attending the public lecture, it was already extremely rare for the instructor to reply to 100 emails. Little did he know that Tutor Hammy only replied to 30 emails after each public lecture. If he were to learn that Gao Xiang's email was among those 30, he would probably spit blood and die on the spot. Decisive battle space. After Gao Xiang stepped into the astral rank, his planetary level rating was reset to 0, and he had to start over. Although Gao Xiang had only recently entered the astral rank, he had daily observations of the fire feather and a daily increase of 1 point in comprehension ability. Even without comprehending a domain or entering the law, his strength among peers of the same rank was still top-notch. After hundreds of battles, Gao Xiang reached a 3-star rating. Gao Xiang, you can do it. As Gao Xiang's little fangirl, Molly would almost always trot along whenever Gao Xiang entered the killing field. When Gao Xiang and she were both at the planetary level, Gao Xiang's battles were quite boring to her, because she could discern the tricks within as long as she watched carefully. However, as Gao Xiang stepped into the astral rank and participated in one astral rank decisive battle space after another, Molly found Gao Xiang's matches to be highly entertaining. In short, they were artistic, and she found herself somewhat unable to understand them. Fortunately, after Gao Xiang finished each battle, he would analyze, summarize, and conclude with Molly. Molly was not a lucky person like Gao Xiang. She also joined the Ganwu dojo and also sent emails to instructors, but she never received a reply from an instructor. Hello, my name is Phantom Demon Qiulong. As soon as he entered the decisive battle space, Gao Xiang saw his opponent enthusiastically greeting him. At this moment, a 2-people girl appeared, wearing a pink battle suit, with a curvaceous figure and 2 rabbit ears on her head. The 2-people bloodline ranks as a middle tier among all human race. This race possesses a unique talent, illusion affinity. It is precisely because of this talent that many 2-people have embarked on the path of illusion arts. Qiulong called herself Phantom Demon, and from her name, it could be initially judged that she likely followed the illusion art path. Why aren't you responding to me? Qiulong was extremely alluring. Seeing Gao Xiang coldly staring at her, she touched her sparkling face and deliberately winked at Gao Xiang. With just a wink, Gao Xiang felt a jolt in his heart. Is this an illusion art? Gao Xiang was shocked. Just one wink made him feel distinctly uncomfortable. If you don't respond to me, then let's begin our pleasant experience. Qiulong suddenly closed her eyes and began to cast an illusion. Gao Xiang had just been staring motionlessly at his opponent, but the next second he awoke as if from a dream, standing in a patch of flowers and grass. On the lawn ahead, a beautiful woman was half reclining. The woman's arms were fair, propping her up from behind. Her two long, fair legs were slender. The woman was Qiulong from moments ago. Why did she change her attire? Gao Xiang was filled with doubt. My dear, you're here. Let's quickly do pleasant things in the grass. Qiulong stood up and slowly walked towards Gao Xiang. She walked behind Gao Xiang, her slender fingers caressing Gao Xiang's Adam's apple. But suddenly, Qiulong's fingers transformed into sharp blades, lightly slicing across Gao Xiang's neck. Pff'd. His head fell off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The next second, Gao Xiang was teleported out. Slumped on the floor of the private room, Gao Xiang gasped for air. What a terrifying illusion art! It actually affected his state of mind, making him mistakenly believe they were lovers. Tisk tisk, this Gao Xiang is too weak. That girl's illusion art is simply third-rate, yet he still fell for it. This Gao Xiang is too useless. Tutor Levi, who had just lost 30 billion black dragon coins, began to curse. Chapter 20, Universe Strongest Warrior Tournament. Hee, my analysis was pretty spot on, wasn't it? Unlike Levi, Tutor Hammy's analysis this time was completely correct, successfully predicting that Gao Xiang would lose the match. Both were seasoned veteran gamblers. Before every bet, they would analyze the strength of both sides. Tutor Hammy believed that Gao Xiang's growth speed was too fast. He had reached the astral rank before the age of 50. Even though he frequently frequented the astral rank decisive battle space, his weakness was his willpower. It could be said that the current Gao Xiang was a complete weakling when it came to the path of the soul. On the other hand, Phantom Demon, a genius of the two people, had specialized in illusion arts since she was young. Her direct combat ability was on a completely different level than Gao Xiang's, but her illusion arts were the perfect counter to Gao Xiang. Levi was equally clear about the strengths and weaknesses of both. Levi believed that the illusion arts level of Phantom Demon, who came from the two people, was too low and belonged to the unranked category. Even if Gao Xiang's soul strength was poor, he could still break free within a second. As long as Gao Xiang broke free, Phantom Demon would surely die. Since you think so highly of Gao Xiang, why haven't you taken him as your disciple yet? There's no rush. After all, Gao Xiang was still young and had only just begun to show his talent. Among all the astral rank students in the Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu Dojo, he was an inconspicuous existence. Levi had no intention of taking on a disciple. Tutor Hammy did, but only slightly. However, he had already made arrangements with the education department of the Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu Dojo, and he already possessed the priority right to take Gao Xiang as a disciple. As mentors of the Ganwu Dojo, their income mainly consisted of 3 parts. The first part was the fixed salary for being a mentor. The second part was the salary for teaching public classes. The last part was the reward for cultivating disciples. For example, if one cultivated a disciple who successfully entered the Ganwu secret realm, the reward would be equivalent to more than 10 years of the mentor's fixed salary. If one cultivated a disciple who entered the 4 major secret realms of the virtual universe, the reward would be even more exaggerated. If you aren't going to take him as a disciple, then I'm going to. You fool. None of the students you recommended last year entered the Ganwu secret realm. Your judgment and teaching level are misleading your disciples. Just as the two were bickering, both simultaneously received a message notification from their intelligent assistants. The message was sent by the Virtual Universe Corporation. Bright light instantly appeared in both of their eyes. It seemed that the Strongest Warrior Tournament, which occurred once every 50,000 years, was about to begin. The two quickly entered the virtual universe with their consciousness. They saw a giant screen suddenly appear in the sky of the virtual universe. On the screen, a few lines of large text were clearly written. Geniuses from all over the universe, perhaps you missed the Astral Rank Universe Peak Genius Competition and lost the opportunity to join our Virtual Universe Corporation. But it doesn't matter, the 50,000-year Universe Rank Strongest Warrior Tournament is about to begin. There were many channels to join the Virtual Universe Corporation. For example, the Universe Peak Genius Competition that Luo Feng participated in back then. Or the guaranteed admission quotas for the core secret realms of each universe kingdom. Or perhaps being born lucky, with parents who were high-level executives of the Virtual Universe Corporation, allowing one to enter the company's internal youth class from a young age. Joining the outside territory battlefield and accumulating military merits also provided an opportunity to enter the Virtual Universe Corporation. In short, as long as your talent and strength were formidable, there were no fewer than 10 ways to enter the Virtual Universe Corporation. Gao Xiang, who was cultivating, also received the message from the Virtual Universe Corporation. Official messages from the Virtual Universe Corporation had absolute priority. Regardless of whether you were in the virtual universe at the time, you would receive the message notification from your virtual assistant or intelligent assistant immediately. Has the Strongest Warrior Tournament started? Gao Xiang opened his eyes. The Universe Rank Strongest Warrior Tournament was held only once every 50,000 years, and the normal lifespan of a Universe Rank Strong Warrior was only 100,000 years, so they could participate in the Strongest Warrior Tournament at least once in their lifetime. But the one I want to participate in is the Genius Competition. For Gao Xiang, the Genius Competition was equivalent to the college entrance examination of his previous life. The Genius Competition was absolutely the fairest competition among all genius selections. Compared to the Genius Competition, the fairness of the Strongest Warrior Tournament was much worse. The reason was very simple. Universe Rank Strong Warriors had a lifespan of 100,000 years, so a contestant could have up to nearly 100,000 years to prepare. Under the same conditions of talent and comprehension ability, could the strength of a universe rank who had cultivated for 1,000 years be the same as one who had cultivated for nearly 100,000 years? Gao Xiang, come to the virtual universe to see me immediately. Suddenly, Gao Xiang received a message from his teacher, Caro. In a small villa on the Black Dragon Mountain Island in the virtual universe. Gao Xiang met his teacher, Caro. You saw the message sent by the virtual universe just now, didn't you? Caro stood with his hands behind his back, head tilted upward. I saw it, but the Strongest Warrior Tournament requires universe rank to participate, so I cannot sign up. For this Strongest Warrior Tournament, your teacher has been preparing for 60,000 years. Next, I will focus entirely on preparing for the Strongest Warrior Tournament. Gao Xiang, do you have any doubts or needs? Your teacher will definitely find a way to help you. Gao Xiang understood. It turned out that his teacher, Caro, had already lived for a full 90,000 years, and his law of fire had reached the introductory level, all for the sake of participating in the Strongest Warrior Tournament. Law of Fire Initiation, Law of Fire Comprehension about 1%. Teacher Caro's talent was not outstanding, being able to reach his current level was entirely due to grinding over time. If he could be 88,000 years younger, he would be guaranteed a spot in the primitive mystical region. Teacher, I do indeed have a request. Gao Xiang had many areas that needed improvement. For example, soul, willpower, movement techniques, spiritual force amplitude secret techniques, and so on. There were far too many areas that he needed to improve. Gao Xiang felt that with his current talent, wanting to reach Luo Feng's level at the astral rank stage was almost like a pipe dream. Fortunately, Gao Xiang's comprehension ability improved a little every day. After 10,000 years, his comprehension ability could increase by 3,650,000 points. By then, it would be hard to say who would be stronger and who would be weaker. Speak. Carol looked at Gao Xiang, this junior, his eyes filled with affection. At this moment, he felt some regret. If he hadn't chosen to remain at the universe rank 60,000 years ago, he would have already been a famous territory lord rank strong warrior for tens of thousands of years by now. The entire Qiulong planet currently had only one territory lord rank strong warrior. The Carroll family could completely buy up several star systems and become a primary cosmic civilization country like the Yinlan Empire. With the accumulation of the Carroll Empire at that time, they could have completely bestowed better resources upon Gao Xiang. I was killed in one move by a two-people illusionist in the decisive battle space, and I hoped to obtain a soul-type secret technique. Gao Xiang wanted too many things, but he was worried that his teacher wouldn't be able to provide them, so he decided to bring up the one he wanted the most first. I once obtained a secret technique by chance called Soul Mountain. This secret technique has 3 levels in total. After the first level reaches perfection, willpower strength reaches the peak of astral rank. After the second level reaches perfection, willpower strength reaches the perfection of universe rank. After the third level reaches perfection, willpower strength reaches the perfection of territory lord rank. Thank you, teacher. Is there anything else you want? What teacher has bestowed upon me is already enough. Chapter 21, They are all old fogies. 3 years later, the strongest warrior tournament for the universe rank, organized by the Virtual Universe Corporation, kicked off. Almost the entire Carroll family entered the virtual universe to watch this grand competition together. I see the old ancestor. Molly sat beside Gao Xiang, pointing at a person in the holographic projection. Karo was located in the 88th plane. This plane had hundreds of millions of universe rank warriors and was located in a high-temperature lava environment. The strongest warrior tournament was different from the peak genius competition. It did not require preliminary selections by the universe countries but was instead directly selected by the Virtual Universe Corporation. 1 month before the start of the universe rank strongest warrior tournament, the Lord of Ganwu announced that once this tournament concluded, any member of the Ganwu universe country who could enter the top 1 million in the entire universe, regardless of whether they were a member of the Ganwu Secret Realm, could unconditionally join the Ganwu Secret Realm. However, Gao Xiang felt that this announcement was nothing more than an unnecessary gesture. Whether it was the genius competition or the strongest warrior tournament, 99% of those who could make it into the top 1 million in the entire universe were already members of the Ganwu Secret Realm. I see him too. Gao Xiang stared fixedly at Karo in the holographic projection. At this moment, Karo had found a lava cave. Above the cave was several dozen meters of scorching lava. Lava was an excellent medium for blocking detection. Hiding in the lava cave, Karo could survive for a very long time. At this moment, Karo still had his eyes closed. He was still comprehending the law. However, the universe rank warriors above the surface had already gone bloodthirsty. A one-leaf Ganwu instructor, wearing a standard robe with a golden leaf on the cuff, was currently floating in the air. A one-leaf Ganwu instructor is participating in the strongest warrior tournament, and is an instructor at that. This isn't fair at all. After confirming the opponent's identity, Molly cried out that it was unfair. What's unfair about that? Gao Xiang was already used to it. Who set the rule that instructors couldn't participate in the strongest warrior tournament? The instructor floated up, slowly raising his hands. Lightning writhed on his palms like snakes. At this moment, a dense, dark crowd of people surged from all around. At a glance, there were at least 10,000 people. All of you, die. The one-leaf Ganwu instructor fully extended his arms. Instantly, the lightning snakes on his hands seemed to come alive, leaping from his hands. When the lightning snakes landed, they began to form a spiderweb of lightning on the ground. The lightning spiderweb spread in all directions. This scene looked slow, but in reality, it was as fast as lightning. Arg! Damn it! I'm not resigned to this. I have bitterly cultivated at the universe rank for 60,000 years. The screams were incessant. In a short while, the area for dozens of miles around turned into scorched earth. Less than 100 universe rank warriors survived. However, they had little combat power left to speak of. These survivors tried to flee. However, before they could stand up, a hidden weapon shot into the head of every survivor. This scene stunned all the Carroll family members present. The universe rank warriors were too strong. The gap between the strong and the weak was like the difference between a chasm and dust. On a hillside more than 100 kilometers away, a man holding a large golden sword, with 8 golden wings behind his back, was also floating in the air. 10,000 line flow. Instantly, the entire sky was filled with dense, countless clones. Gao Xiang widened his eyes, watching this scene in disbelief. He remembered that when Bolin participated in the genius competition, he created over 1,000 clones at once, and from then on, he was hailed as a super genius who appeared only once every 10,000 epochs. Gao Xiang was an astral rank warrior, and through the holographic projection, he quickly calculated the number of the opponent's clones. There were about 3,000 of them. Master, this warrior with over 3,000 phantom bodies is a gold medal instructor from the Tianqian dojo of the Tianqian universe country, named Bo Lang. At this moment, the intelligent assistant Sandus explained. To be able to obtain the qualification of a gold medal instructor at the mere universe rank, it seems his strength is indeed powerful. Gao Xiang's gaze remained fixed on Bo Lang. The standards of the Tianqian dojo were the same as the Ganwu dojo. Generally, only World Lord rank instructors could become gold medal instructors after passing the assessment. Oh my, why is the gap between people so large? Molly sighed. Finally realized it, The higher the realm, the greater the gap in strength between warriors. Conversely, Gao Xiang quickly adjusted his mindset after seeing Bo Lang's 3,000 plus phantom bodies. In the original work, this situation was already nothing unusual. For example, a World Lord warrior might be killed in one move by a genius territory lord rank. There were also World Lord rank warriors who could kill a marquee level immortal in one move. The Carroll family members present watched for 3 days and 3 nights, finally waiting for the old ancestor to appear. Caro opened his eyes, and a slight smile actually appeared on his face. The flame patterns on his body bloomed with dazzling light at this moment. He deliberately manifested his law power. The genius competition tests talent and comprehension ability. The strongest warrior tournament tests accumulation. Even if your talent and comprehension ability are dozens of times stronger than mine, with the gap of my 100-fold cultivate time, you may not necessarily be my opponent. At this moment, Gao Xiang finally understood the intention of the human upper echelon in holding the strongest warrior tournament. What of powerful talent and comprehension ability? Perseverance and the ability to persist for a long time are also essential conditions for becoming a super warrior. Rumble. An old fogey wearing a fiery red robe, with hair burning with flames, soared into the sky, overlooking the tens of thousands of warriors below. He is actually a warrior recognized by the law. What is there to fear? I, Kumo, have bitterly cultivated for 10,000 years, all for this day. Retreat first. After Caro appeared, he was like a lava demon. Wherever he passed, everything was scorched earth. With one strike, at least 1,000 people were reduced to ashes. Master, I have analyzed the competition data from thousands of planes this time. Any universe rank warrior who can be recognized by the law can successfully advance. After Caro appeared, Sandus used her super strong computing power and quickly reached a conclusion. That's good. The teacher doesn't act often, but when he does, he shocks everyone. However, just as all the Carroll family members thought the old ancestor was going to successfully advance, a person appeared in front of Caro. Bo Lang, is it? Caro learned the name of the 8-winged angel in front of him from others, and also knew that he possessed over 3,000 phantom bodies, known as the number 1 person in the 88th plane. Bo Lang was currently the number 1 person in points for the 88th plane. The combat power this person displayed was at least at the level of the top 100 in the strongest warrior tournament. Bo Lang had an arrogant personality, gifted since childhood. He originally had the opportunity to be directly sent to the highest beginning mythical region. But his goal was to enter the primitive mystical region. Unable to enter the primitive mystical region, he gave up the opportunity to enter the highest beginning mythical region, chose to break through to the universe rank, and prepared to participate in the strongest warrior tournament. Old ancestor, run quickly, don't compete with this guy. Molly clenched her little hands, very worried. Anyone with even a little bit of discernment could judge the final result. Chapter 22, Ruler of Yinlan. It was impossible for the old ancestor to kill Bo Lang. No one believed the old ancestor was a match for Bo Lang. Bo Lang said nothing. Seeing that Carlo was not running away, he leapt up and immediately dove down toward Carlo. He didn't even use his phantoms. At that moment, Carlo felt insulted. Blazing slash. Carlo's flaming long saber instantly grew dozens of times larger and longer, burning with raging flames as he swung it toward Bo Lang, who was above him. However, just as his flaming long saber was about to touch Bo Lang's body vanished. This guy actually has teleportation. That's so unfair. Molly watched the scene, fuming and cursing the unfairness. It's not teleportation, his speed is just too fast. Gao Xiang stared at the holographic projection and explained calmly. Molly, that little newbie, couldn't comprehend a high-level skill like teleportation. But Gao Xiang knew that to master the profound mystery of teleportation, one had to be at least a champion-level high undying warrior. It was absolutely impossible for Bo Lang to have mastered teleportation. The facts were indeed as Gao Xiang had expected. Bo Lang appeared behind Carlo. A sharp blade was aimed at Carlo's back. By this time, Carlo's ninth stage domain had already expanded, turning the surroundings into territory he could perceive. But he had not sensed Bo Lang's exact location. Because within a radius of 3 kilometers, there were over 3,000 of Bo Lang's phantoms. These phantoms were identical and performed different actions. With Carlo's current sensory ability, he couldn't determine which one was the real body. But as long as they were phantoms, there must be a flaw. It's you. Carlo was an old veteran with rich combat experience. He could roughly guess what Bo Lang's real body wanted to do. Perhaps stab him in the back. Or perhaps stab him from above. But it would almost certainly not be from the front. Carlo did not turn around, instead. He rotated his arm backward, and his flaming long saber slashed toward the area behind him with a whistling sound. Bo Lang was instantly split in two and quickly burned into nothingness by the flames carried by the long saber. But Carlo didn't feel relieved. If Bo Lang were so easy to kill, this battle would be too boring. Just after Bo Lang's phantom disappeared, dozens of Bo Langs appeared simultaneously on Carlo's sides, above him, and in front of him. Carlo didn't think much and, wielding his flaming long saber, slashed at the Bo Langs in front of him. Carlo didn't strike immediately, he waited until Bo Lang's sharp blade was very close, at a distance where he could no longer dodge, before counter-attacking. This way, if Carlo managed to hit Bo Lang wouldn't be able to retreat unscathed. In that case, Bo Lang would be the one in a more passive position. It was possible that he would be killed in one blow by a lucky strike from Carlo. Rip. Over 3,000 phantoms vanished instantly after Carlo hit the Bo Lang at the very front. Replacing them, a gruesome wound appeared on the armor over Bo Lang's chest. The standard issue, yet morphable, Tier 3 force battle armor had actually been torn open by the flaming long saber, even injuring Bo Lang's physical body. How did you discover my real body? I just struck at the most unlikely phantom. Carlo replied very calmly. Although his strike just now was executed quite late, it still reached 80% of the force amplification of his peak state. He was very confident that a territory lord rank powerhouse would likely lose half their life on the spot if they were hit by his self-created ultimate technique. However, Bo Lang had actually withstood his strongest ultimate technique head-on. This guy might have the level of the primitive mystical region. With this kind of ability, why is he joining the fun in the Strongest Warrior tournament? Carlo cursed inwardly. The nature of the Strongest Warrior tournament and the Genius competition were completely different. The Genius competition selected top geniuses. The Strongest Warrior tournament selected top powerhouses. A genius couldn't become a genius just by waiting around. But a powerhouse could become a powerhouse by waiting with time. You were qualified to witness my strongest ultimate technique. Bo Lang had cultivated bitterly for tens of thousands of years, willing to give up the opportunity to enter the heaven and earth secret realm just to stay at the universe rank, all to enter the primitive mystical region. During these tens of thousands of years of hidden cultivation, he had long since created his own strongest ultimate technique. This move of his was enough to kill a peak territory lord rank. Bo Lang switched to holding his sword with both hands, and the law energy around him manifested. At this moment, Bo Lang was surrounded by golden light. Carlo could perceive the dense manifestation of the light law around Bo Lang. Bo Lang was definitely the favorite son of the light law. Carlo didn't know that if Bo Lang hadn't been so stubborn back then, he would probably be a top marquee level immortal by now. Lang was stunned for a moment. Carlo, who had been full of killing intent just a moment ago, had actually turned and run. "I'm not fighting this lunatic." Carlo cursed inwardly again, and greeted Lang's father in the process. Lang had no intention of stopping, nor did he have any intention of chasing after him. He continued to execute his strongest move. Carlo had already run 3 kilometers away. He didn't slow down, looking back. A light blade, fully 10 meters high, was coming to kill him. The next instant, Carlo's Tier 3 force battle armor shattered. Carlo was split in two. Even a universe-rank powerhouse like Carlo, who had entered the beginner stage of a lower law, was still killed in one blow. Sitting beside Molly, Gao Xiang, who was stroking the fur of a purple cat with one hand, gasped. The top geniuses, who got stuck at the old age death line without making a breakthrough, were just too strong. Greetings, old ancestor. Greetings, teacher. Not long after Carlo died in battle, his virtual physical body was teleported to the front of Gao Xiang and the others. Carlo appeared very calm. He thought that a universe rank like himself, who was stuck at the old age death line, was already very strong, but there were heavens beyond heavens, and some universe rank warriors were already so strong he couldn't comprehend them. "I have 800,000 points, I don't know if I can successfully advance." In the first round of selection, one needed to reach the top 1 million in points to be qualified to enter the second round. The old ancestor will definitely successfully advance. At this moment, Meng Tuo started to flatter him. "That's right, the old ancestor is already a genius who has entered the beginner stage of a law, how could he fail to be selected?" 3 days later, the news of the old ancestor's successful advancement quickly spread throughout the Carroll family. This marked that Carroll had gained the qualification to enter the Ganwu secret realm. Wow! The gluttonous Molly saw the plates of precious delicacies in front of her and couldn't help but drool. Today was a very important day for the Carroll family. Because the old ancestor of the Carroll family had successfully entered the Ganwu secret realm. However, up until now, Carlo had not received an invitation from the Ganwu secret realm. But this did not stop the entire Qiulong planet from becoming lively because of it. A middle-aged man wearing a black robe walked into the great hall of the Carroll family. Behind him followed 2 universe-rank 9th stage powerhouses. "Congratulations, Brother Carlo, on successfully entering the Ganwu secret realm." This person was very enthusiastic. "Greetings, ruler of Yinlan." As a member of the family, and the most core descendant of the entire family, Gao Xiang naturally attended this celebration. Chapter 23, Obtaining the Milky Way Galaxy. The Carroll family was able to produce a student of the Ganwu secret realm, and from then on, the status and standing of the entire family underwent an earth-shaking transformation. Any powerhouse coming out of the Ganwu secret realm is guaranteed to reach at least the World Lord rank. A World Lord with a background from the Ganwu secret realm would make even the ruler of the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire wary. "You must be Gao Xiang, right? I have long heard about you from Brother Carlo, and I believe that in the future, you will definitely be able to achieve a very good ranking in the genius competition." The ruler of Yinlan patted Gao Xiang on the shoulder, looking at him with great appreciation. "This is my gift." The ruler of Yinlan took out a box and handed it to Carlo. Carlo opened it and discovered that inside the box was actually a transfer contract. Specifically, it was a galaxy transfer contract. The content of the contract stated that the Yinlan Empire voluntarily transferred a galaxy near Qiulong planet, called the Small Magellanic Galaxy, to the Carroll family. Although Qiulong planet was within the territory of the Yinlan Empire, it belonged to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, and the actual power holder was 3-Axe Mountain, a top force within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The Yinlan Empire only had 8 major galaxies in total, and the Small Magellanic Galaxy was one of them. The action of the ruler of Yinlan was tantamount to emptying his own coffers, all just to build a good relationship with Carlo. "Teacher, could you ask the ruler of Yinlan to change the transferred galaxy to the Milky Way galaxy?" Gao Xiang ordered Sandus to send a message to Carlo. Just as Carlo was preparing to accept this generous gift, he received a message from Gao Xiang. He became somewhat puzzled. The prosperity of the Small Magellanic Galaxy far exceeded that of the remote Milky Way galaxy, and especially since it was Adjacent to Qiulong planet, it was very convenient to manage. Gao Xiang knew why he wanted to change it to the Milky Way galaxy. But he could not reveal things that had not yet happened. Teacher, in any case, you must trust me, my choice will definitely not be wrong. All right, I believe you. Brother Yinlin, could we change it to the Milky Way galaxy? Hearing Carlo's request, the ruler of Yinlin was overjoyed. His relationship with Carlo was actually quite ordinary on a normal day. But the other party's status now was different. He had specifically watched Carlo's competition footage and compared it with many other qualifying contestants of the same level as Carlo, and he discovered that Carlo was a contestant who had been severely harmed by Bo Lang. What the ruler of Yinlin feared most was that if Carlo entered the Apocalypse secret region, his status would be exalted, and by then, the Yinlin Empire might even become a fiefdom granted to Carlo by the Ganwu Universe country. Even if the other party could not enter the Apocalypse secret region and entered the Ganwu secret realm instead, guaranteeing he would come out as a world lord, that was still not something a small universe rank like him could compare to. Ha ha ha, naturally that is possible. Swapping the small Magellanic Galaxy for such a remote galaxy as the Milky Way galaxy could not be more suitable. The ruler of Yinlin was worried that Carlo would go back on his word, so he ordered his intelligent assistant to quickly draft 2 contracts. In less than 5 minutes, the Carroll family became the legal owner of the Milky Way galaxy. After obtaining the Milky Way galaxy, Gao Xiang was not completely at ease. This represented that the Carroll family had 100% ownership of the Milky Way galaxy. But there were 2 exceptions. First, if a secret realm, massive amounts of rare minerals, or other resources were discovered. Second, if a planet with life was discovered. After discovering a planet with life, the ownership of that planet would still belong to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, and the first discoverer would have the right of first refusal to purchase that planet with life. In other words, if the planet with life, Earth, was discovered in the future, even if it was located in the Carroll family's territory, its ownership would still belong to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. To perfectly obtain ownership of Earth, Gao Xiang had already thought of a perfect solution. However, before that, he must improve his own strength. Marshal Zhang Tianqian of 3 Axe Mountain has arrived. The Carroll family guard responsible for guarding the door shouted loudly, "Zhang Tianqian." Everyone present looked towards the direction of the entrance. The great name of Zhang Tianqian was thunderous throughout the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Only to see a beautiful man wearing wine-red battle armor with a black cape draped over his back, as if teleporting, walking in front of everyone in a single step. There was a lightning mark on his forehead, and his whole body exuded the power of lightning. This was a top-tier world lord who had been acknowledged by the law of lightning. I didn't expect that even Zhang Tianqian would come. Gao Xiang was shocked internally. This was the ceiling of combat power he had come into contact with so far. Congratulations to Brother Carlo for entering the Ganwu secret realm. I have come on behalf of 3 Axe Mountain to offer my congratulations. This is my gift. Behind Zhang Tianqian followed 2 other territory lord rank powerhouses. My God, is this a world lord rank powerhouse? A territory lord rank is actually just an attendant. The appearance of Zhang Tianqian shocked the members of the Carroll family present. Carlo himself was equally shocked. Your Highness Carlo, this is our gift from 3 Axe Mountain. The person holding the gift tray was a territory lord rank powerhouse. Carlo recognized this person. The other party was the Planet Master of Qiulong Planet, a territory lord of 3 Axe Mountain. This territory lord had watched Carlo's battle footage. He had self-awareness and knew that with his territory lord rank combat power, he probably couldn't beat Carlo. Neither he nor Zhang Tianqian had pointed out Carlo's potential. Taking advantage of the time before Carlo rose to power to build a good relationship early was the survival philosophy of 3 Axe Mountain. Zhang Tianqian, you old dog, I didn't expect you to get here first. A low voice, as cold as ice covering 10,000 miles, came in from outside. Before the guards at the door could even call out the other party's name, a gust of ice and snow blew into the main hall. In an instant, the entire main hall turned into a world covered in ice and snow. Hargrave, don't mess around. Zhang Tianqian shouted angrily. The main hall, which was just covered in ice and snow, instantly dissipated and returned to its original state. At this moment, a bald man in a white robe with double pupils flew in. Even Hargrave has come. Gao Xiang watched this scene in surprise. Judging from Zhang Tianshan's reaction, Hargrave did not have a good relationship with him, and there might even be a conflict between them. Old dog. Hargrave had a violent temper, an ice and snow mark appeared on his forehead, and his body was covered in ice and snow, turning the entire main hull into a frozen state once again. A cluster of violent ice and snow lightning appeared in his palm. Without a doubt, as long as he threw the ice and snow lightning in his hand, the entire Carroll family would disappear from this world. Hargrave, what do you want to do? Are you not afraid of being blamed by the Black Dragon Divine Lord? Zhang Tianshan did not move a single bit. He knew that Hargrave would not actually take action, it was just for show. HMPH. Hargrave returned to a calm appearance. Hargrave was a top-tier world lord of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire in the original work, and he had a grandson named Brolin, who was the 9th prince. In the original work, there was no character called the 9th princess. Zhang Tianshan, I wonder what your gift is. This time, Hargrave had prepared a generous gift. He wanted to see how Zhang Tianshan would embarrass himself. Zhang Tianshan had no intention of competing with Hargrave, and he said casually, we, 3-Axe Mountain, have prepared a set of Lancay fruit. The Lancay fruit has a gentle life force, not as violent as the life fruit, and is an excellent treasure for cultivating plant-based life forms and spirit beasts. At the same time, it can also be used to restore the injuries of universe-rank powerhouses. Chapter 24, Ganwu Secret Realm Entry Ticket. A set of Lancay fruit, according to the market price, is worth about 200 billion universe coins. For the Carroll family, this is definitely a huge sum of money. Haha, just Lancay fruit. You 3-Axe Mountain folks are stingy enough. Seeing that Zhang Tianshan's gift was merely Lancay fruit, Hargrave couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hargrave and Zhang Tianshan had known each other for many years, but their relationship had always been poor, and they often clashed over treasures or secret realms. However, he was inferior to Zhang Tianshan in every aspect. This also led to him wanting to compare himself with Zhang Tianshan in everything. For example, this gift-giving. He wanted to see Zhang Tianshan look frustrated. Look at what gift you sent. Hargrave's actions successfully piqued Zhang Tianshan's interest. Look, Hargrave played the holographic projection. It was a spaceship. I didn't expect your Black Dragon Mountain Holy Land to be so generous. I'm impressed, truly impressed. After seeing this spaceship, Zhang Tianshan also praised Hargrave highly. This Hargrave was nothing more than a reckless brute. So what if the gift he sent was more precious than his? Brother Caro, this is an E2 grade spaceship our Black Dragon Mountain Holy Land has prepared for you. E-grade spaceships are the standard status symbol for world lords, with prices ranging from 1 Hunyuan unit to 10,000 Hunyuan units. The most expensive automaton race E-grade spaceship, designated as a top-tier E9 grade spaceship, costs more than many F-grade spaceships. The E2 grade spaceship that Hargrave sent was worth about 2 Hunyuan units. Impressed, truly impressed, I am convinced, brother. Zhang Tianshan spoke of admiring Hargrave's generosity, but in reality, he was filled with disdain. This idiot Hargrave, so what if he sent such an expensive gift? The favor belongs to the Black Dragon Mountain Holy Land. You, Hargrave, are just an errand boy. HMPH. Hargrave crossed his arms, being flattered by Zhang Tianshan for the first time. He was in a great mood. This E-grade spaceship was worth sending. Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu Dojo Superintendent Broken Blade has arrived. The voice of the gatekeeper came from outside again. Broken Blade. This person was the top person in charge of the Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu Dojo, a peak world lord, and a 3-leaf Ganwu practitioner. As a super existence backed by the Ganwu Secret Realm, his status in Black Dragon Mountain was on par with the 2 Undying of the Black Dragon Mountain Holy Land. When Hargrave and Zhang Tianshan saw him, they both had to call him Big Brother. Greetings, Lord Broken Blade. I didn't expect Lord Broken Blade to arrive in person. The members of the Carroll family present were stunned. Everyone who came today was a legendary existence. Gao himself had not recovered for a long time. Broken Blade himself was a member of the Ganwu Secret Realm. After graduating from the Ganwu Secret Realm, because of his strong teaching ability and World Lord strength, he was assigned to be the head of the Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu Dojo. His status in the Ganwu Universe country was equivalent to an immortal general. Gao, listen to the order. After entering the main hall, Broken Blade did not even spare a glance at Hargrave and Zhang Tianchen, but looked coldly at Gao. As a three-leaf Ganwu practitioner and an internal member of the Virtual Universe Corporation, his strength and status were not something that wild world lords like Zhang Tianchen and Hargrave could compare to. Zhang Tianchen and Hargrave exchanged a glance. For the first time, the two reached a consensus. This Broken Blade was not giving them any face at all. Zhang Tianchen was the Grand Marshal of Three Axe Mountain and an external member of the Great Axe Battleground. Hargrave was just as impressive, being a top world lord of the Black Dragon Mountain Holy Land and an external member of the Virtual Universe Corporation. They wanted to see what gift the Ganwu Secret Realm would give this time. Gao, listen to the order. Although the final results of this Strongest Warrior tournament are not out yet, the Lord of Ganwu has given an order beforehand. If you can enter the top 1 million of the Ganwu Universe country, you will be qualified to enter the Ganwu Secret Realm. I will definitely not let the Lord of Ganwu down. When the entry ticket to the Ganwu Secret Realm was finally confirmed, Gao could not hide his inner joy, and his hands holding the admission notice began to tremble. My mission is complete, farewell. After delivering the admission notice, Broken Blade did not linger and turned to leave. Hargrave and Zhang Tianchen exchanged a glance. As expected of the Ganwu Secret Realm, they didn't even give a gift. How stingy. The banquet lasted for 3 full days. After the crowd dispersed, only Gao Xiang and Gao remained in the main hall. Congratulations, teacher, on successfully entering the Ganwu Secret Realm. Gao Xiang was very fortunate that the family had such a great backer as the old ancestor. He believed that teacher Gao would at least be able to enter the Apocalypse secret region. However, since the final results were not out yet, Gao Xiang could not jump to conclusions. I am just an old guy over 90,000 years old. Even if I enter the Apocalypse secret region, I will not be valued. After all, my age is there. Gao had self-awareness and was not proud because of this. He had waited so long for this day, and he had already adjusted his mindset. But you are different, you are still young and are our family's top priority disciple. I believe you can achieve good results in the genius competition. I hope so. Gao Xiang had his golden finger, his comprehension ability would never fall behind. As long as he was given enough time to develop, he believed he would definitely be able to reach the absolute peak of humanity. But the prerequisite was not to fall halfway. Even geniuses as strong as Qidi and Lian Luo still fell halfway. Gao looked at the personal disciple before him with satisfaction. This disciple of his not only had remarkable talent and comprehension ability, but his heart nature was also very good. This is for you. Gao handed a box to Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang recognized this box. Inside the box was a set of Lancay fruit. Teacher, you should keep this yourself. My cloud-caressing vine is still at the planetary level and doesn't need it yet. Gao Xiang was currently only at the astral rank. He had not reached the level where he needed to go out on adventures, and the cloud-caressing vine did not need the Lancay fruit for the time being. On the other hand, teacher Gao was already starting to shine, and the Lancay fruit would be most useful to him. All right. Gao himself really wanted to keep this set of Lancay fruit, but he suppressed the urge and still decided to bestow the Lancay fruit upon this disciple. As your teacher, I don't have much to bestow upon you now, take this. Gao took out an anonymous Universe Galaxy Bank card. This contains 1 Hunyuan unit. So much. Gao smiled without speaking. In the past, this 1 Hunyuan unit would have been a huge sum of money for the Carroll family. But the Carroll family was different now. The spaceship that Hargrave sent just now was worth more than 1 Hunyuan unit. After entering the Ganwu Secret Realm, Gao's ability to earn money would undergo a qualitative improvement. The second round of the Strongest Warrior tournament was the Trial Tower. Gao was not some top genius, so his performance in the Trial Tower was average. However, after reaching the third round of the Strongest Warrior tournament, Gao's strength began to gradually manifest. In the first round of the competition, he was too unlucky and ran into Bo Lang. Chapter 25, Fetty's Reward. Bo Lang's strength was extremely powerful. In the second round of the trial tower, he achieved an excellent result of second place. Qiulong fought his way through all obstacles, ultimately stopping at 998th place. Apocalypse Secret Region. When Qiulong secured the 998th place in the Strongest Warrior tournament, the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire became lively once again. In the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire, Qiulong was the only one to enter the top 1000 of the Strongest Warrior tournament. In the main hall of the Gao family, another world lord appeared. The three-leaf Ganwu practitioner, Broken Blade, appeared before Qiulong once again. Unlike before, Broken Blade had shed his usual coldness and actually revealed a slightly forced smile. The first time he came to see Qiulong, it was because Qiulong had met the minimum requirements to enter the Ganwu secret realm. He was merely performing his official duties. He was also a world lord who had emerged from the Ganwu secret realm. To him, Qiulong, an undeveloped universe rank, would have to lower his head and call him teacher upon meeting him. But things were different now. Qiulong was already a prospective member of the Apocalypse Secret Region. His status and position had already surpassed that of Broken Blade. Broken Blade had come here today to build a good relationship with Qiulong. Qiulong understood Broken Blade's intentions. He welcomed Broken Blade to eat and drink well. Upon leaving, Broken Blade gifted Qiulong a present worth approximately 0.5 hunyuan. After the Strongest Warrior tournament concluded, Gao Xiang could cultivate in peace. By observing the fire feather daily, Gao Xiang's comprehension of the law of fire progressed rapidly. Just then, a ball of fire suddenly appeared in Gao Xiang's sea of consciousness. The flame quickly vanished, and in its place, a fire domain formed around Gao Xiang. First level of the fire domain. If Gao Xiang wanted to gain entry into the law, his fire domain would need to reach at least the 7th or 8th level realm. Everyone says it is extremely difficult for an astral rank to comprehend a domain, almost 1 in a million, but I have only just stepped into the astral rank and have already successfully comprehended the fire domain. The bald crystal person once said that Hong was able to possess his own domain at the planetary level. Within the entire human nation, Hong was an invincible existence at the planetary level. Thinking of what the crystal person had said, Gao Xiang's heart, which had just wanted to feel proud, instantly returned to calm. With the domain, the difficulty for Gao Xiang to reach the third layer of the golden disc dropped instantly. The golden disc was a second-tier psychokinesis weapon. Once the psychokinesis amplitude reached 18, the holder could unleash the second form. To unleash the third form, the psychokinesis amplitude needed to reach 24. Gao Xiang's current psychokinesis amplitude was exactly 18, having already met the requirements to unleash the second form of the golden disc. Sandus, I am going into seclusion, block all virtual calls and emails from anyone. This time, Gao Xiang gave Sandus a strict order. He wanted to focus solely on studying the secret technique accompanying the golden disc and comprehend the third layer of the secret technique in one go. Time passed. In less than a year, Gao Xiang opened his eyes. The third layer of the secret technique accompanying the golden disc had 56 small branches, each of which complemented the others. When Gao Xiang comprehended the first small branch, it took him a full month. When he comprehended the second small branch, based on the foundation of the first, he relied on his powerful comprehension ability to peel back the layers and fully comprehend the second small branch in less than 10 days. Later on, his speed in comprehending the small branches became faster and faster, and in less than a year, he successfully mastered the third layer of the secret technique. With this, his psychokinesis amplitude reached 24. Compared to psychokinesis amplitude, the difficulty of increasing a martial artist's power amplitude was much greater. As of now, Gao Xiang's power amplitude was still a single digit. Master, you are extremely gifted in both the path of the Psyker Master and the martial artist. Why do I feel that your comprehension ability has not diminished at all? As Gao Xiang's intelligent assistant, an existence that would accompany Gao Xiang all the way to the pinnacle of humanity, Sandis had been upgraded by Gao Xiang, who spent a huge amount of universe coins, into the most advanced intelligent life form. After becoming an intelligent life form, Sandis possessed its own independent consciousness, could think for itself, and also had its own emotions. If given a mechanical heart, it would transform into a true intelligent life form with a soul, possessing its own body, and would not only be able to cultivate but also comprehend the law. After Sandis possessed its own independent consciousness, it began to talk more. You are very lucky to be following a genius. Gao Xiang did not explain. Sandis did not know about things like a golden finger, nor could it understand them. Master, I have already prepared a detailed cultivation plan for you to participate in the genius competition in the future. Good, let me see it. Gao Xiang had his own cultivation plan. However, since it was drafted by Sandis, there was no harm in looking at it. In Sandis's plan, Gao Xiang's cultivation steps were clearly written out. First was to cultivate the secret techniques accompanying the golden disc and the blazing blade to the extreme, then continue cultivating the movement technique rushing thunder. After elevating the movement technique rushing thunder to the third layer, Gao Xiang's domain should have reached the level of the fourth or fifth layer. At that time, he could begin mindless cultivation of the secret technique Soul Mountain. Sandis's plan was for Gao Xiang to cultivate the secret technique Soul Mountain to the extreme of the first layer. After reaching the extreme of the first layer, Gao Xiang's soul strength would reach the limit level of the astral rank. At this point, below the universe rank, illusions and soul attacks would be ineffective against him. Sandis estimated that after Gao Xiang comprehended the first layer of Soul Mountain, he could participate in the selection examination for the Ganwu Secret Realm. It compared the selection examinations of the Ganwu Secret Realm over the years and concluded that as long as Gao Xiang could complete its plan, entering the Ganwu Secret Realm would be a certainty. In reality, Gao Xiang's speed of progress indeed far exceeded Sandis's predictions. In less than half a year, Gao Xiang had fully comprehended the third layer of the blazing blade. Next, what Gao Xiang needed to comprehend was the secret technique Soul Mountain. However, before that, he needed to visit his first teacher. Grandpa Fedi. Fedi was currently still at the fifth level of the astral rank. He had taken a wrong turn in his early years of cultivation, which caused him to fall behind the clan chief. Long time no see, let me see how your strength is now. Grandpa Fedi's biggest worry was always whether Gao Xiang's cultivation was going smoothly. When Gao Xiang was still at the planetary level, he had given almost all of his wealth to Gao Xiang. This also led to his strength improving slowly over these many years. But this time was different. Gao Xiang had come to repay his kindness. He brought out enough resources for Fedi to elevate all the way to the 9th level of the astral rank. Whether he could enter the universe rank would depend on Fedi himself. Fedi looked at the young man before him with satisfaction. Gao Xiang was a student who knew how to repay kindness. I didn't expect that today it would be your turn to help me. Fedi's eyes were moist. Gao Xiang was currently not lacking resources for astral rank cultivation. Teacher Qiulong had given him too much, enough for him to cultivate at the astral rank for a very, very long time. I have quite a lot of cultivation resources, Grandpa Fedi, you can take them without worry. Gao Xiang, worried that Fedi might not be willing to accept these cultivation resources, began to explain patiently. It is merely a mere 1 yuan of assets. In the entire human universe, you are already a pauper. Chapter 26, Recommendation to the Ganwu Secret Realm. After Sandis gained self-awareness, she heard Gao Xiang's conversation and chimed in with a snide remark from the side. Gao Xiang, let me see what level your strength has reached now. Regarding this genius descendant of the family, Fedi had always been curious about how far Gao Xiang could go. Watch. Gao Xiang was very proud at this moment. He was like a poor child who had returned with a successful career, wanting to show off what a high-quality life looked like in front of his elders. The blazing blade in Gao Xiang's hand burned with scorching flames. The third form of the blazing blade, blazing frenzied slash. In a small area, in less than the blink of an eye, over 100 slashes were unleashed by the blazing blade. The lingering flames in the air converged, quickly causing an earth-shattering explosion. Fortunately, this was a training room, and the surrounding walls were made of energy-absorbing materials, which prevented the surrounding buildings from collapsing. This slash of yours is already the limit for an astral rank martial artist. Fetty looked at this slash from Gao Xiang with satisfaction. However, Sandus was not satisfied. This slash is still far from enough. Although it is indeed the limit of the astral rank, which genius doesn't use a tier 3 top-grade force weapon? They can all unleash power approaching the territory lord rank. Gao Xiang ignored Sandus and proceeded to demonstrate the third form of the golden disc. I didn't expect your mental power amplitude to have already reached 24. Anything else? Fetty's eyes lit up. The Gao Xiang from just a moment ago had truly shocked him. Watch. Gao Xiang was extremely proud at this moment. A fire domain began to appear around his body. It's actually a domain. A domain is generally something only a territory lord rank powerhouse can master. If a universe rank can master a domain, it is enough to prove they are a genius. If a planetary level can master a domain, they are already a prodigy, like Hong and Thunder God. You must contact a tutor from the Ganwu Dojo immediately. With your current aptitude, you can definitely be recommended for the Ganwu Secret Realm. Ah, is it that impressive? Gao Xiang had never thought about being recommended. His plan was to enter the Ganwu Secret Realm through normal competitions and assessment channels. Hurry up and contact a tutor, do it right here. Fetty didn't want to delay for even a moment. Gao Xiang being able to enter the Ganwu Secret Realm made him even happier than when the old ancestor entered the Apocalypse Secret Region. Alright, I'll give it a try. Being able to enter the Ganwu Secret Realm earlier was naturally a good thing. Gao Xiang thought about it, not knowing which tutor to contact. Soon, he thought of Tutor Hammy. Tutor Hammy was the same as him, walking the path of the law of fire, and was the only tutor who would reply to his emails every time. The tutors at the Ganwu Dojo were all very arrogant, especially the three-leaf Ganwu practitioner Broken Blade, who was famous for being cold and proud. He only held one public lecture a year, and after every public lecture, he would receive several thousand emails. But he never replied to emails, directly ordering his smart assistant to delete them. This kid has comprehended the fire domain. Hammy was sitting in a private box, watching the decisive battle space together with his old friend Levi. Hammy discovered that Gao Xiang hadn't appeared in the decisive battle space for several years. As a tutor of the Ganwu Dojo, he had the qualification to review the battle footage of every Ganwu Dojo student in the decisive battle space. Are you talking about Jigier? Levi immediately thought of one of Broken Blade's students. Jigier was one of Broken Blade's 3 great disciples. Although he hadn't formally apprenticed under Broken Blade, he was a genius of the Hargrave family. No, it's Gao Xiang. Why, is it him? Levi was somewhat incredulous. When he first met Gao Xiang did indeed have good talent and was qualified to participate in the selection assessment for the Ganwu Secret Realm. But compared to Jigier, Gao Xiang was still far behind. I will apply for a recommendation spot for him right now. Hammy was very excited. Because he had already locked onto Gao Xiang several years ago, among all territory lord rank tutors, he possessed the priority qualification to take him as a disciple. Once Gao Xiang was successfully recommended to the Ganwu Secret Realm, as the recommender, he would receive a huge bonus. Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu Dojo. Gao Xiang carefully examined the middle-aged man in front of him. This was his first time being in close contact with a Ganwu Dojo tutor. He didn't understand, even though he hadn't displayed any overly heaven-defying talent, he had still been noticed by the tutor in front of him. Gao Xiang, release your domain and let me see. Hammy stared at Gao Xiang as if he were staring at a shining gold coin, his eyes glowing. Impressive, you've comprehended a domain while only at the astral rank. You are a genius of our Black Dragon Mountain. I will contact Supervisor Broken Blade right now. You wait here. All right. Gao Xiang was very patient. He waited at Hammy's residence for half a day. Hammy revealed a disappointed expression. Supervisor Broken Blade said that your talent is indeed very impressive. It just so happens that the Ganwu Secret Realm assessment is about to begin, so you can enter the Ganwu Secret Realm through the normal assessment channel. Gao Xiang frowned. What did he mean by the normal assessment channel? Was his recommendation to the Ganwu secret realm considered an abnormal channel? Hammy shook his head. I'll tell you the truth, but don't tell anyone else. Hammy felt a bit guilty. He explained, there is a female genius in Broken Blade's family who married Jigir. Jigir is one of Broken Blade's 3 great students, and is also a genius from the Hargrave World Lord family. So it was nepotism. Gao Xiang understood. Hammy continued to explain, there is only one recommendation spot. Although the old ancestor of your Carroll family is a genius of the Apocalypse secret region, his age is a factor after all. After comprehensive consideration, Broken Blade might feel that Jigir has more cultivation value. Jigir was not only Broken Blade's student but also a son-in-law of their family. Once he entered the Ganwu secret realm and received high-quality resources for cultivation, who knew if he might be able to enter the Apocalypse secret region in the future. Hammy was not someone who gave up so easily. He was determined to have Gao Xiang, this big piece of fat meat. However, don't be discouraged. I have one more method, but I don't know if that lord will read my email. Hammy knew an undying spiritual god, a tutor he had met while studying at the Great Dragon Empire's Ganwu dojo. He had once sent an email to consult this tutor and successfully received one reply from him. Later, that tutor broke through the barrier and successfully advanced to an undying spiritual god. Virtual universe, Ganwu continent. A middle-aged man with deep eyes and a worried expression sat on a high throne. Standing neatly in front of him were several hundred people. These people all possessed the strength of an undying spiritual god. They were the most powerful group of people in the entire Ganwu universe country, known as the 18 Divine Generals and 300 Princes. At this moment, they were all respectfully looking at the middle-aged man on the throne. Standing at the very front of the crowd, a woman with exquisite features wearing white battle armor frowned slightly. She was Ji Tianzong, the power holder of the Qiulong Star domain of the Ganwu universe country, as well as the head of the 300 princes, and even more so, the most trusted subordinate of the Lord of Ganwu. To the outside world, she was called Marquis Yingshui. Chapter 27, Genius Molo. Marquis Yingshui noticed that today, the Lord of Ganwu was not his usual self. He unexpectedly carried an air of sorrow and weariness. Where had the confident Lord of Ganwu gone? Marquis Yingshui knew that this was the first council meeting since the Lord of Ganwu returned from the Primal Star. Could it be that something happened on the Primal Star? Although Marquis Yingshui was deeply worried about the Lord of Ganwu, she did not dare to ask. Secrets of such high status as the Primal Star were, logically speaking, things that a mere Marquis-level immortal like her had no right to touch. But she was a trusted aide to the Lord of Ganwu and usually helped him handle many matters, so she was qualified to know secrets that only the top human powerhouses could understand. She did not know that this time, the Lord of Ganwu had suffered a major setback on the Primal Star. Nor did she know that the Lord of Ganwu had just been resurrected. Such an embarrassing matter was not something the Lord of Ganwu would take the initiative to tell Marquis Yingshui. Everyone, the strongest warrior tournament has ended. Our Ganwu secret realm did not have a single person enter the primal or highest beginning mythical region, and those who entered the heaven and earth secret realm are only in the single digits. You have truly disappointed me. Lord, do not worry. This time, our students from the Ganwu secret realm will definitely shine in the genius competition. At this moment, Marquis Yingshui stepped out and said very seriously. As one of the 3 Marquis-level immortals stationed in the Ganwu secret realm, Marquis Yingshui was in charge of the teaching tasks for the students of the Ganwu secret realm, equivalent to the Director of Academic Affairs for the Ganwu secret realm. Really, after the Lord of Ganwu was resurrected, he owed the race several supreme treasure points. At this moment, he urgently needed to cultivate true geniuses to pay off his debts. He had already been resurrected 3 times. From the first time he entered the Primal Star full of confidence, to now, he dared not step into the Primal Star again. Great Axe had told him that if he died on the Primal Star one more time, no one would resurrect him again. By then, the Virtual Universe Corporation would select a new Lord of Ganwu. He was not someone who would just accept his fate. He was waiting for a chance to kill his way back. However, for now, the most important thing was to cultivate talent. My personal disciple, Molo, a special elite student of the Virtual Universe Corporation, is qualified to take first place in the genius competition. Molo was once an orphan living on a desert planet very far from the Gao Universe country. After being captured by the Mo family, he was trained as a death soldier. As it turned out, Molo's talent was remarkable. The Mo family discovered this, bestowed the surname, Mo, upon him, and even absorbed him as a family member. Later, he was discovered by a branch of the Virtual Universe Corporation and absorbed as a special elite student of the company. There were two ways for the Virtual Universe to cultivate special elite students. One way was to cultivate them personally. The other was commissioned cultivation. And Molo was one of those commissioned for cultivation. He was now at the astral rank, and the Virtual Universe Corporation had entrusted Marquis Yingshui with his cultivation. The Lord of Gao frowned and shook his head slightly. A genius like Molo certainly had a chance to take first place in the genius competition, but the other party was originally one of the geniuses absorbed by the Virtual Universe Corporation from the entire human territory, so the rewards granted by the company after winning the championship would be very small. Are there any other geniuses who have a chance to win the championship? The Lord of Gao wanted to find a pure Gao secret realm genius. Marquis Yingshui shook her head. Not at the moment. However, I will strive to cultivate such talent. Good. This was one of the reasons why the Lord of Gao liked to reuse Marquis Yingshui. I announce that the recruitment quota for the Gao secret realm this year will be doubled. The quota for guaranteed admissions from each medium-sized universe country will also be doubled. The entire Gao universe country, high level, had over 500 medium-sized universe countries. The foundation of each medium-sized universe country was different, so the quota for guaranteed admissions each year was also different. For example, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire only had one guaranteed admission quota each year. The medium-sized universe country where the Qiulong Star domain was located was full of talent because of Marquis Yinzu's long-term management, and it could obtain 10 guaranteed admission quotas every year. This meeting lasted for a full 7 days. The thing the Lord of Gao cared about most was the genius competition. Marquis Yingshui returned to her residence, heavy with worry. She also wanted to share the pressure for the Lord of Gao. Otherwise, how could she have taken on the task of cultivating a special elite student for the Virtual Universe Corporation? Molo in the Gao secret realm could stimulate the fighting spirit of that group of self-righteous geniuses in the Gao secret realm, letting them know what it meant to have people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Molo. Marquis Yingshui suddenly appeared beside Molo. Molo was cultivating a fist technique. Molo was a natural genius at fist techniques. Marquis Yingshui had once helped him choose a very difficult fist technique. As a result, Molo only spent 1 year to fully master this fist technique. Teacher. Molo lowered his head, very respectfully. Coming from a background as a slave and a death soldier, he had known since childhood how to observe expressions and how to utilize limited resources to achieve maximum benefit. How is the secret technique I bestowed upon you coming along? After Molo mastered a fist technique in 1 year, Marquis Yingshui quickly found another, more difficult fist technique for him. Teacher, I have been cultivating it for a while, but I found that this fist technique is not very suitable for me. I intend to create my own fist technique. Marquis Yingshui frowned instantly upon hearing this. Creating a secret technique for a little fellow at the astral rank was a very distant matter. Marquis Yingshui did not look favorably upon Molo doing this. When one's understanding of the law was still at a very shallow level, creating a secret technique could easily lead one astray. You can talk about creating secret techniques after you reach the universe rank. For now, just honestly cultivate the secret techniques of others. Since this secret technique doesn't suit you, I will help you find a suitable one. The entire Gao secret realm had been operating for countless epochs, and the secret techniques and ultimate arts collected were absolutely massive. Among the 300 marquises, there were also many who specialized in fist techniques. The Gao secret realm definitely had fist techniques and mentors suitable for Molo. Thank you, teacher. Molo agreed. After Marquis Yingshui finished her inspection, she quickly left. After Marquis Yingshui left, Molo waved his fists again and began to create his own secret technique. Just now, he had only agreed to Marquis Yingshui on the surface, but he had his own principles. He would absolutely not give up on creating his own secret technique. Marquis Yingshui walked out of Molo's cultivation room, and she soon received an email. "Oh, I didn't expect that in the remote Black Dragon Mountain, a little fellow who has attained the entry-level domain has appeared, and he is not even 60 years old." The one sending the message was an ordinary undying under her command named Bingtian. The undying that Tutor Hammy found was Bingtian. It just so happens that Black Dragon Mountain has an extra guaranteed admission quota. Marquis Yingshui was knowledgeable. In her eyes, Gao Xiang, having grasped the domain before the age of 60, was indeed qualified to enter the Ganwu secret realm, but compared to a genius like Molo, he was still a long way off. Tutor Hammy and Gao Xiang were both waiting for Bingtian's reply. They had already waited for a full 3 days. Just when Tutor Hammy thought Bingtian would not reply to his message, he received an affirmative reply from Bingtian. "It's a success." Tutor Hammy laughed loudly. Gao Xiang was successfully guaranteed admission to the Ganwu secret realm, and he would also receive a huge reward. Chapter 28, Father and Son's Scheme. If Gao Xiang could enter the top 1,000 in the genius competition in the future, his recommender would also be able to enjoy a huge reward. "Thank you, Tutor Hammy." Gao Xiang was sincerely grateful to Tutor Hammy. Without Tutor Hammy, he would have had to participate in the Ganwu secret realm assessment. Now, however, he had skipped the intermediate steps entirely. "No need to thank me. With your talent, even without my recommendation, you would still be able to enter the Ganwu secret realm." After receiving the reply from Bingtian just now, Tutor Hammy also learned of the Lord of Ganwu's latest expansion plan. This year, the quota for the Ganwu secret realm has doubled. In other words, even if Gao Xiang had not comprehended a domain, he would still have a very high chance of entering the Ganwu secret realm. "I have a call request, Gao Xiang, you should go back and wait for the message." When Tutor Hammy saw that the person requesting the call was actually Broken Blade, he had a bad premonition. After Gao Xiang left, Tutor Hammy accepted the call request. On the other end, Broken Blade's voice was as cold and indifferent as ever. "There is one more guaranteed spot this year. I will report that person, whoever it is, in a moment." Reporting it meant that he would be the recommender, and all the benefits would count towards him. Sorry supervisor, I have already reported Gao Xiang's guaranteed spot. I'm afraid it's too late for you." Tutor Hammy had not intended to speak to Broken Blade, but he steeled himself and said it. "When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Who did you report it to?" Tutor Hammy's actions constituted reporting to a superior above his direct supervisor, which was a serious violation. Hearing Broken Blade speak like this, Tutor Hammy immediately became nervous. Cold sweat began to break out on his forehead, and his palms were slick with sweat. He swallowed hard and steeled himself to say, "I found an undying, and that undying is a subordinate of Marquis Yingshui." To make his words more convincing, Tutor Hammy specifically added, "This time, it was personally approved by Marquis Yingshui." At this moment, Broken Blade was already wearing a cold expression, thinking that if the benefits of recommending Gao Xiang were his, and if Gao Xiang happened to be an undiscovered genius, wouldn't he have hit the jackpot? As it turned out, this guy Hammy had ruined his good fortune. He was the person in charge of the Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu dojo. Tutor Hammy's actions were tantamount to bypassing him, which was a challenge to his authority. Clap. Broken Blade didn't say anything else and simply ended the call, leaving Tutor Hammy in a mess. 10 days later, the guaranteed spots for the Ganwu secret realm were officially finalized, and the lists had been sent to the more than 500 intermediate civilization countries below. After receiving the list, Broken Blade didn't say a word. There were 2 names in the file, Jigier and Gao Xiang. "Greetings, teacher." A youth with dark skin and a height of a full 2.7 meters was meditating in the cultivation room. He was one of the 3 students Broken Blade had accepted at the Ganwu dojo. "Your guaranteed spot has arrived. From now on, you are my, Broken Blade's, personal disciple." Before this, Jigier was not a personal disciple of Broken Blade, but rather one of the 3 students Broken Blade had accepted at the Ganwu dojo. He valued Jigir's talent, but this three-leaf Ganwu practitioner would not easily accept disciples. He had made an agreement with Jigir that only once the other party successfully entered the Ganwu secret realm would he be qualified to be accepted as a personal disciple. Disciple greets teacher. After the spot was confirmed, the heart that Jigir had been holding in suspense finally settled. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Broken Blade. This time, our Black Dragon Mountain Empire received 2 spots. The other is Gao Xiang from Qiulong Planet. He comprehended a domain before the age of 60. Jigir was shocked. Comprehending a domain at 60 years old could be considered a genius across the entire Ganwu universe country. Jigir had not comprehended a domain, so he understood why teacher Broken Blade said this. The teacher was reminding him not to be arrogant. A student like Gao Xiang can only be considered ordinary in the Ganwu secret realm. Recently, a peerless genius named Molo came to the Ganwu secret realm. He has already mastered the entry level of a supreme law. Entry level of a supreme law. Jigir felt as if he had been struck on the head, his entire brain buzzing. This was the entry level of a supreme law. Many of those who enter the top 10 in every genius competition have reached the entry level of a supreme law. Jigir clenched his fists tightly. He had already set his goal, to use Molo as his benchmark. Qiulong Planet, Gao Family. When the list of guaranteed spots for the Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu secret realm was released, both Lyle and Meng Tuo panicked. The two of them sat in a secret room, feeling unsettled. Damn that Gao Xiang, how did he suddenly get a guaranteed spot in the Ganwu secret realm? Thinking of Gao Xiang's growth speed, Lyle could only feel that it was unreachable. He had now stepped into the astral rank. If not for Gao Xiang in the family, he would be the genius with the second highest talent in the family, right after Feng Tang. But after Gao Xiang appeared, he wasn't even qualified to carry the other's shoes. Indeed, this guy's talent is already several times that of his dead father. Meng Tuo lay on his chair, his whole person listless, as if he had lost his soul. He had been waiting for an opportunity to kill Gao Xiang. Father, since Gao Xiang has been guaranteed a spot in the Ganwu secret realm, he must travel by spaceship to the Black Dragon Planet Ganwu Dojo. We can ambush him on the way. Good. Meng Tuo felt that there was no time to lose, they had to act in advance. Chapter 29, Preparing to Leave. Gao Xiang's residence. I am leaving for the Ganwu secret realm soon. The next time I return, it might be over a decade later. I hope you do not slack off while you cultivate. Molly as the peer Gao Xiang has the best relationship within the entire Gao family. He treats Molly like his own younger sister. Rest assured, I will definitely cultivate well. Molly answered very earnestly. However, you must try this pastry, it is truly delicious. Having said that, she opened the exquisite pastry box, picked up a piece of pastry, and held it to Gao Xiang's mouth. Gao Xiang opened his mouth and took a gentle bite. It was indeed very delicious. To thank you for bringing me such delicious pastries, I will also give you a farewell gift. This is a grade 2 top-tier force sword. And enough resources for Molly to cultivate and raise her strength to astral rank level 9. I am not even at the astral rank yet, these gifts are too valuable for me. Molly stared blankly at these gifts. You should be able to break through to the astral rank before long. My will is still at planetary level 7. Molly is a core member of the Gao family, and by relying on treasures, she reached planetary level 9 early on. That is not difficult. You just need to go to the decisive battle space and play 1000 matches. Ah, is it that exaggerated? Molly does not like staying in the killing field. Although everything in the killing field is a simulation, the various bloody scenes are almost indistinguishable from reality, which always makes her somewhat uncomfortable. Rest assured, when you reach astral rank level 9, I have another gift for you. Regarding his cousin Molly, who has average talent, Gao Xiang has already thought of a countermeasure. And for Grandpa Fetty, he has also thought of a countermeasure. Half a year passed, and the Ganwu Dojo assessment officially ended. Gao Xiang had already obtained a guaranteed spot for the Ganwu secret realm, so he did not need to participate in the Ganwu Dojo assessment. During these 6 months, Gao Xiang did not waste a single moment. By continuously observing the fire feather in his sea of consciousness, his domain successfully advanced to the second level. The movement technique Rushing Thunder has already entered the second layer, and now he can manifest 4 phantom bodies. As for the most difficult secret technique, Soul Mountain, under his bitter efforts to cultivate, the completion rate of the first layer has reached 30%. Soul Mountain is a very powerful and difficult to learn soul secret technique. After cultivating Soul Mountain to the perfection of the second layer, one can resist soul attacks and illusions of the universe rank. Relying on the perfection of the second layer of Soul Mountain, Gao successfully fought his way into the top 1000 of the strongest warrior tournament. If Gao could cultivate Soul Mountain to the third layer, his ranking would rise by at least 300 places. Gao Xiang believes that the soul-type secret technique, Soul Mountain, will still be a powerful secret technique after arriving at the Ganwu secret realm. Gao Xiang focused his mind, and a pyramid began to condense on the surface of his soul in his sea of consciousness. The pyramid was very small, merely enclosing Gao Xiang's soul, and it was in an incomplete state, having only perfected 1/3. Once the first layer of Soul Mountain reaches perfection, a complete small pyramid will form on the surface of his soul. The small pyramid is very stable and can resist soul attacks of the astral rank. Chapter 30. Such realistic second-rank instructors. It was a sunny day, and Gao Xiang was in an excellent mood. Gao Xiang boarded a spaceship, preparing to head to Black Dragon Planet. Alert! Alert! The spaceship has been targeted. Gao Xiang and Tutor Hammy, sitting in the lounge, heard the spaceship's alarm simultaneously. Logically, Gao Xiang only needed to go to Black Dragon Planet alone to report. However, Gao Xiang was worried that the father-son duo, Meng Tuo and Lyle, might cause trouble on the way, so he invited Tutor Hammy to accompany him, specifically instructing the latter to hide his identity. There really is someone. Tutor Hammy flew out of the spaceship and looked at the ship in front of him. Oh no, it's actually a territory lord rank powerhouse. Meng Tuo was terrified and shouted that things were going poorly. Tutor Hammy instantly turned into a cannonball, charging towards the spaceship ahead. The opponent's B-rank Thunder God cannon hit him, but it felt just like an itch. Tutor Hammy rammed through, and the opponent's spaceship was like tofu, being pierced through several times. Gao Xiang, should I kill these two? Tutor Hammy entered the cabin, holding Meng Tuo and Lyle by their necks. This father-son pair had already lost consciousness. Kill them. All right. With this, Gao Xiang's great enemy was finally resolved. 20 days later, the spaceship docked at the Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu Dojo. Gao Xiang, you can get off the ship now. In 3 days, staff from the Ganwu Secret Realm will come to pick you all up to head to the Ganwu Secret Realm. Are we not going to the Ganwu Secret Realm together? Having spent 20 days with Tutor Hammy, Gao Xiang admired his character very much. Through their interactions, their relationship had leveled up. Gao Xiang thought Tutor Hammy would escort him all the way to the Ganwu Secret Realm. I won't be going. I have to head to the Yinlan Planet Ganwu Dojo branch to take up my post later. Tutor Hammy told Gao Xiang about this on purpose. After Tutor Hammy recommended Gao Xiang for the Ganwu Secret Realm, he faced retaliation from Broken Blade. Broken Blade was the supervisor of the Black Dragon Mountain Ganwu Dojo branch. Using the excuse that Tutor Hammy was incompetent, he had transferred Tutor Hammy to the Yinlan Planet Ganwu Dojo branch. The headquarters of the Ganwu Dojo was on the Ganwu continent, and its supervisor was a powerful marquis-level immortal. Ganwu Dojo branches in medium civilization nations would be equipped with suitable instructors based on the nation's foundation. For example, the powerful Snow Territory Ganwu Dojo branch was equipped with 1 Undying instructor and 33-leaf Ganwu practitioners. Nations with weaker foundations like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire were only equipped with 1 3-leaf Ganwu practitioner. As for branches in elementary civilization nations, the strongest instructor was often just a 1-leaf Ganwu instructor. This time, as Tutor Hammy headed to Yinlan Planet to take office, he would become the only 2-leaf Ganwu expert on Yinlan Planet. Tutor Hammy's appointment to Yinlan Planet was not much different from being exiled. It is I who harmed you. After hearing Tutor Hammy's explanation, Gao Xiang felt very ashamed. He could have entered the Ganwu secret realm through normal channels. That way, he wouldn't have caused such misery for tutor Hammy. Do not blame yourself, this matter is not your fault. If anyone is to be blamed, it is me for being too impatient. Tutor Hammy did not explain too much to Gao Xiang. He only blamed himself for being too hasty, reporting above his superior and offending Broken Blade. If he had reported it later, after the Ganwu Secret Realm's expansion quota had been finalized, Broken Blade would have likely agreed to his recommendation quota. However, the world is unpredictable, no one can say for sure. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and this was the first time he had heard of the Ganwu Secret Realm expanding its enrollment. 3 days passed quickly. A massive spaceship appeared above the Ganwu dojo. Gao Xiang estimated that this massive spaceship was at least 1,000 meters long. The Ganwu Secret Realm spaceship is truly magnificent, it's actually an E5 grade spaceship. An E5 grade spaceship was the standard equipment for a world lord, it was expensive and could reach speeds close to 10 times the speed of light. The 32 of you board the ship. An opening appeared at the bottom of the spaceship, and a two-leaf Ganwu expert flew out. This two-leaf Ganwu expert was the instructor responsible for escorting the local students from Black Dragon Mountain into the Ganwu Secret Realm this time. Although he was only a two-leaf Ganwu expert, he was not afraid of anyone launching a surprise attack midway. Daring to attack a Ganwu Secret Realm spaceship meant going against the entire Ganwu universe country, and the outcome would be death. 1 month later, Gao Xiang and the others arrived safely at the Ganwu Secret Realm. Wow, is this the Ganwu Secret Realm? The concentration of cosmic energy in the Ganwu Secret Realm is so high. It's at least 5 times that of the outside world. That goes without saying. This is a developed medium-sized secret realm, it is a holy land for cultivation. Gao Xiang did not interact with the students beside him. After entering the Ganwu Secret Realm, Gao Xiang and the others were uniformly assigned to Wind Thunder Island. Wind Thunder Island was the place where all astral rank students lived, cultivated, and traded. Hello, students. I am Yang, the administrator of Wind Thunder Island, and a second-rank instructor. Instructor Yang's eyes lit up as he stared at the more than 3,000 new students present. Right, let me introduce you to the instructors in the Ganwu Secret Realm. As the administrator of Wind Thunder Island, Instructor Yang had the obligation to introduce the rules and common knowledge of Wind Thunder Island to these new students. The entire Wind Thunder Island only accepted astral rank students. Currently, there were over 100,000 astral rank students living here. Wind Thunder Island had over 100 second rank instructors, all of whom were World Lord rank powerhouses. Students could choose any second rank instructor as their mentor. If an instructor was willing, they could choose a few students as their personal disciple. If a personal disciple performed exceptionally well in the future, such as entering the primitive mystical region, the highest beginning mythical region, or other top-tier secret realms, their instructor would be promoted to a first-rank instructor. Above first-rank instructors were special-rank instructors. As the administrator here, Yang was able to have first contact with this batch of students, and he carefully scrutinized them, wanting to pick a suitable talent to be his student. He had read the profiles of all 3,000+ students present. 1% of them had reached the level of mastering a domain. Yang examined all the students who had comprehended a domain. He was a world lord recognized by the law of fire, so it was best if the student he chose had comprehended the fire domain. Soon, his gaze fell upon Gao Xiang. Among this batch of students who had entered the path of law, Gao Xiang was the only one cultivating the law of fire. Gao Xiang, is it? Would you be willing to be my student? Yang walked up to Gao Xiang with his arms crossed. So you're picking students. Let me in on it too. At this moment, a World Lord rank powerhouse flew in from the distance. Hello everyone, I am Mitchell. Is there anyone here who has mastered the wind domain? You can be my student. After Mitchell appeared, several more instructors soon appeared. They were all second-rank instructors who wanted to be promoted to first-rank instructors as soon as possible, and they all wanted to find their ideal students right away. Respected instructors, can we students who haven't mastered a domain take you as our masters? Quite a few students who hadn't mastered a domain noticed that these second-rank instructors' gazes were only fixed on the students who had. However, these instructors ignored them completely, their gazes remaining fixed on the students who had mastered a domain. Master, these second-rank instructors are so realistic, they don't even spare a glance at students who haven't mastered a domain. Sandus transformed into the appearance of a little sprite and appeared on Gao Xiang's shoulder. Chapter 31, The Poor Teacher. Geniuses are often the ones who walk at the very front. If you are strong in one step, you will be strong in every step. Gao Xiang did not feel surprised. He stared at Instructor Yang, who was smiling. He was already a student in the Gamu secret realm and had the authorization to look up the profiles of instructors within the secret realm. Yang, a veteran second-class instructor of the Gamu secret realm, had 7 million years of teaching experience and had once taught an undying student. Yang's teaching achievements were not particularly outstanding. In 7 million years of teaching, he had only taught one undying. Mitchell, beside him, had 4 million years of teaching experience and had taught 3 undying. The one present who had taught the most undying students was Jimmy, who had taught 4 undying. The Gamu secret realm stipulated that if a second-class instructor wanted to be promoted to a first-class instructor, they only needed to teach 5 undying to be directly promoted. But how difficult it was to teach an undying. Currently, the marquee-level immortals on the surface of the entire Gamu universe country included 18 divine generals and 300 marquises. Furthermore, among these 300 marquises, quite a few were inflated. Some peak immortal generals who had made great contributions to the Gamu universe country, although their strength had not reached the level of marquee-level immortal, still enjoyed the treatment that a marquee-level immortal should have. Below this, the Gamu universe country also had a 10,000-strong undying legion. They were all elites among the immortal generals. Besides this, the Gamu universe country had also trained many internal members and staff, all of whom possessed undying strength. The Gamu universe country was quite special. It did not allow the establishment of private DAOs, martial arts gyms, or training institutions within the entire universe country, which also resulted in 99.99% of the undying powerhouses within the territory of the Gamu universe country being members of the Gamu secret realm or the Gamu dojo. Gao Xiang, I see that your physique is extraordinary, why not become my student? Yang saw that Gao Xiang was unmoved and said another sentence. He was over 8 million years old, and now he was still a long way from comprehending the law of fire. He looked forward to taking on a genius student. If the student became a king-level immortal in the future, or if the genius entered the top 10, he would be promoted to a special class instructor, and at that time, his chance of advancing to undying would greatly increase. Very well. This student greets his teacher. Gao Xiang agreed readily. Yang could not be considered outstanding among this batch of second-class instructors, he was even at the bottom. But the other party was amiable and was an instructor who comprehended the law of fire, and since he was just a little astral rank guy, the other party was sufficient to be his teacher. Let's go, follow me to buy secret techniques. Yang was in a very good mood. Because he had taken on a genius student today. He had investigated Gao Xiang's profile in detail and discovered a detail that other instructors had overlooked. Gao Xiang was a dual cultivation practitioner of Psyker Master and martial artist. Before the age of 30, his talent was mediocre, but later his strength improved faster and faster. Especially in recent years, his comprehension ability had improved significantly. Yang, I didn't expect you to have a new student so quickly. The gatekeeper responsible for guarding the Wanbao Hall on Wind Thunder Island greeted Yang with a smile. Although Yang's teaching level was average, he was a good person, and his relationship with the staff of Wind Thunder Island was quite good. Wanbao Hall was the building on Wind Thunder Island where treasures, secret techniques, and transactions were stored and conducted. Wanbao Hall has countless secret techniques, we will definitely be able to find one that suits you. Yang patiently explained to Gao Xiang. Yang wanted to help Gao Xiang choose a suitable secret technique. He had learned about Gao Xiang's cultivation progress in advance on the way there. Gao Xiang currently used a second-tier premium force blazing blade and a second-tier premium golden disc, and he could proficiently master the third level of these weapons. The movement technique, Rushing Thunder, had already reached the second level, and he could create 4 phantom bodies. The fire domain had reached the second level. The soul secret technique, Soul Mountain, was a secret of the Gao family, and Gao Xiang did not disclose it to Yang. You are skilled at using a saber. This 7-star saber technique should be very suitable for you. The Wanbao Hall administrator took out a token, placed it on the table, and looked at Yang seriously. This saber technique is very expensive. Are you sure you want to buy it? How much? 10,000 points. So expensive. As a second-class instructor, Yang felt it was extremely expensive after hearing it would cost 10,000 points. After entering the Ganwu secret realm, Gao Xiang had obtained 20,000 points. Among them, 10,000 points were the initial points for new students, and another 10,000 points were additional points for being guaranteed admission to the Ganwu secret realm. Points could be transferred or traded. All cultivation resources within the Ganwu secret realm had to be purchased with points, so points were very important here. If one wanted to increase points later, one could go to the wilderness of Wind Thunder Island to hunt Wind Thunder beasts, or complete missions issued by the Ganwu secret realm, or compete with other students. Brother Yang, do you want it or not? The administrator was a little impatient. He knew that Yang was a veteran instructor here and also one of the poorest instructors. Here, every instructor wanted to become undying and wanted countless cultivation resources. Being an instructor here was not only stable but also had a very good cultivation environment. He had always wanted to train a powerful disciple, preferably a champion level 1, so that he could obtain a large amount of points. The Ganwu secret realm Wanbao Hall could exchange for any resources he wanted. For example, quotas for comprehending in the primal universe. For example, heaven and earth treasure that improve the law comprehension ability of world lord powerhouses. I want it. Yang gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. Teacher, I also want a secret technique for a Psyker master. Gao Xiang knew that with his own ability, he probably couldn't buy a Psyker master secret technique in the short term, so he could only pin his hopes on his cheap teacher. Instructor Yang hesitated for a moment. Having spent 10,000 points just now was enough to make his heart ache for a few days, and now this cheap disciple actually wanted to get a secret technique for a Psyker master. Hey, the administrator, enjoying the show, stared at Gao Xiang. Little guy, your teacher is too stingy, I suggest you quickly change to another instructor. After hearing this, Gao Xiang was unmoved and responded very seriously, since I have agreed to take him as a teacher, I cannot go back on my word. The human race attached great importance to the teacher-student relationship. Once established, this relationship would become very solid. If a disciple did something outrageous to their teacher, the disciple would suffer the scorn of everyone around them and might even face severe punishment from the race. Teacher, I want this set of Path to Advanced Psyker Master. Gao Xiang carefully compared items in the Wanbao Hall's virtual network mall and found that Path to Advanced Psyker Master was a very powerful Psyker Master secret technique. It was not a single secret technique, but a whole set of secret techniques that a powerful marquee-level Psyker Master had summarized from his life's learning. This set of secret techniques contained combat secret techniques, psychokinesis amplitude secret techniques, and soul secret techniques. It was a complete secret technique very suitable for Gao Xiang. However, its price was also very beautiful. It cost a full 200,000 points. Can this set of secret techniques be sold separately? Yang now only had a little over 1 million points left. He was a total pauper. Chapter 32. Without points, you can't move an inch. The administrator shook his head vigorously. This set of secret techniques as a whole, complementing each other, it cannot be sold separately. Teacher, perhaps I should choose a different secret technique instead. The administrator couldn't bear to watch any more. Sigh, Yang, what is wrong with you? Since you've decided to take on a disciple, you have to be willing to spend points. Otherwise, why are you even taking on a disciple at all? Upon hearing the administrator's words, Yang's face instantly turned red. He made up his mind, then I'll buy it. Little guy, keep this token safe. You found yourself a generous teacher. This time, the administrator gave Yang plenty of face. Yang, who had looked embarrassed just a moment ago, felt his expression improve slightly. Let's go. He left Wanbao Hall without looking back. The two appeared in midair. Yang pointed to the large expanse of student villas below. This is where you will be living. Once you go down, find a villa that you like. If the mark in front of the door is green, it means it is currently unoccupied. You only need to bind the mark to yourself, and it will turn red, signifying your legal residence. Understood, teacher. If you have any questions regarding your cultivate, you can come to me at any time. The Gamu Secret Realm holds regular public lectures. Sometimes, even titled marquises will come to teach in person, and we will notify you in advance via the Virtual Universe Network. After Yang left, Gao Xiang stood alone, looking down at the area below. Below were rows upon rows of dense villas. Each villa was independent, connected in a stretch along the roads in front of them. The intersecting horizontal and vertical roads resembled a giant spider web, encompassing the tens of thousands of villas. Virtual Universe, Gamu Continent, Core Area. This was the plane of the Gamu Secret Realm within the Virtual Universe. Gao Xiang and the other students who came from the Black Dragon Mountain Gamu Dojo were all gathered together. There were not only veteran students but also new students. Currently, the total number of Black Dragon Mountain students on Wind Thunder Island was not large, totaling only about 200 people. Every year, more than a dozen students from Black Dragon Mountain entered the Gamu Secret Realm, but over the past 5,000 years, only about 200 remained in the Gamu Secret Realm. All astral rank students on Wind Thunder Island had a unified goal: to participate in the universe-wide Peak Genius competition. Regardless of whether they achieved a good ranking, they would all choose to advance to the universe rank. The Gamu Secret Realm also had an elimination rule. Every 10 years, a competition for all students would be held, and those with the lowest scores would be expelled and returned to the Gamu Dojo to continue their studies. Gao Xiang was not good at socializing. He sat at a table by himself, with no one else around him. The other tables were filled with students who were chatting and laughing. Among these students, the strongest was Feng. Feng, a native of Black Dragon Planet in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, had attained entry-level proficiency in the Law of Wind. Feng, this batch of new students from Black Dragon Mountain has basically all arrived. A short, chubby youth walked up to Feng's side and whispered. The short, chubby youth was the organizer of this gathering. He carried a lot of weight among the veteran Black Dragon Mountain students and was also a talented individual with considerable strength. The short, chubby youth walked onto the podium and waved his hand gently, signaling for his fellow countrymen to stop talking. Gao Xiang held a glass of fine wine and took a small sip. The short, chubby youth said, "Everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, right? We're full. We've had enough to drink. Thanks for the hospitality, boss." These new students had no idea that the real show had just begun. The short, chubby youth continued, "The entire Wind Thunder Island is divided into over 500 small groups, each with different strengths. If you want to survive in the Gamu Secret Realm, you must join a small group. And we are the Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon Society, as the name suggests, only recruits members from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Boss, do we have to pay a membership fee to join the Black Dragon Society?" The short, chubby youth said with a smile, "That goes without saying. The annual membership fee is 1,000 points. That much." Suddenly, some new students became dissatisfied. Their initial points were only 10,000, so joining the Black Dragon Society would cost them 1/10. Isn't that blatant robbery? That's too much, I'm not joining. Upon hearing that the annual membership fee was actually 1,000 points, this new student shook his head and refused. "You want to refuse?" The short, chubby youth, who had been smiling just a moment ago, instantly turned cold. He walked up to the new student. "You dare not pay." "What if I don't pay?" "Just you wait. Let me tell you, no one on Wind Thunder Island dares not to pay. If you don't pay the membership fee, don't even think about going out to hunt Wind Thunder beasts, don't think about taking on missions, and certainly no one will accept your challenges. Chen, we should just agree quickly." At this moment, another student whispered a reminder in Chen's ear. This other student was better informed. By asking the veteran Black Dragon Mountain students, he learned that to survive on Wind Thunder Island, one must join various small groups. The Wind Thunder beasts outside were extremely powerful, with even the weakest having the strength of a peak astral rank. Without joining a small group, one could not form a team, and hunting wind thunder beasts alone was extremely difficult. Taking on missions was even more impossible, as every mission was issued to students by their mentors. These mentors would only issue them to their own disciples, and these disciples would then resell these missions to other students. The challenge system was the same. The more than 500 small groups on Wind Thunder Island were all colluding. If you didn't join a small group, no one would challenge you. If you challenged others, they wouldn't accept it either. This is the account number for the transfer. Hurry up and make the transfer. The short, chubby youth took out a piece of paper. On the paper was written Feng's account number. Feng was the true mastermind behind the Black Dragon Society. At this moment, a dark-skinned youth walked up to Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang recognized this person. Jigier, the recommended student by the three-leaf Ganwu practitioner, Broken Blade. Gao Xiang, how about we don't pay the membership fee and start our own small group instead? Those who could obtain a recommended spot were all among the most talented and strongest people locally. Jigier had his own pride. He looked down on the other new students from Black Dragon Mountain. In his eyes, the only person who could stand on equal footing with him was Gao Xiang. That's possible, but we split the point earning 70 to 30. Why? Jigier did not agree. Because I can defeat you in 3 moves. Dream on. Jigier thought Gao Xiang was talking nonsense. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Hurry up and transfer the money. Seeing that Gao Xiang and the other guy weren't taking it seriously, the short, chubby youth knew that these two were the troublemakers of the year. Every year at the Black Dragon Society's welcome party, a few troublemakers would pop up. However, these troublemakers were all just hot-headed youths. After being beaten up in challenges, unable to get missions for several months, and having no one to team up with to hunt Wind Thunder beasts, they would eventually honestly pay the membership fee. At that point, the short, chubby youth would also collect an additional late fee from them, which was often double the membership fee. Some students who were doing poorly would start spending their points on treasures and secret techniques as soon as they entered the Ganwu secret realm, resulting in them being unable to even pay the late fees. Chapter 33, Point Loan Service. Fortunately, the Black Dragon Society had a thoughtful service, the Point Loan Service. You were the leader of these two, right? The short, stout youth pointed at Gao Xiang, who was sitting on the table, motionless. Gao Xiang wore a red robe, and one look told you he was a restless sort. In fact, that was indeed the case. Gao Xiang had gained entry into the law of fire, and his personality was gradually developing toward the irritable and volatile nature of the fire element. I am the leader. Seeing the short, stout youth staring intently at Gao Xiang, Jigier spoke up. You, hey. The short, stout youth rolled his eyes at Jigier. I've seen the profiles of you newcomers, and he is the only one here who can compare to me. The short, stout youth continued to point at Gao Xiang with his finger. We accept the challenge. Jigier wanted to become the new leader of the Black Dragon Society, or perhaps establish a second Black Dragon Society. Fine. 3,000 points. The short, stout youth crossed his arms. Hiss. That's so much. The veteran students watching the commotion began to discuss it. 3,000 points was not a small amount. Points in the Ganwu secret realm were very valuable. Points could not be bought through official channels, but they could be exchanged for Hunyuan units. Currently, the official exchange rate was 1,000 points for 1 Hunyuan unit. The Wanbao Hall contained many rare treasures and secret techniques that would cost a fortune to purchase outside. Therefore, among the small groups on Wind Thunder Island, the private exchange rate for Ganwu Secret Realm points had already reached about 1,000 points for 1.2 Hunyuan units. 3,000 points was equivalent to 3 Hunyuan units. You are a veteran student, why should I compete with you? Jigier asked in return upon hearing the short, stout youth challenge him. The short, stout youth had been cultivating in the Ganwu Secret Realm for at least several hundred years and was a veteran student who had already gained entry into the law. Jigier could absolutely not be his opponent. Haha, are you scared? Seeing that Jigier was actually afraid, the short, stout youth introduced himself. My name is Duan Mushan, ranked 98th on the Wind and Thunder ranking. Jigier and Gao Xiang heard of the Wind and Thunder ranking for the first time. Sandus, help me check the wind and thunder ranking. Soon, Sandus found information about the wind and thunder ranking. The wind and thunder ranking was the most authoritative list for the astral rank students on Wind Thunder Island. The ranking was based on the results of challenge matches, and the 100 people who made it onto the list belonged to the strongest group of students on the entire Wind Thunder Island. The Wind and Thunder ranking had extremely high credibility and was said to be a list compiled by a special grade instructor. This special grade instructor would organize the latest version of the Wind and Thunder ranking every month based on the most recent challenge match results. Duan Mushan turned his gaze back to Gao Xiang. In his eyes, among this batch of new students from Black Dragon Mountain, Gao Xiang was the only one worth a second look. Gao Xiang, right. I heard you are the only one among this batch of new students who was recommended for admission. Upon hearing Duan Mushan's words, Jigir was furious. What did he mean by the only one recommended for admission? Was he, Jigir, not also recommended for admission? Boss, the Gamu Secret Realm expanded its enrollment this year, and we in Black Dragon Mountain got one extra recommended spot. A lackey beside Duan Mushan whispered a reminder. Get lost. Duan Mushan roared at the lackey, scaring him into quickly scurrying away. How could Duan Mushan not know that the Gamu Secret Realm had expanded its enrollment this year? Saying that just now was tantamount to belittling Jigir. In his eyes, the other party was nothing more than a connection hire who relied on favors to get recommended. Both were from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. How could he not know his background? Although Jigir was angry, he truly did not dare to challenge Duan Mushan. He had indeed been acting on impulse just now. He thought that since he was a recommended student at the Gamu Dojo, he would at least be at a top-tier level after entering the Gamu Secret Realm. But after he used his virtual assistant to check the information on the Wind and Thunder ranking, he realized that every genius who made it onto the list was a heaven-defying existence. Take the Duan Mushan before him, for example, ranked 98th on the Wind and Thunder ranking. Don't let his low ranking fool you. He was a veteran who had gained entry into the lower level law for many years. It was said that his comprehension of the lower level law had already reached nearly 5%. One could receive law recognition upon reaching 30% of the lower level law. With Duan Mushan's current speed of cultivating, the possibility of him becoming an undying in the future was very high. At the same time, he was also a powerful martial artist who had cultivated a secret technique created by a marquee-level immortal. Gao Xiang, what do we do? Jigir panicked. He knew he was absolutely no match for Duan Mushan, so he secretly sent a message to Gao Xiang via his virtual assistant. Gao Xiang only replied with one sentence, we split at 70-30. Jigir frowned. He had originally wanted to rely on his talent to gather this batch of new students from Black Dragon Mountain and establish a new Black Dragon society together. As a result, before he could even take the lead, he was dealt a heavy blow by Duan Mushan. He had been struck, yet he didn't dare to fight back. Seeing that the other party didn't react, Duan Mushan began to mock Gao Xiang. I've seen plenty of people like you. Every year, there are quite a few stubborn newcomers among you who want to bypass the small groups, and in the end, they all get beaten down by us veteran students. That's right, if you want to set up your own faction, you have to see if our boss will agree. If you want to set up your own faction, unless you enter the top 10 of the Wind and Thunder ranking, there's no way. The hundreds of small groups on Wind Thunder Island seemed scattered and fought their own battles, but in reality, they had reached an astonishing consensus on certain principles. For example, to establish a new small group, one had to enter the top 10 of the Wind and Thunder ranking. If you were unwilling to join a small group, not only would no one challenge you, but no one would be willing to go hunt Wind Thunder beasts with you either. Fine, I agree. In the end, Jigir could only grit his teeth and agree. Gao Xiang glanced at Jigir. He was quite satisfied with Jigir's performance. Gao Xiang suddenly stood up and walked in front of Duan Mushan. He stood up so suddenly that Duan Mushan did not expect him to rise, causing Duan Mushan to step back, looking slightly panicked. This scene happened to be seen by Feng, who was sitting motionless on the side. He softly recited Gao Xiang's name, full of admiration. Gao Xiang. A challenge, right? Gao Xiang finally spoke. Gao Xiang had no desire to be competitive. However, this Black Dragon society was too detestable. 1,000 points was just the beginning. There would surely be all sorts of ways to extort points in the future. This kid is actually so bold as to challenge the boss, he really doesn't know what death is. Place your bets, place your bets. Soon, shrewd students began to act as bookmakers. Every challenge match was an opportunity to place a bet. It was too hard to earn points in the Ganwu secret realm, and gambling was the best way to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Virtual Universe, Killing Field Decisive Battle Space. The decisive battle space not only supported automatic opponent matching but also supported setting one's own opponents. For example, you could set an opponent of your choice according to your requirements. Of course, it could also be set to a custom Immortal Master battle. Chapter 34, Challenging the Wind and Thunder Ranking. Gao Xiang and Duan Mushan paid a small amount of universe coins and were quickly teleported to a swamp plain simultaneously. Jigir, should we place a bet? Seeing Gao Xiang and Jigir step forward, some new students began to ask for Jigir's opinion. In this batch of new students, only about 10 paid the membership fee and became members of the Black Dragon Society. The rest remained in a wait-and-see state. If Gao Xiang were to stun everyone, they might follow Jigir and Gao Xiang. If Gao Xiang were to suffer a crushing defeat, they would still happily join the Black Dragon Society. I'm betting on Gao Xiang. This time, Jigir bet 100 points on Gao Xiang. These new students who hadn't joined a small group yet were not eligible to place bets. However, they could ask the senior students here to place bets on their behalf. Soon, the news of Gao Xiang and Duan Mushan's duel spread throughout the entire Ganwu secret realm. Not only the astral rank students, but even those universe rank and territory lord rank senior students began to place bets. Even some mentors were secretly placing bets. Haha, my cheap disciple is so stubborn, he dared to challenge a student on the Wind and Thunder ranking the moment he arrived at Wind Thunder Island. When Yang learned that Gao Xiang hadn't joined the Black Dragon Society and had even challenged a student on the Wind and Thunder ranking, he was very impressed. He used to be a student of the Ganwu secret realm himself, and when he first entered Wind Thunder Island, he also joined a small group. He struggled and climbed his way up within the small group for many years, eventually becoming the boss behind the scenes. A young fellow like Gao Xiang who dared to challenge the Wind and Thunder ranking just after entering Wind Thunder Island hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. Yang, have you placed a bet? Yang received a message from second-class mentor Jimmy. Several other mentors with whom he had good relationships also sent messages at the same time. There were too many mentors in the Ganwu secret realm, and the competition was fierce, so they also formed cliques, splitting into small groups. The 3 second-class mentors, Yang, Jimmy, and Mitchell, formed a group and often gathered together. Your student is too bold. He just arrived at Wind Thunder Island and already dared to accept a 3,000-point duel. He probably doesn't know the importance of points. Haha, this time, I choose to believe in my student. Yang was old and was no longer like the young world lords Mitchell and Jimmy. He was still a long way from fully comprehending the law of fire. If he didn't find a way to overtake them on a curve, he was afraid he would never become an undying in this lifetime. He had investigated and analyzed Gao Xiang's growth history in detail, and he believed that Gao Xiang had a very high chance of becoming a champion in the future. Even if he didn't become a champion, the possibility of becoming a marquis was also very high. When he reached the end of his life, if Gao Xiang still hadn't grown up, he would borrow points from friends, family, and his former undying students to buy a spot for enlightenment in the primal universe. The latest payout ratio is 1:60 and 1:1.05. I have already bet 1 million points on that kid Duan Mushan. Mitchell believed that Gao Xiang would definitely lose this duel, so he used 1/3 of his points as a stake. Mitchell, why are you betting so much? If you lose, you'll lose everything down to your underwear. Jimmy was a very cautious person. He also thought Duan Mushan would win, but to be safe, he only bet 10,000 points. Both Mitchell and Jimmy had placed their bets, and now they were most concerned about whether Gao Xiang's teacher had placed a bet. Yang believed his student could win, but like Jimmy, he was very cautious. In his early years, he bet very aggressively, delusional about earning points through gambling, which resulted in his current predicament. I'm betting 10,000 points on Gao Xiang. Just then, he received a message from Gao Xiang. Teacher, I haven't joined any small group and cannot place bets. Could you help me place a bet? Sure, but how much do you want to bet? 20,000. Are you going all in? Yes. Gao Xiang knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him to earn points. Unfortunately, this was not the Elder God cult. He couldn't accept challenges from multiple people at the same time, nor could he lock the match after issuing a challenge. All right, I will help you go all in now. Although 20,000 points was a lot, Yang knew Gao Xiang was a genius, and even if his points were wiped out, he could slowly accumulate them again. Geniuses accumulate points very quickly. A genius student had once appeared in the Ganwu secret realm who had accumulated over 10 million points in less than 1,000 years in the Ganwu secret realm. This converted to 10,000 Hunyuan units. The bet is placed. You can focus on the match. After placing the bet, Yang sent a message to Gao Xiang. At this moment, both Gao Xiang and Duan Mushan were teleported to the swamp. Only a Tier 2 force weapon and a Tier 2 telekinetic weapon. Your weapons are too lousy. Although Duan Mushan was arrogant, he was definitely not someone who underestimated his enemy. He was able to become the nominal boss of the Black Dragon Society not just because of his strength, but also because of his wisdom. He was holding a battle blade. The battle blade was a top-grade Tier 3 force weapon, which he had exchanged for at the Wanbao Hall at the cost of a huge amount of points. A secret technique of marquee level in the Wanbao Hall easily cost tens of thousands of points. To afford it by doing missions and hunting wind thunder beasts, one would need to accumulate laboriously for more than 10 years. But Duan Mushan was different. He was the boss of the Black Dragon Society, and he had many ways to earn points. For example, membership fee commissions, betting commissions, wind thunder beast hunting commissions, loan businesses, etc. Duan Mushan, as his name suggested, had a wood domain at the 9th level, had mastered the basics of the law of wood, and had cultivated an extremely powerful blade technique. Duan Mushan made the first move. The battle blade in his hand seemed like an extension of his arm, dancing in his wrist, exceptionally flexible. He released his domain. The surrounding swamp vegetation suddenly became vibrant, wildflowers bloomed, and butterflies began to dance. At the same time, Gao Xiang felt as if he had already sunk into the swamp, affecting the movement of his feet. Just then, a person appeared above him. This guy actually affected my mobility. Gao Xiang quickly understood his disadvantage. However, he was no pushover either. Although his level 2 fire domain was far inferior to Duan Mushan's level 9 wood domain, fire could suppress wood. His blazing blade grew larger and thicker, with raging flames igniting on its surface. After the blazing blade was swung, the scorching airflow instantly dried up the surrounding swamp. Wherever the blazing blade passed, everything turned into scorched earth. Chapter 35, The 3 Levels of Saber Technique. Duan Mushan's gaze narrowed, staring fixedly at the blazing blade that had landed before him. The violent blazing blade was swung in an instant, yet the humid air around them stagnated like glue, and under the churning of the fierce blazing blade, a vortex with a range of at least 10 kilometers formed. Gao Xiang and Duan Mushan were perfectly positioned in the center of the vortex. Duan Mushan was also a master of the blade. The moment Gao Xiang's saber technique was unleashed, he had already roughly grasped which level Gao Xiang's saber technique was at. Astral rank saber techniques are divided into 3 levels. The first level is when the saber technique reaches pure perfection, where the blade in one's hand feels like an extension of one's own body. At this point, the astral rank saber technique can definitely be considered the peak level within the same realm. The second level is when the saber technique returns to simplicity. At this stage, the saber technique no longer has fixed patterns, nor does it have any flashy, unnecessary movements. All that remains is that most primitive strike. For example, a simple swing, a slash, or a thrust. Duan Mushan's eyes were sharp. At first glance, he determined that Gao Xiang's saber technique was at the second level. Jigier and the other new students standing outside the decisive battle space felt a sense of envy from the bottom of their hearts after seeing that pure strike from Gao Xiang. Although almost none of them practiced saber techniques, pure saber techniques, like other weapons, were unadorned and unassuming. Some older students, however, were relatively much calmer. The vast majority of them were also at this level. Duan Mushan held his saber with both hands and swung it upwards. The battle saber, like a meat cleaver, chopped forcefully onto a hard cow bone. Gao Xiang was startled when he saw that strike from his opponent, but the blazing blade in his hand did not stop. Duan Mushan was the most formidable astral rank powerhouse he had encountered thus far. Although Gao Xiang had not yet met that simple, unadorned strike from his opponent with his own blazing blade, the oppressive feeling of the battle saber had already arrived in advance. In less than 1,000th of a second, the two blades collided. Although Gao Xiang blocked his opponent's strike, the force contained within the opponent's saber technique was not completely dissipated. Instead, it continued to advance towards Gao Xiang. The force was transmitted from the hilt of the blazing blade and quickly acted upon the exterior of Gao Xiang's force battle armor. Jigier stared at Gao Xiang with wide eyes. Gao Xiang had actually fallen into a clear disadvantage. The remaining force quickly pierced through Gao Xiang's Tier 3 alloy battle armor. Ordinary martial artists would wear two sets of armor. The outermost one is the alloy battle armor. The alloy battle armor can be freely morphed into any desired appearance, but it has a fatal weakness: it cannot protect every detail of the body. Therefore, martial artists will also wear a layer of force battle armor underneath. Gao Xiang's force battle armor was also Tier 3. The force battle armor can also be morphed into any style. It can perfectly wrap around every part of the body, but its defensive capability relies more on the strength of the user's force. When the aftermath of Duan Mushan's first strike hit Gao Xiang's alloy battle armor, the alloy battle armor shattered instantly. Fortunately, the alloy battle armor neutralized 90% of the aftermath. The remaining aftermath hit Gao Xiang's force battle armor. Crack! Gao Xiang could clearly feel that his ribs had broken. Before long, the alloy battle armor that had just shattered was quickly repaired. Gao Xiang, if that is all the ability you have, then you should quickly admit defeat. That way, it will be a bit more dignified. Gao Xiang did not respond to his opponent. Since he had to fight, he would fight to the end. Seeing that Gao Xiang was the type who refused to admit defeat, Duan Mushan decided not to hide his strength anymore. I have already learned the third form of the 7-star saber technique. Let me show you the power of the third form. The third level of saber technique is when the saber technique contains law. Once a saber technique reaches its peak, if one wants to advance further, it must contain law. The more one utilizes law, and the more extreme it is, the more powerful the saber technique becomes. Duan Mushan swung his saber lightly. His comprehension of lower-level law was not low. Those who could rank in the Wind and Thunder ranking, who among them had not integrated their comprehension of law into their own ultimate techniques? Duan Mushan's seemingly light strike was, in reality, a move with no reservations. Having spent over 100 years on Wind Thunder Island, he had long suffered the silent losses of underestimating opponents. Therefore, whenever he decided to challenge someone, he was absolutely certain of victory. After probing his opponent a few times and understanding their background, he would mercilessly bring out his strongest ultimate technique, determined to end the battle quickly and never drag things out. It actually incorporates law into the saber technique. I'm afraid I cannot block this strike. Gao Xiang quickly made a decision in his heart. His figure was like a ghost. In just an instant, he had appeared in the distance. Gao Xiang's movement technique, Rushing Thunder, was currently at the second level of perfection. He was currently studying the third level. He had already mastered the basics of the third level, but was not yet proficient enough, and temporarily could not split into 8 phantom bodies. Before long, 4 Gao Xiangs appeared around Duan Mushan. However, Duan Mushan seemed to have long anticipated that Gao Xiang would do this. He spun in place. The air churned, and within a range of over 10 kilometers, vegetation was stirred up by the tornado and sent flying. Duan Mushan had long since encountered quite a few students who had learned movement techniques similar to Gao Xiang's. He had very rich combat experience in dealing with these phantom bodies. Since he couldn't find the real body, he would just destroy them all. No matter how many phantom bodies there were, under absolute strength, they were all just flashy tricks. He wanted to break the technique with force, forcibly slashing the 4 phantom bodies in different positions. Duan Mushan struck towards the first phantom body with his saber, then immediately turned and struck towards the second phantom body. Gao Xiang's 4 phantom bodies were almost simultaneously slashed down by Duan Mushan's saber. The 4th phantom body was actually Gao Xiang's real body. Seeing that 3 phantom bodies had already been destroyed, Gao Xiang had nowhere left to retreat. Unless he could reach a deeper level in his movement technique, rushing thunder, otherwise he could only meet Duan Mushan's strongest strike head-on. Soon, Gao Xiang and Duan Mushan were face to face. Gao Xiang was sent flying. The alloy battle armor on his body, having suffered irreparable damage all at once, had turned into scrap metal and slid off his body. Gao Xiang's internal organs vibrated, as if a rod had been thrust into his body and was stirring around inside. He immediately broke out in cold sweat on his forehead from the pain. What a terrifying strike. Boss is truly strong. With one strike, he destroyed that kid's alloy battle armor. The alloy battle armor is the first life. The force battle armor is the second life. The physical body is the third life. Gao Xiang had currently lost 1 life. Continue. Seeing that Gao Xiang was actually not dead. His battle intent was high, and taking advantage of the moment before Gao Xiang could recover, he continued the pursuit. At this moment, Gao Xiang had no time to recover from his injuries, and he stared fixedly at Duan Mushan. Gao Xiang had considered his comprehension ability to be completely on par with the top geniuses of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, but after exchanging blows with a top genius of Black Dragon Mountain for the first time, he realized that he still had so many areas that needed improvement. Chapter 36, Controller. Within his field of vision, Duan Mushan rushed over with his saber, brimming with killing intent. His speed was as fast as lightning. Fortunately, this time, there was sufficient distance between Gao Xiang and his opponent. Relying on his decent movement techniques, Gao Xiang managed to create distance from Duan Mushan. Wood Domain, 9th layer. As the saber descended, Gao Xiang had unexpectedly dodged in advance, which made Duan Mushan extremely furious. He had indeed grasped the initial power of the law and integrated it into his weapon. However, he also knew that he was not yet proficient enough with this ultimate move. Simply put, he had not performed such a powerful saber strike many times. He had already wasted 2 of them just now. How many more could he possibly have left? While Gao Xiang dodged, he did not just focus on what was in front of him, he kept his eyes on Duan Mushan at all times. Another saber strike fell. Gao Xiang dodged it. He looked behind him. Duan Mushan's blade had landed on the ground, forming a massive, deep crater. The power of this move of his has decreased significantly, it should not contain any law. From the marks left by that strike, Gao Xiang quickly judged Duan Mushan's strength. Duan Mushan's movement technique was superior to Gao Xiang's, and he soon caught up to him. Yet another saber strike fell. At this moment, Gao Xiang was already very close to Duan Mushan. Trying to dodge relying on movement techniques was no longer possible. Gao Xiang had no choice but to take this strike head-on. He had not learned any saber strikes containing the power of the law, so clashing head-on with Duan Mushan would only result in him suffering. Rip. Gao Xiang's force battle armor shattered. A gruesome, crimson wound that exposed bone appeared on Gao Xiang's back. Seeing this, Duan Mushan knew that Gao Xiang was finished. 1 or 2 more strikes, and Gao Xiang would undoubtedly die. Faster, give me more speed. After being struck, Gao Xiang did not stop, instead, he increased his speed and continued to dodge. He wanted to be faster. His movement technique was his fatal weakness. Frenzied saber slash. Duan Mushan swung his blade 100 times in one go. These 100 strikes were executed almost simultaneously, merging into a single expanse, weaving together into a tightly connected web. The space in the middle of the web appeared spacious, but in reality, it was airtight, with nowhere to hide. Within a 1 kilometer radius around Gao Xiang, there was nothing but this web. The frenzied saber slash covered a large area, which caused its lethality to be lower than his previous strikes. Faster, give me more speed. Gao Xiang wished he could burn his divine power to gain a burst of speed. Regrettably, he was not a champion undying and had not yet mastered the ultimate move to burn his body. Faster, give me more speed. Gao Xiang knew that if he were covered by the web, he would undoubtedly die. If he could master the third level of rushing thunder, he would have 100% certainty of dodging it. Ha ha. Duan Mushan laughed wantonly. 3,000 points were about to be his. As the boss of the Black Dragon Society, Duan Mushan's gray income in a year was only a little over 10,000 points. Don't look at how the Black Dragon Society had over 200 members, each paying a membership fee of 1,000 points. The Black Dragon Society had several bosses, and after splitting it up, he didn't get many points. The web formed by the frenzied saber slash quickly descended upon Gao Xiang. However, at this very moment, Gao Xiang split into 8. At the moment of life and death, Gao Xiang focused entirely on improving his movement technique. He had been contemplating the third level of rushing thunder for some time, staying at the introductory level without yet becoming proficient, and was temporarily unable to split into 8 phantoms. Coincidentally, at this moment, he mastered the third level. 8 phantoms fled in different directions, trying to escape. Seeing that Gao Xiang was still thinking of escaping, Duan Mushan felt it was no different from a trapped beast struggling in vain, completely meaningless. After 7 phantoms fled for a while, they did not continue to run, but instead turned to attack the web. Only 1 phantom continued to flee in the same direction as the web. Hoochie. The 7 phantoms were smashed to pieces and disappeared shortly after. It seemed the only phantom still running was the real body. Golden Disc, third form. At this moment, Gao Xiang brought out his golden disc. The third form of the golden disc was also known as the Heaven and Earth Net. The Heaven and Earth Net at this time did not attempt to trap the incoming web, instead, it formed a hemispherical protective cover around Gao Xiang. In an instant, Gao Xiang was completely enclosed by a massive golden protective cover. Since when has this guy mastered the third form of the golden disc? Duan Mushan had already investigated Gao Xiang's background in advance. Gao Xiang was a dual cultivator of martial artist and controller. He was already very proficient with the second form of the golden disc, but he hadn't learned the third form yet. A controller is an extremely troublesome opponent. If one cannot get close to a controller, and once a controller maintains distance for a long time, one will be in a very passive position. If one cannot break the deadlock, the martial artist will be worn down to death by the controller. The web landed on the golden cover. The golden cover vibrated, emitting a harsh metallic clanging sound. Split. Gao Xiang looked up at the sky. A killing god holding a battle saber descended from the air with a single strike. Duanmu intended to shatter the third form of the golden disc with one blow. You're finished. At this moment, Gao Xiang was not afraid, instead, he smiled. The metallic cover, which was previously inverted, quickly rotated its orientation, becoming an inverted golden cover facing upwards. Gao Xiang clenched his fist, and under the ultimate control of his mental energy, the golden cover transformed into a complete, massive metal sphere. Duan Mushan was trapped right inside it. Bang, bang, bang. The Black Dragon Mountain students watching the battle from the outside, although they couldn't see Duan Mushan inside the golden sphere, were truly shocked by the vibrations and the massive booming sounds emitting from the golden sphere. They never expected that Gao Xiang's telekinetic weapon would actually trap Duan Mushan. Gao Xiang did not let his guard down, he continued to clench his fist. Under the control of his mental energy, the golden sphere began to shrink rapidly. The golden disc was a second-order top-grade telekinetic weapon composed of 2,400 small components. Only by perfectly mastering the third level could one exert 100% of the golden disc's power. Although Gao Xiang had mastered the third level at this moment, he was still a very long way from fully controlling all 2,400 small components. The 2,400 small components stacked layer upon layer, rapidly shrinking the size of the golden sphere, while the inner walls of the sphere became thicker and thicker. Once it reached a certain thickness, its internal defense would be astonishing. even a universe-rank powerhouse would find it extremely difficult to break in, and I fear Duan Mushan would be crushed into meat paste. Soon, a hole was punched through the golden sphere. Duan Mushan flew out from the hole. After flying out, Duan Mushan's alloy battle armor was also ruined, revealing the force battle armor underneath. He looked extremely disheveled. That was close. If I hadn't run out in time, I would have died without a doubt. Duan Mushan was filled with lingering fear. Gao Xiang was much more powerful than he had imagined. The opponent even had the potential to challenge the top 100 of the Wind and Thunder ranking. It's a pity my force is more than half exhausted, and my mental energy is also extremely fatigued. I fear I can only unleash one more saber strike containing the power of the law. At this moment, Duan Mushan was cursing Gao Xiang's entire family in his heart. Just to escape from the golden sphere, he had already unleashed his strongest saber strike 10 times in a row. Gao Xiang accurately discovered that Duan Mushan had reached a dead end. He decided not to get close to Duan Mushan anymore. Now, he was purely a controller. Chapter 37, 1 million points. Duan Mushan decided to strike first. Under the control of his domain, the air within a 10-kilometer radius seemed to have become more than 100 times heavier. Gao Xiang's mobility instantly dropped by 50%. Now, the advantage in movement technique he had just mastered could no longer be considered an advantage. Gao Xiang's pupils constricted. Duan Mushan was already right in front of him. Gao Xiang waved his hand. The golden disc instantly disassembled into 2,400 small components. Each small component was less than the thickness of a strand of hair. Therefore, the stagnant air did not have much of an effect on them. Before long, Duan Mushan discovered that his feet were actually being bound by the small components of the golden disc. Gao Xiang clenched his fist, controlling these tiny components with all his might. A Grade 2 top-tier weapon is most suitable for universe-rank Psyker masters to use, so even though Gao Xiang could control the third form, he still could not unleash 100% of the golden disc's power. However, powerful universe-rank Psyker masters would prioritize using Grade 3 or even Grade 4 psychokinetic weapons. This is because Grade 3 and Grade 4 psychokinetic weapons have a higher upper limit. Furthermore, psychokinetic weapons are not stronger just because they have more small components. Only when the small components are stronger and more numerous can the power of the psychokinetic weapon be increased. The small components of the golden disc were like ants, crawling toward Duan Mushan's thighs. Very quickly, everything below Duan Mushan's waist turned gold. Seeing this, Duan Mushan's speed surged, attempting to rely on speed to shake off these detestable ants. Although he did manage to break free, what followed was the golden disc reassembling into a golden dome, descending upon him. It was already too late for Duan Mushan to try and escape. Who would have thought that this kid Gao Xiang's talent as a Psyker master would far exceed his talent as a martial artist? Frenzied Saber Slash. With no other choice, Duan Mushan used Frenzied Saber Slash. The Frenzied Saber Slash descended. The golden dome instantly collapsed, turning into countless wind-born, golden locusts. The golden locusts seemed to come alive, and under Gao Xiang's control, they completely surrounded Duan Mushan. At this moment, the golden disc formed once again, wrapping Duan Mushan completely. However, it wasn't long before Duan Mushan broke out again. Gao Xiang split into 8. He held the blazing blade in his hand. His psychokinetic power was nearly exhausted. His origin force was also on the verge of depletion. He only had one last chance. At this moment, Duan Mushan had already emerged. Duan Mushan discovered that after he broke through the golden disc, Gao Xiang had appeared right in front of him. Truly courting death. The final strike, containing the law, which was also the only strike Duan Mushan had left, was now descending upon Gao Xiang. Are they preparing to hack at each other? Sharp-eyed students realized what the two were thinking. The two were prepared to stop defending, solely to kill their opponent immediately. Hoochie! Gao Xiang's blazing blade pierced through Duan Mushan's body. Duan Mushan's saber also pierced through his opponent. Duan Mushan looked at Gao Xiang blankly. You are going to die, Gao Xiang replied calmly. Poo-poo. The golden disc turned into over 100 hidden weapons, stabbing Duan Mushan's back until he looked like a hedgehog. Duan Mushan fell to the ground. Before long, his body became ethereal and he was teleported out of the decisive battle space. Gao Xiang followed closely behind, also falling to the ground and becoming ethereal. A message from the killing field: in this duel, Gao Xiang is the winner. After Gao Xiang was teleported out, his whole body was still limp. A sharp-eyed new student walked to his side and hurriedly helped him up. He saw Duan Mushan sitting in the distance, deliberately keeping his distance from him. He probably couldn't afford the loss of face. The boss of the Black Dragon Society had actually lost to a little guy who had just entered the Ganwu secret realm. It was incredibly embarrassing. What just happened? My 1 million points, just like that. Mitchell stared blankly at the scene, his eyes moist. It wasn't because Gao Xiang won, but because he had lost a whole 1 million points. 1 million points was his salary for 1 million years as a mentor. Fortunately, I only bet 10,000 points, the loss isn't big. Jimmy felt very fortunate, especially when compared to Mitchell. He was already very happy. Woo, Mitchell couldn't help but cry. Mitchell, you should have followed my bet, that way you would have made a comeback. Yang patted his old friend on the shoulder. This time he bet 10,000 points, and calculating it, he earned a full 600,000 points, which was already very close to his salary for 1 million years. Woo, if I had bet on Gao Xiang this time, I would have made a net profit of 60 million points. The more Mitchell thought about it, the more he regretted it. He pounded his chest hard, tears streaming down his face. 60 million points, when exchanged for Hunyuan units, would be 60,000 Hunyuan units, enough for Mitchell to redeem 1.5 opportunities for Primal Universe Enlightenment. Gao Xiang, who had just won, did not know that a mentor had gone bankrupt because of it. He sat on the sofa, next to the table, and began to review this match. Relying on rushing thunder to achieve a temporary breakthrough, his movement technique improved, which allowed him to create distance from Duan Mushan. At the same time, he relied on his strength as a psyker master to wear down his opponent. In summary, Duan Mushan was worn out to death by him. In the final contest, he was able to win entirely due to luck. Fortunately, however, his luck was good. Not only did he successfully make it into the Wind and Thunder ranking, but he also obtained 1.2 million points. His current points already exceeded those of his cheap teacher, Yang. Teacher. Soon, Gao Xiang connected to Yang's call request. Ahem, who would have thought you kid are actually pretty good, just arrived at the Ganwu secret realm and you can already enter the Wind and Thunder ranking. This is all luck, Gao Xiang said very modestly. Why be modest? It's clearly strength. Right, those points of yours have arrived in my account, I will transfer them to you now. Thank you, teacher, you only need to transfer 1 million points to me. Oh, so you don't want the 200,000 points. Yang felt a surge of joy inside. A few days ago, he had spent 210,000 points to buy things for Gao Xiang, and he hadn't been able to sleep for the past few days because his heart ached. Other colleagues all said he was so foolish to be so willing to buy resources for his disciple. These past few days, he had also thought about it repeatedly, wondering if he had been too dedicated at the time. Yang doing this was truly a helpless move. He was already an old-school world lord with not much lifespan left. The points and Hunyuan units on him were already nearly gone. It was almost impossible to redeem an opportunity for Primal Universe Enlightenment. Furthermore, even if he obtained an opportunity for Primal Universe Enlightenment, with his progress in understanding the law of fire being only a little bit more, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to fully comprehend the law in his lifetime. Going all in on a few disciples with excellent talent was actually a better chance of winning. 100 trillion eras ago, there was an old mentor in the Ganwu secret realm who was similarly destitute and had no hope of breaking through to become an undying. But this mentor was very lucky and taught a king-level immortal. This king-level immortal knew how to repay kindness. Not only did he help his teacher buy an opportunity for Primal Universe Enlightenment, but he also helped his teacher buy treasures to enhance his comprehension of the law. In the end, this teacher successfully broke through to become an undying. The teacher-student relationship between the two became a celebrated story in the Ganwu secret realm, the ultimate embodiment of a close master-disciple relationship. Chapter 38, Mentors Fighting Over Students. Feng, this kid thinks he won because of luck and now wants to establish his own faction. What a delusion. Duan Mushan was unconvinced by his loss and walked up to Feng. And then what? Do you want to challenge him to another match? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Feng replied coldly. Duan Mushan's face flushed red. He couldn't afford to lose face like that again. However, he didn't want to give up. Why don't you challenge him to a fight, Feng? Crush him. Slap. Feng slapped Duan Mushan across the face. Fortunately, Duan Mushan had his back to the crowd, so no one else saw it. How could Feng possibly challenge Gao Xiang? He was ranked 32nd on the Wind and Thunder ranking. If he lost, he couldn't afford the shame. If he won, it would be even more shameful. After Duan Mushan's defeat, no one in the entire Black Dragon Society dared to challenge Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang, since you want to establish your own faction, go ahead. When you realize you can't accomplish anything, you'll know you were wrong. Duan Mushan looked at the new students and began to intimidate them. Also, for those of you new students who haven't joined the Black Dragon Society yet, sign up quickly or you'll miss your chance. I'll sign up. I'll sign up too. And me. 7 new students decided to join the Black Dragon Society. Jigier looked at Gao Xiang, feeling indecisive. He had already agreed with Gao Xiang just moments ago. But when it came time to actually establish their own faction, he hesitated. When he first arrived at the banquet, he had indeed mentioned establishing his own faction, but that was more about trying to stand out and get the members of the Black Dragon Society to recognize him, to make it easier to improve his status in the Black Dragon Society later on. Who knew that Gao Xiang would actually win? Should he really follow Gao Xiang? Jigier was hesitant. Gao Xiang noticed Jigier's hesitation but didn't take it to heart. One's own strength was what mattered most. Wait for me, I want to join too. And me. Several more new students decided to join the Black Dragon Society. Jigier, what should we do? There were only 8 people left at the scene who hadn't joined the Black Dragon Society. Jigier, I think we can follow Gao Xiang. At this moment, someone suggested that Jigier form a new small group. Right. Even though we are newcomers, we won't accept being exploited like this. Jigier's mind was in turmoil. He regretted it deeply. If only he hadn't tried to stand out. You few have no chance left. Duan Mushan looked at the 8 people with disdain. The Black Dragon Society doesn't want you 8, and no other small group will want you either. Jigier, let's go. Gao Xiang stood up, preparing to leave. A moment later, his body disappeared from the virtual universe. Master, Jigier and the others are outside. As soon as Gao Xiang returned to his small villa, he received a reminder from Sandus. 7 people were standing outside the door. The door to the villa opened. Jigier and the others entered one after another. Jigier spoke first. Since we have nowhere else to go, let's establish our own faction. The membership fee will be halved. It will only cost 500 points. Good. I agree. I agree too. Now the 7 of them reached an agreement. This time, Gao Xiang finally agreed. Then, our new organization will be called the Black Dragon Holy Association. Black Dragon Holy Association, what a good name. So imposing. Gao Zhang's deeds quickly spread throughout Wind Thunder Island. However, in the eyes of many mentors, this was nothing and not worth a second glance. The Ganwu secret realm had been passed down for countless epochs, and examples like Gao Xiang had happened too many times. Gao Xiang cultivated peacefully for a month. He received an email from a first-class mentor. I am Pelosi, a first-class mentor of the Ganwu secret realm, a world lord recognized by the law of fire, having mastered 20 essences of the law of space, proficient in blade techniques, and creator of a normal-level secret technique. Are you willing to become my disciple? Rest assured, although you have already apprenticed under Yang, as long as you are willing to apprentice under me, I will speak with Yang, and there will be no shortage of benefits for Yang. In principle, a student can only apprentice under one secret realm mentor. Unless, one violates the principle. Undying and marquee level immortal powerhouses are the principle. Generally speaking, secret techniques created by those below the undying level belong to the unranked tier. Secret techniques created by ordinary undying or marquee-level immortal powerhouses belong to the normal tier. It is recorded in the original works that some genius world lords can create normal tier secret techniques. Going further up, there are top-tier secret techniques, which are often created by marquee-level immortal or champion powerhouses. However, some genius world lords and marquee-level immortal powerhouses can also create top-tier secret techniques. Above top-tier secret techniques are peak-tier secret techniques, which are generally created by Peak King or Universe Exalt powerhouses. It is clearly recorded in the original works that Qidi, that peerless genius, created a peak-tier secret technique while at the World Lord level, belonging to a godlike existence. Master, there are still many more emails. Sandus discovered there were 15 more emails regarding apprenticeship. This first-class mentor named Pelosi was the strongest. Help me reject them one by one. Want him to change allegiances and ruin his reputation. Gao Xiang wouldn't fall for that. Moreover, his cheap teacher had given him a gift of 210,000 points right after he became his disciple. He was genuinely good to him. Gao Xiang, come to the virtual universe to see me immediately. After Gao Xiang rejected those apprenticeship emails, he received an email from his teacher, Yang. Virtual universe, Ganwu continent, core area. As soon as Gao Xiang entered Yang's flat, he looked left and right, discovering that it was not as big as he had imagined. At this moment, Yang greeted him enthusiastically. Gao Xiang, come sit over here. Ahem, don't mind that it's small. This is the core area, where every inch of land is worth gold. My flat is over 500 square meters. Compared to the manors that were often over 100 kilometers in size, in reality, this place was indeed very small. Many people lived in the entire core area of the Ganwu continent. In order to develop the limited land, it was densely packed with high-rise buildings. Ordinary high-rise buildings were often over 1,000 stories tall, and one couldn't see the top when looking up. Yang got straight to the point. You must have received quite a few apprenticeship emails by now. During this period, several mentors had contacted him, offering him some benefits to make him give up on Gao Xiang. Yang did not directly agree or refuse. He specifically invited Gao Xiang to his home. Gao Xiang had been in the core area for some time. He knew that although every inch of land was worth gold here, there were many high-rise buildings, and anyone with status could still own a large villa of over 1,000 square meters here. Compared to other second-class mentors, Yang was definitely the poorest mentor and the one who lived in the smallest flat. Indeed, there are many. They are all second-class mentors, right? Yang tried to probe Gao Xiang. Yes, but there is also one first-class mentor. A first-class mentor is a mentor who has taught 5 undying or 1 marquee-level immortal. If one can teach a champion of the peak genius competition, they can skip 2 levels and be promoted directly to a special class mentor. A first-class mentor. Yang was stunned. He hadn't expected a first-class mentor to intervene. First-class mentors not only have outstanding teaching abilities, but their own insights into the law are also excellent. If one's own insights into the law are not good, how could they teach students well? For example, Pelosi had quite a lot of insights into the supreme law, and if he were to achieve a breakthrough to undying in the future, it was highly likely he would directly become a marquee-level immortal. Chapter 39, Golden Bronze Battle Blade. Who is it? Pelosi. Huh. That old dog Pelosi actually snatched my disciple. Strictly speaking, Pelosi was also his disciple. But Pelosi later changed to a different teacher. This also led to their relationship being very poor. Master, do you two have some history? Gao Xiang was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected their relationship to be so bad. It's all ancient history, not worth mentioning. Yang would absolutely not talk about his scars. It was truly too embarrassing. Pelosi was just an old dog. Let's not talk about Pelosi for now. Gao Xiang, I ask you, are you willing to change mentors? Yang bit the bullet and said what he wanted to say. Gao Zheng's wings would harden sooner or later. When that time came, old dogs like Pelosi and Pei Luodong would definitely try to snatch his disciple, and he might not be able to keep him. As long as the student and the new mentor were both willing, and both were willing to sacrifice their reputations, he, as the mentor, would have no choice but to accept it. It would be better to talk to the student in advance. If he really wanted to change mentors, there was still time. This would spare him from losing face again. Gao Xiang did not hesitate for a minute and said decisively, "Master, in the Gamu secret realm, I only have one mentor, and that is Yang." Students in the Gamu secret realm could only have one mentor. 99% of students went their whole lives without ever having a mentor. Having a mentor meant one was a sufficient genius. However, students in the Gamu secret realm could have several teachers. The Undying in the secret realm, or even marquee-level immortals, could also take on students, and it wouldn't conflict with having a mentor. With those words from you, I am relieved. Let's go, we are going to Wanbao Hall. His cheapskate master was in a very good mood, and he decided to help his disciple buy some urgently needed items. Wanbao Hall. The person responsible for sales at Wanbao Hall, Chen Run, was a white-bearded world lord. He was dressed in a gray robe, and the wrinkles on his arms were very deep. One could tell at a glance that he was very old. "Yang, why are you here again?" "I'm in a good mood, so I came over to buy some things for my disciple." "Your disciple is named Gao Xiang, right?" Chen Run's gaze fell on Gao Xiang, and he examined him carefully, wanting to see what was different about this guy. He had also heard about the challenge match from a month ago. In the entire Gamu secret realm, it had been a long time since there was news of a newly arrived student successfully defeating someone on the Wind and Thunder ranking. Old guys like them, who had lived for millions of years, loved this kind of explosive and exciting news. "Yes," Yang replied, his tone filled with pride. "Your disciple is not bad, he has great talent. I think in 100 years, he will have a chance to enter the top 1,000 of the genius competition." "Haha, I hope so." Yang was very happy. He felt that this disciple could not only enter the top 1,000 but could also take first place, but he couldn't possibly say his thoughts out loud, or else his colleagues would laugh their heads off. Yang pointed to a screen. "Our Gamu secret realm has thousands of treasures. Some treasures that are very rare and uncommon outside, we have here as well." "Little guy, your teacher is right. Our Wanbao Hall has plenty of treasures, even king-level powerhouses come here to exchange for treasures." The screen on the Wanbao Hall counter was equipped with an intelligent assistant. You only needed to say what you wanted to buy, and the intelligent assistant would retrieve it for you. "Gao Xiang, I watched your challenge match video. The thing holding you back the most right now is your weapon." "Master is right. How about this one?" Chen Run pointed to a divine weapon on the screen. It was a bronze-colored battle blade, with a layer of dark golden law runes covering its surface. This is an undying divine weapon named the Golden Bronze Battle Blade. It was forged using golden bronze copper mother, and its surface is covered with a layer of Law of Fire runes. Not bad, not bad. Yang was very satisfied with this battle blade. The Law of Fire on the surface happens to overlap with your fire domain, allowing you to unleash even greater power. "Little guy, your teacher's analysis is spot on. Furthermore, this is an undying divine weapon, sufficient for you to use until you reach the marquee level. Marquee-level immortals generally also use undying divine weapons. Some poor, weak, ordinary undying might not even be able to afford an undying divine weapon and can only use tier 5 weapons." Gao Xiang was also very satisfied with this undying divine weapon. He lowered his head to look at the price behind the golden bronze battle blade. 10,000 points. 10,000 points, which is 10 Hunyuan units. "Let's buy this one then." Yang prepared to pay, but he discovered that Gao Zheng's finger was moving on the screen. The image changed, and before long, a weapon burning with flames appeared. This weapon was also a battle blade. Its hilt was fully 50 centimeters, and it was a full 1.5 meters long. The blade was wide and sharp, and one could vaguely see red law runes on its surface. On the battle blade, the name of the blade was written, Devon Blade. What a strange name. Below the Devon Blade was its detailed introduction. Devon Blade, a king-level undying divine weapon, designed by a king-level immortal, with 3 layers of Law of Fire runes covering its surface. "Little guy, you have a good eye. This Devon blade is an undying divine weapon used by king-level powerhouses. It only cost 70,000 points. 70,000 points. For Gao Xiang, this number was a huge sum. If he hadn't obtained 1.2 million points, he probably would have needed many years to afford a Devon blade. Gao Xiang, this Devon blade is a divine weapon used by king-level powerhouses. Only they can unleash the strongest power of the Devon blade. As a second-tier mentor, although Yang was only a world lord, he was rich in theoretical knowledge. The more powerful the divine weapon, the more expensive it definitely was, but to unleash its power, the owner's strength was very important. Gao Xiang was just an astral rank little guy. If he took the Devon blade, he would probably only be able to unleash less than 1/10,000th of its power. It was like a child under 10 years old holding a 30-pound battle blade. Even if you had practiced martial arts since you were young, this 30-pound battle blade would still become a burden to you. Gao Xiang understood this principle, and he gently slid his finger. Soon, a short blade appeared on the screen. Gao Xiang comprehended the law of fire and liked big weapons, so he didn't like this short blade. Master, let's go with that golden bronze battle blade from just now. In the end, Gao Xiang decided to buy the golden bronze battle blade. That's a good decision. Yang was very satisfied with Gao Xiang's performance. Although an undying divine weapon at the marquee level immortal level was the most suitable force weapon for a world lord, because a world lord could almost unleash the full power of a marquee level undying divine weapon, it was inevitable that some students would choose the most expensive undying divine weapon just for the high price. If Gao Xiang had done that, it would have been too disheartening for Yang. Yang wouldn't say anything on the surface, but mentally, he might deduct points from Gao Xiang. But Gao Xiang's performance was quite good. He successfully resisted the temptation, did not choose the more expensive king-level undying divine weapon, but instead chose the one most suitable for himself. The golden bronze battle blade is enough for me to use until I reach the world lord level, it is sufficient. Chapter 40, The 9 Great God Weapons. Gao Xiang was a contented person, he was not prone to grandstanding, nor was he greedy. Little guy, you have a force weapon, but you are still missing a psyker weapon. As a salesperson at Wanbao Hall, Chen Run had already checked what was suitable for Gao Xiang through his virtual assistant when Gao Xiang arrived. Chen Run, help me find a psyker weapon of the same rank. Yang spoke up. All right then. In a short while, a prismatic psyker weapon appeared on the screen. The Sky-Breaking Shuttle, a marquee-level undying god weapon, composed of 7,200 small components, priced at 100,000 points. Psyker weapons are much more expensive than force weapons, sometimes, they cost 10 times as much. 100,000 points is very expensive, converted to Hunyuan units, that would be 100 Hunyuan units. 100 Hunyuan units is an amount that some poorer world lords could not earn in their entire lives. Can one buy the 9 great god weapons for controllers here? Gao Xiang had read the original work and had always been very interested in the 9 great god weapons for controllers. Luo Feng had once used the Yan god weapon to defeat countless opponents. Haha, so you were interested in the 9 great god weapons. This is Wanbao Hall, after all, we have plenty of such cheap goods. Gao Xiang, the 9 great god weapons for controllers might sound impressive, but they are still far inferior to the psyker weapons mentioned earlier. Strictly speaking, the 9 great god weapons for controllers belong to the ordinary undying level and are merely grade 5 psyker weapons. As a senior level 2 mentor, Yang naturally knew about the 9 great god weapons. Little guy, I see that you are an experiencer of the law of fire, so the most suitable of the 9 great god weapons for you is the Blood Edge god weapon. Shortly after, the information for the Blood Edge god weapon appeared on the screen. The Blood Edge god weapon is one of the 9 great god weapons for Psyker Master controllers. It is a dual fusion Psyker weapon of the origin of fire and the law of space. It appears to be a force weapon, but in reality, it is a psyker weapon controlled from a distance. It is composed of 3,888 fire red blades, each as thin as a cicada's wing, with each piece engraved with origin law secret patterns. It can be gathered into a single battle blade or scattered into a sea of fire and rain of blades. The exchange price for the Blood Edge god weapon is only 3,000 points. Teacher, I will take this blood edge god weapon. Gao Xiang did not hesitate at all and decided to take this blood edge god weapon. Good, not bad. Teacher Yang was very satisfied with Gao Xiang's performance. That golden bronze battle blade from earlier would be enough for Gao Xiang to use all the way until he became a king-level immortal. And the blood edge god weapon would be enough for Gao Xiang to use until he became an undying monarch. Gao Xiang's plan was that once he achieved a breakthrough to undying in the future, his horizons would surely be extraordinary, and it would be best to obtain a psyker weapon at the level of a heavy treasure. Little guy, I hope you can use the blood edge god weapon and the golden bronze battle blade to achieve a good ranking in the genius competition. Thank you, Teacher Chen. After Gao Xiang and Teacher Yang finished buying the weapons, they returned to Teacher Yang's residence in the virtual universe. Teacher Yang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at his cheap disciple with satisfaction. He had intended to spend a fortune to buy Gao Xiang a 500,000-point psyker weapon, but the other party had only chosen a 3,000-point blood edge god weapon. However, as a mentor, he still had to remind Gao Xiang. Whether it is the golden bronze battle blade or the blood edge god weapon, for a little guy who is only at the astral rank, these are weapons that transcend several ranks. If you want to control them, you need to at least fully comprehend the first layer of their supporting secret techniques. Luo Feng had once used the Yan God weapon. The Yan God weapon was a psyker weapon designed by the genius universe overlord Xiluo Duo. To use the Yan God weapon, one must at least fully comprehend the first form. Even for the first form, mastering it is very difficult. Usually, only those at the universe rank are capable of mastering it, and it is most secure for a world lord to master it. But Luo Feng was different. When he was at the astral rank, he could already unleash the second form of the Yan God weapon, making him an invincible existence at the astral rank. However, looking at the entire universe, those who can use the first form of the Yan God weapon at the astral rank are extremely rare. Therefore, unless one is a prodigy, it is not recommended to use the 9 great god weapons. Using an ordinary grade 4 psyker weapon is actually better. Teacher only hopes that you can successfully master the first form of the blood edge god weapon before the genius competition, so that you will be secure in entering the top 100. Yang had very high expectations for Gao Xiang. He dreamed of Gao Xiang achieving a breakthrough to champion in the future. But he did not believe that the current Gao Xiang could possibly take first place in the genius competition. Being able to enter the top 100 is enough. Throughout the long river of human history, very few of the powerhouses who were able to become champions were the first place winners when they participated in the genius competition. Teacher, I will definitely work hard. Good, having your word is not enough, you still need to improve your strength. Yang had seen true geniuses, such as Molo, the peerless genius currently being personally trained by Marquis Yingshui in the Ganwu secret realm, who was a contender for first place. He wanted to tell some stories about Molo. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. For Gao Xiang, a powerhouse like Molo was an insurmountable mountain. Mentioning him would only dampen Gao Xiang's self-confidence. Thus, he went straight to the point. A month has passed. How is your comprehension of the law of fire going? I have reached the 3rd level of the domain of fire, but I still need time to reach the entry level of the law of fire. Gao Xiang's comprehension ability was improving every day, and he believed that it would not be long before he could attain the entry level of the law of fire. Your domain improvement speed is very fast. You are already one of the fastest students I have ever seen. When Gao Xiang was first recommended to the Ganwu secret realm, his domain was only at the 1st level. How much time has passed since then, and his domain has already reached the 3rd level. A holographic projection appeared in front of the two. In the image, 2 people appeared, fighting with all their might. It was the video of the battle between Gao Xiang and Duan Mushan. Suddenly, the image stopped. At this moment, Duan Mushan was holding his battle blade. The runes on the surface of the battle blade became visible. Do you see it? Yang walked closer to the holographic projection and pointed at Duan Mushan's battle blade with his finger. There were faint law runes on the surface of the battle blade. I see it. Only when the power of the law is applied to the battle blade will the law runes on the battle blade be activated. However, although both are activations, did you see? Duan Mushan's ability to control the power of the law is very poor. If he had been able to improve his control ability even a little bit at that time, I am afraid you would not have been able to withstand 3 rounds from him. Gao Xiang nodded heavily. Yang was absolutely right. At that time, he relied on his movement technique to break through and create distance from his opponent. Duan Mushan was indeed a genius. He was able to attain the entry level of the law at the astral rank and could apply the power of the law to his weapon, thereby increasing the weapon's power. But, Duan Mushan's use of the power of the law was too superficial. If he had been able to fuse the power of the law into his ultimate move and rely on that ultimate move to control the weapon, then his strength would have increased by more than double. More than double. Gao Xiang was stunned. If Duan Mushan had been able to increase his strength by double at that time, Gao Xiang might truly have been killed in an instant. That fool Duan Mushan, he could have clearly won, but he was too eager for success. If he had not used the power of the law and simply used his force, his chances of winning would have actually been very high. Yang's analysis was very logical. Gao Xiang listened intently. Do you have any questions? Also,